David, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you.
Okay, how do we sound?
Sound good?
All right, you sound good too. Thank you.
All right, no problem. Thanks.
Career began at 17. Now, this amazing chef puts his heart and soul into every dish that leaves his kitchen. Let Chef Christoph introduce you to B-Side Balcony's easy elegance. Come experience the perfect backdrop to the perfect global Mediterranean menu. B-Side Balcony, 1201 Camino Del Mar in Del Mar. Or give them a call at 858-481-9889. B-Side Balcony.
Alessa, rooted in tradition, authentic in flavor, creating memories that last. Absolutely delicious food. Everything so fresh and authentic. Great wine, too. The service is outstanding, and you will love the new outdoor seating. By far, your favorite restaurant in Laguna Beach. You will be back again and again. Find them at 234 Forest Avenue, Laguna Beach. Or call 949-497-8222 to make a reservation. Open every day at 11 a.m. Alessa.
In the heart of downtown Laguna Beach, Skyloft. Laguna's most hip and fun atmosphere for locals and visitors alike. You want the most coveted view of Main Beach? Check out the rooftop with its full service and live music most nights of the week. Skyloft is the gathering place for getting together with old friends and meeting new ones. Fresh barbecue daily. Live bands Wednesdays through Sunday. Barbecue Tuesday is half off of barbecue platters and barbecue sandwiches all day, every Tuesday. Happy hour daily from 3 to 5 p.m. Laguna's most fun atmosphere. Skyloft. The pulse is coming from the heart of downtown Laguna Beach. Skyloft. Your life moves fast, so Cox offers reliable speed with its fastest internet yet. Cox multi-gig speeds are here, powered by fiber for peak performance on all your connected devices, with limited availability in selected areas. From multiplayer gaming to efficient remote work, Cox moves at the speed of your life. And Cox Internet won't leave you waiting like 5G home internet can. It has more reliable download speeds than 5G home internet. This data is based on Cox analysis of Ookla speed test intelligence data. Plus, you might qualify to save $30 a month through the FCC's Affordable Connectivity Program. Credit typically begins within one billing cycle. Limited time program and subject to change. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com.
Well, I tried to run my game, just said, man, that's the same old thing I've heard before. And I'm too tired to go for your show again and again. And she started to explain, just say, man, I ain't saying what you're playing, just can't make it. But I just can't take it anymore. Play something sweet, play something mellow, play something I can sing my teeth in like jello. Play something I can understand. Play me some Brickyard Blues. Play something sweet, now make it funky. Just make me lay back and grin like a monkey. Play something I can understand. Play me some Brickyard Blues. Well, I started to sweat. She said, don't get upset, 'cause you just might break a string, and that won't do a thing for your show. So I said to myself, I said, Seb, do you see what is sailing through my soul? And I gotta have some more, don't you know? Play something sweet, play something mellow, play something I can sink my teeth in like jello. Play something I can understand. Play me some Brickyard Blues. Play something sweet and make it funky. Just make me lay back and grin like a monkey. Play something I can understand. Play me some Brickyard Blues. It's enough to make a light in the dark. It's enough to make a bite, just a bark. It's enough to make a body move around. It's enough to make a rabbit hug a hand. Play something sweet, play something mellow, play something I can sink my teeth in like jello. Play something I can understand. Play me some Brickyard Blues. Play something sweet and make it funky. Just let me lay back and grin like a monkey. Play something I can understand. Play me some Brickyard Blues.
Every day, every way. Mornings with Ed on The Voice of Laguna.
any day now. I will hear you say goodbye, my love, and you'll be on your way. Then my wild, beautiful bird, you will have flown. Oh, any day now, I'll be all alone. Oh, any day now, when your restless eyes meet someone new. Oh, to my sad surprise, then the blue shadows will fall all over town. Oh, any day now, love will let me down. Oh, beautiful bird, you will have flown. Oh, any day now, I'll be all alone. I know I shouldn't want to keep you if you don't stay until you've gone forever. I'll be holding on for dear life, holding you this way, begging you to stay any day now. When the clock strikes gold, you'll call it off, and then my tears will flow. Then the blue shadows will fall all over town. Oh, any day now, love will let me down, 'cause you won't be around. Don't fly away.
And I'll come over and show you the first time. But I'll come over and show you the first time.
Down the highway at night.
You can sit here. I'm just showing her something. Hello. This is for you. That needs to read French. That needs to read. Yes. It's a article that you
Night with nothing to do.
Hello, you have a new desk partner. I got kicked off the dais. Well, hi, Gail. I have I I'm Laura, and you are.
I met you a long time ago, and like some lunch.
Okay.
Well, who are you with? Cindy.
Okay, Indy. Claire, well, this is Susan Moore. She's.
Yeah, that's okay. Okay, we're gonna get started here.
Good.
Go. I feel like you.
Okay, this is a Tuesday, January 23rd, 2024 City Council meeting. And we'll start first with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Whalen.
Please rise.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Okay, roll call, please, Anne Marie.
Councilmember Orgill.
Here.
Councilmember Weiss.
Here. Councilmember Whalen,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Renagi,
Here.
Mayor Kemp.
Yes, here. Okay, just a few announcements this evening. First, I want to ask our city attorney, so as we're coming out of closed session, is there any reportable action from closed session this evening?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The City Council convened in closed session pursuant to the one item on the agenda for existing litigation. All 5 council members were present in closed session. There was no public comment, and the City Council recessed at 4:10. No reportable action was taken.
Okay, thank you. Okay, one other announcement, item number 6, which is consideration to approve Rivian's request to utilize a portion of Main Beach Park for a half-day public event has been withdrawn by Rivian, and we are informing the community as such. I'll ask our city manager if you'd like to elaborate on that.
Yes, I appreciate all of the assistance from our assistant to the city manager, Jeremy Fremont, who just as we learned it and when it was confirmed, he notified everybody who had emailed the city council with their views on this subject to inform them that the item had been withdrawn from the agenda this evening. He further notified Stu News to make sure that we were compliant with your wishes expressed at your annual planning meeting of last Friday, at which time, under this very topic, it so happens quite coincidentally, you informed staff of your desire for us to make every effort to inform folks if we found out and when we find out that an item is to be removed from the agenda, that we inform folks for their convenience so that they don't come out and only to learn later that an item has been removed from the agenda. So whenever humanly possible, we'll do that. We only confirmed this at approximately 10 till 5. So we made our best effort as we promised you we would, and we'll continue to do so.
Okay, thank you, Sean. Okay, at this time, I'll open up for public communications. You can come up and speak about anything not on the agenda this evening, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, Mayor Kemp. My name is Chris Housen. I'm here tonight to represent Tauna, Top of the World Neighborhood Association. I'm also known as Mo's mom. People mostly know me as that. I'm here tonight because our association at Top of the World has greatly appreciated the local car. It is an amazing program you guys did in exchange for our neighborhood trolleys, and we are very appreciative of that. With that being said, the extended holiday hours were lovely. So I am here tonight to request possibly use extending the midweek hours to 8 o'clock. So people who get off work can still have time to use this lovely service that you guys have supplied for us residents. I know there's 5 cars running per shift. If it's a money issue, maybe we can have 3 cars running, 4 cars running, or 2 cars running. Just something so the residents can utilize this amazing service till 8 o'clock. And that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Donna Ballard, and I'm on the board of LOCA Community Arts Education. And I just wanted to bring it to your attention and everybody who's listening that our LOCA Art Talks have started up again in February. It's a great program. It's at the LCAD Gallery. It's on one Thursday a month, and you can check the website, which is locaarts.org. It was very well attended last year, and I think you would find it very interesting. In February, we're going to talk about art conservation, and a new painting was just discovered by Ruth Peabody, and they're going to unveil it and talk about it. In March, jazz singer Elena Gilliam will give a slideshow about cover art on Blue Note Records. And in April, Andrew Myers will talk about his career from being a student at LCAD to owning a new gallery on Forest Avenue. In May, Mike Talber will lead a panel of artists and talk about the city's downtown public art collection. So we would love to see you all out there. It's really worthwhile and a lot of fun. And of course, LOCA has many other opportunities for you to engage in art education. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna.
After you. Well, thank you. Mayor Kemp, my name is Gene Felder. I'm president of the Top of the World Neighborhood Association. I think it's important for all Lagoonans
to know that without proper permits, that the Southern California Edison bulldozed up to 15-foot wide paths through OC parks and city-owned open space. Edison has a project to replace wires and 5 utility poles. This open space is west of Alta Laguna Boulevard and north of Park Avenue. Many thanks to Top of the World neighbor Janine Robinson and Town of Board member Kerry Strombotny for raising the alarm and providing photos to the city and OC parks of the unpermitted grading. However, the Edison project may be very important for reliable electrical service and fire safety, which we all care about. We care very much about that. Our thanks to you, Mayor Kemp, and to interim city manager Sean Joyce for negotiating, stopping the grading, for Edison to use helicopters, which was their original plan, to complete this important work, and for Edison to agree to restore the damage that they have caused. I have questions. Did Fire Chief King or the fire department know about the fire risk necessitating the Edison project? Can the city place signage or fencing or otherwise discourage the public from using the Edison graded paths as new trails into the open space? A number of us met with Edison folks on site a few days ago. Their mitigation person thought restoration, returning the paths to healthy vegetation, would take 5 to 10 years. None of us are interested in mitigation. We want restoration. So the question is, how will the city monitor restoration of the damaged open space? Pretty much the town of board is in agreement with that. But as an individual, I would like to just say also that the city is involved in the process of hiring a new city manager. Look what's right before your eyes. I'd like to draw your attention that city manager Sean Joyce has done an outstanding job. And you certainly ought to consider making him an offer that he can't refuse. To make him an offer that he can't refuse. Sean Joyce has demonstrated how a city manager should perform and has done outstanding work in a short period of time. It has been quite refreshing and remarkable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Pat Gallus. I'm here again to talk about property rights. I showed up at 10 minutes to 4 and prior to your closed session, and I thought I was supposed to be able to speak publicly on that particular subject, which is the Michael Ray thing on Hawthorne, and the door was locked. I don't know if I was supposed to pound on it hard, but I saw you guys in here, and next thing you know, you're in the back. But that's another story. I'm back to letting the populace here in this town, the voters and the property owners especially, about the lawsuit that was going on for about 40 months against the Kirbys, and the city first, and the Kirbys on Hawthorne. As of January the 10th, 2024, the Supreme Court of the state of California denied Laguna Beach Historic Preservation Coalition and the Historic Architectural Alliance petition for review and request to depublication of the lower court's ruling, which was in favor of the city and the Kirbys. So after 40 months after they got a design review approval 4-1, it's finally over. So in those 40 months, lawyer costs to them and to the city were astronomical, in my opinion. Interest rates have doubled or tripled. The cost of construction's gone up 30 or 40%. And is there any way we can deter these lawsuits? And is there any way the city can recuperate their money? And moving along, who are the coalition? I keep saying they were created by Village Laguna, Preserve Orange County, and others. And that's a quote. Preserve Orange County joined Village Laguna and others to create the Laguna Beach Historic Preservation Coalition. The coalition is raising funds to cover lawsuit expenses. You can go directly here to our website today and make your donation. Okay, so I keep hearing there's no relation, and no involvement. If they're created, I think they're related. That kind of rhymes. I mean, it makes a little common sense to me. And at the end of the judgment, it says the judgment is affirmed. Respondents are entitled to recover their costs on appeal. My question to you is does the city plan on recuperating their costs? And my final thing is, I went last month to Village Laguna's website, and I'm searching around, and here's a copy of the Village Laguna's August 2017, August 31st, letter to the Planning Commission. And it's signed by Ann Christoph, Johanna Felder, and the next 5 people, okay, who I won't name. Oh, one other thing. So then 6 weeks later, it changes to the Laguna Beach Historic Preservation Coalition, October 18th, 2017, letter to the Planning Commission. And it's signed the Laguna Beach Preservation Coalition. It's the same individual.
Okay,
Ann
Pat, we
Christoph.
gotta cut you off
Well,
there.
I appreciate it. Appreciate your time, your effort, and the city needs to be aware of this. Thank you again for your time and your effort.
Thank you, Pat.
Hey, City Council, hello, my name is Brett Hauser, and I live at 511 Catalina. My wife and I have owned that place for the last 12 years. And I wanted to bring something to your attention that I think you know if you've been reading your emails, because I've been pounding you guys with emails on it. One of the blue cottages on Park, of the 5 that exist on the bottom right-hand side of the road, caught on fire at midnight on January 12th. And had it not been at midnight on a Friday night when restaurant workers and restaurant attendees were walking home, I shudder to think what would have happened. The fire department, if y'all are here, well done. You got it under control. Cormac McCarthy, the famous author, had a great quote. He said, "You never know what worse luck your bad luck kept you from having, but you guys know what worse luck that kept us from having." October 27th, 1993 again. Okay. I got on your GIS system and I looked to figure out who owned those properties and if anybody permitted and inspected all the work that they've done the last 2 years. You know the answer to that too. Nothing. One permit for the house that caught fire. They said they'd bring it up to code. They didn't. They never had an inspection. So, this is not my request now. This is your fiduciary duty. You guys need to figure out who the current owner is. It's either the McEwen brothers, they're on one parcel, or J.C. Mendeval Corp. out of San Clemente is on one parcel. Need to figure out how they did this unpermitted and inspected work and how'd they get away with it, working on that main street for 2 years like they did. So that's your fiduciary duty. Here's my request. Megan, this is probably for you. You guys need to use whatever civil and legal authority you have to get those cottages up to code so they don't burn us down. Because my wife woke me up at midnight with the fire department breaking down the doors of that place to put the fire out. And if anybody's here from the press, I'm easy to find. Come see me about it. I'll give you a tour of the neighborhood. Okay? This is serious. So, thank you. I'm done. By the way, if anybody wants a copy of the one permit that was issued, be glad to give it to you. Thank you. Oh, and one other request.
Brett, you have to go to the microphone.
Sorry. Keep the inspection department doing the good job on the rest of the neighborhood that they started last week. Because we've seen a whole lot more activity and some stock work notices come that we haven't seen one of those in a while. So something good started last week after the fire. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Ron Glapion, and I wish I were representing a group, but unfortunately I'm not. I'm just representing myself. What I wanted to talk about and which really kind of was stressing to me was dealing with low income and low income housing. And that's one of the things that as a student, perhaps not a painter, but a student as a student filmmaker, this is one of the things that is distressing to me about being a resident of Laguna Beach, is that there is no appropriate low-income housing for our students. it's great that this town loves art of all different variations, but as you know, most of us are starving artists. We're not rich and able to take all our time painting. I mean, I can't speak for every artist. I'm sure there's some Basquiat's out there or whatever, but for myself, I am not that. And so it's been distressing that we have a office here that pretty much is a figurehead, but when you contact them, it takes multiple weeks for anyone to reach you, if they reach you at all. And while I appreciate that everyone has their agenda, parks and fires and cottages and empty buildings, those are all great. But shouldn't the top priority be residents, especially low-income residents? And the reason why I say that is because, again, if the city is about art and artists and we're all gone, then where are you going to pull the artists from? Where are you going to pull the people for the pageants? And so I jotted down a few notes in regards to the meeting that was here on Friday. We discussed pensions. We discussed, like I said, we discussed dog parks and fires and things like that. And it didn't make sense why, to me, that these were never addressed. And it wasn't even addressed by the city council. It wasn't even addressed by the residents. So I understand that, I am a minority, both in the skin sense and as perhaps what I make, but I don't think that this town should overlook us to look towards dog parks and extra fire resources, because we were worried about taxes and visitation. Well, taxes come from the poor too. It doesn't just come from the rich. So I thank you all for your time. I appreciate that you're willing to listen to me. And thank you.
Ron, what's your last name?
Glapion, Glapion.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hey, Ron. Hi.
Hey.
Yeah, so at the strategic workshop, we actually did bring up artist housing, and Alex and myself are working on looking at the alternatives. We're working with staff right now, looking at alternatives for our artist housing. And I'm pleased to announce that at the strategic planning meeting, artist housing was moved up to a priority.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Gail Waite, and I'm here right now in my role as president of Laguna Canyon Conservancy. I'm here to address the top of the world Alta Laguna damage by SCE in our preserved open space. So I'm passing out some information about the Pacific Horizon Preserve that was damaged in May of 2020. We are now in 2024 addressing new damage by SCE. So in my position as president of Laguna Canyon Conservancy, I attend other larger environmental group meetings. And I remembered similar accounts of SCE doing damage in other parts of the county. And I did some investigating and talked with some people at Friends of Harbors, Beaches, and Parks, the 30 by 30 Southland Regional Group, and the OCTA Environmental Mitigation Program Project Manager. It turns out that SCE has done this type of damage before, both in Silverado Canyon and in Laguna Beach in the Pacific Horizon Preserve. So that was in May of 2020. Without any permission from OCTA, who maintains the preserves, one of SCE's contractors created an unauthorized trail, severed fences, cut vegetation, and in OCTA's position, created damage above and beyond what was necessary. The Coastal Commission was notified, as were wildlife agencies. Details of these events are provided in the OCTA agenda pages attached. You can read about it. There is major concern about such damage as these unauthorized trails become a way for runoff, erosion, and unregulated recreational use by visitors. To this day, the mitigation and repairs continues in the preserves, as you can see in the 2023 OCTA EOC agenda managers reports, and all consulted found it sad and unbelievable to learn and see photos of the recent damage in top of the world. They join with those of us who want SCE held accountable, Since this repeat type of damage is just continuing without any evidence of SCE being responsible for protecting habitat. SCE is an investor-owned public utility that has a net income of roughly $500 million. And since this slap on the wrist they have gotten in the past has not made enough of a difference, it may be time for Laguna Beach to stand up, since this is the second strike, and fine them an amount that will truly make their investors pay attention and help Laguna Beach restore the damage done in Top of the World. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else in the room want to talk about something not on the agenda? Okay. No? Okay. I see a hand on Zoom. Anne Marie. One, I only see one. Laura's going to get it.
Jacob Cherup, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. The first thing I want to say is that when my friend Pat Gallus and others talk about property rights, they seem to be talking about what property owner A can do with his property. But there's another part of the equation, and that is that the property owner B, who may be in proximity to property A, also has property rights. And they should be equal in terms of their being addressed. And so we should not lose sight of property owner B as well. But what I really wanted to speak about in the public comments is about noticing. And I appreciate what City Manager spoke about in trying to get ahead of things when things change. And so we had something coming up a couple of weeks ago, and then it was just sort of mysteriously pulled. And, that is vexing for those who participate and wish to participate in our democracy. So when it comes to things like, I think we have coming up in the near future, the Bluff Top situation, that there should be ample notice given so that the town knows about it. These are things that will affect miles of coastline and all of the inland properties as well. So let's be sure to get that up as soon as possible so that these very talented people in Laguna Beach can look at it and analyze it and bring to bear their comments, which can be very insightful. So that's about all for now. I'll talk to you later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Matt Lawson.
Matt, you've been unmuted.
Good evening. I certainly am no great fan of Southern California Edison and wish they'd get off the whatever they need, whatever they're on right now, and would focus on doing something they need to do here, which is to underground their very dangerous overhead utilities. I do want to point out, however, that they need to get permits. They need to do the right thing. They need to do things the right way, but we have to keep in mind that they need to also do whatever they need to do to keep us safe from utility-caused fires, which are a very common source of ignition. In fact, there was a study done by the U.S. Forest Service that basically determined over 28 years an overhead utility-caused fire occurred somewhere in the United States, ignited literally about every 7.5 hours, 32,000 in total. And if we see that happen here again, it could well be a very disastrous situation for all of us. I think Gail mentioned Silverado Canyon, and I'm not sure what the environmental damage that was done in, I think it was May of 2020 that she referenced, but I do recall that there was a major fire there, the Bond Fire, in December of 2020, that literally turned 7,000 acres of open space into charcoal. And I think it's probably going to take a lot longer to restore that area, particularly with all the toxic residue from the ash, than it will to restore whatever damage SCE has done. Now, from the standpoint of SCE, if we have the kind of fire here that utilities have caused in places like Paradise and Lahaina, the amount of damage that would be done could easily be in the billions of dollars and could cause them to go bankrupt. And I'm blessed if I can think, as a former Wall Street investor and person who participated in capital markets for many years, why it hasn't occurred to them to make the investments, the relatively small investment that it would take to protect their shareholders' equity from the kind of tragic loss that we've seen up at PG&E, which has gone bankrupt twice in the last 20 years. And only now are they undergrounding some 10,000 miles of utility lines in their most dangerous areas. I don't think our friends at SCE have gotten that message yet, and hopefully it won't take an incident here in Laguna Beach to cause them to do so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Okay, I'm going to close public communications and we'll go to council and staff reports. Let me start first with our city manager, Sean Joyce.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council is well aware of all of the actions that we've taken on your behalf and with the Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem's participation in our meetings with Edison. On the 20th, and yesterday, the city issued to Edison a notice violation calling out their unpermitted use and calling for a plan for restoration and other remediation within 60 days of the work being completed. So we will remain tenacious in our interests on behalf of the community and the City Council to best ensure that everyone's collective interests are met, including repair works that are necessary but done the right way. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you, Sean. City Attorney Megan Garibaldi, any comments?
Madam Mayor, I'll just note, we've heard in public comment that the city prevailed in the Architecture Alliance versus the City of Laguna Beach, the Kirby case, and that the Supreme Court did deny the request for review and the request for depublication. And we've now received the official order from the Supreme Court. So we will note that in the TW2 this week.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Wise.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to thank Sean for an excellent strategic meeting, planning session. Very, very smoothly done. It didn't feel like 6 hours at all. Can we do it again soon? That was excellent. Thank you. Well done. I also wanted to thank Sean and staff for the SCE intervention and where we are on the road here. So I don't think we'll accept anything less than a full restoration of that property and a pledge that it doesn't happen again and we be notified when it's necessary to do any work in the open space, which is so precious to us. Finally, I wanted to mention, I know I mentioned a death of a well-known resident in town last time I was up here, but I didn't know the full extent of her contributions to the city. Barbara Metzger, she was a longtime resident, maybe 50 years in Laguna. She also served on the DRB and the Planning Commission for a number of years. So I wanted to recognize her service. She was also involved in the publishing business, publishing books as a major editor and in academic journals. We have a lot of talented people. She was in her 80s and we all miss her. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'd also like to thank Sean for running the strategic workshop as well as he did. It was, the 6 hours did go by quickly and smoothly, and staff did a great job as well in their participation. So I want to thank them. And as Gene, I offered to wash his car weekly if he would stay, but he won't bite. So I don't know what else to say. One good thing that came out of the meeting, again, I'll just repeat, is that we did, I don't know what the actual way to articulate this would be, but the artist housing did make it up into priority. So I'm very pleased about that. And we've been working with Jeremy and Jennifer on that already, and I would expect that now it is going to be accelerated a bit. So I'm very happy about that. And George, I want to thank you for bringing up Barbara Metzger and her passing. So thank you. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Councilmember Whalen.
Really nothing much to add other than, on the SCE thing, and this issue obviously was egregious because they lacked permits, but not too many months ago, we had a situation in North Laguna where they had a full-on plan to trim trees and remove trees that they had not noticed on. And, you know, we've over the years requested, and I know staff's requested on more than one occasion, that they give us notice. So I don't know. I think this may be an opportunity to sit down with them and perhaps formalize some of these agreements so that we're not just, you know, emailing or calling or saying, remember to give us notice, and see if they'll, you know, like I say, formalize some of that stuff. Anyway, great job on behalf of the community members and our staff, but there is, as Gail points out, a long way to go in terms of restoration. So it'll be a long haul.
Councilmember Nagy?
Yeah, just a couple of things. I appreciate the comments that Chris made about the Laguna Local, and I know there's also been discussions about the Canyon as well. So I'm hoping that maybe that can be, we can look at some options during the budget discussions, whether it's the mid-year or the next fiscal year's budget. I agree with my colleagues about how great the strategic planning meeting was. Appreciate the work of Sean and the staff to get that prepared. I felt like it was one of the most productive government meetings I've ever been a part of, and just in terms of all the different things that we covered in such a short amount of time. So I'm very grateful for all the work that was done there. And if you haven't checked it out yet, I would urge everyone to check out the skate park or the temporary skate park, I should say, at the Laguna Beach Community and Recreation Center. I went and talked to some of the skateboarders, and they were basically in disbelief because they thought that for decades they've been talking about a skate park, and this is not. I would say it's a temporary skate park, but it's still a big deal. And I mean, I had nothing to do with it. It was the previous council that got this thing going, but I appreciate all the work that staff did to make that happen. And I know there've been some suggestions about how to position the ramps. So I know that staff, I think, was open to talking to the skateboarding community about that. So I appreciate that. I agree with what Bob was saying about SCE, and I think long-term, we really need to sit down with them and figure out how we can, where all the risky above ground utilities in the open space, because we know that the two fires that happened in 2022, I believe I don't know that it's certain for both of them, but I believe there's a high probability that above ground utility poles were the cause, and we know the risk. So I think I mean, we don't want it to be long-term because we want to get these addressed now, but figuring out a plan of how we can mitigate the fire risk for all of our poles in the open space is something I hope we can work on with them. And then finally, the point in time count has started, and that's if you don't know, that's a federal. I think it's required by the federal government that every county basically does a survey of all the individuals experiencing homelessness. And so I will be participating at 4:30 a.m. on Thursday morning, and I think they're still looking for volunteers if you're interested. So I'll report back after that. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you, Alex. No report from me other than to say, I think in relation with regard to the SCE debacle we had, that we need to get their plan, because what they had scheduled to replace the connectors. They're doing these covered connectors. They think those are more stable in high wind situations. We just need to know the overall plan for Laguna Beach and what they plan to do and when. So we can get a schedule that'll help us hold them to their permitting process. I think it'll be helpful. Okay, with that, we'll go to the consent calendar. Council, we have 8 items on consent. Recall that 6 was pulled or removed, withdrawn. Anybody want to pull anything? No? Okay, anybody from the public want to pull anything? I see one hand. John Thomas?
Yeah, 7, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and I'll close the public hearing. Can I get a motion for the balance of the consent calendar?
Move the adoption of items 1 through 5 and 8.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. On item 7, Sean, how do you want it? Do you want to give a report first on this, or how would you like to handle Aggie?
We are happy to give a report, so I'll buy a little time for Aggie to get ready for doing just that.
Okay.
The item, as she gathers herself, is the request from staff to ratify a resolution relating to conditions of employment, policies, and benefits for unrepresented executive management and management employees. Thank you.
Good evening, Aggie.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. Aggie Nesh, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management. I'm here to present on consent calendar item number 7. The purpose of this resolution is to recognize 25 at-will unrepresented executive management and management classifications, to memorialize their historic conditions of employment, policies, and benefits, provide for consistent and fair compensation, provide the authority necessary for the city manager to administer, oversee, and take all steps necessary relative to the employment of those unrepresented management employees. This resolution would be in effect through June 30th, 2025, and would return to council with a new resolution in conjunction with the Municipal Employees Association MOU. The key provisions of this resolution include previously approved benefits for the management group, including up to 90 hours of administrative leave per year. There was a question received from a member of the public regarding administrative leave. Currently, administrative leave is added to an employee's vacation bank. The vacation bank is capped at 400 hours, 400 accrued hours. If and when the vacation banks are paid out, they are not calculated as part of the employee's retirement formula and therefore do not spike the pension payments. Next is a contribution of 2% toward a deferred compensation program. There was also a question from a member of the public regarding deferred compensation. The city contributes 2% of an employee's base pay into a deferred compensation plan and does not require a match from the employee, although an employee can elect to contribute more to the plan if they choose. The resolution also memorializes management employees receiving up to $400 per month for auto allowance, depending on the classification, $80 per month for a cell phone stipend, $50 per month for an internet stipend, one shopper's parking permit, reimbursement of up to $300 per year for physical fitness exam, and an additional 10% for medical coverage for dependents. New provisions in the resolution include granting the city manager authority to offer an additional 10% of base pay when an employee is acting out of their classification, and also granting the city manager the discretion to authorize severance payments up to 6 months of salary and medical benefits for termination. The benefits articulated in this resolution are estimated at approximately $450,000 to $500,000 annually. Because the benefits are already approved and this resolution is merely memorializing the benefits of the management group within one document, there's no additional cost related to the execution of the resolution at this time. Staff recommends the City Council adopt the resolution as titled, memorializing the conditions of employment, policies, and benefits for unrepresented executive management and management employees, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thanks, Aggie. Council, any questions for Aggie?
I guess I have a question about the new provisions. Grant the city manager discretion to authorize up to an additional 10% when acting out of their classification. Do you mean that if a person is acting in a higher classification, that they would receive the additional compensation for that week or 2 weeks or month? Number one. Second, the $80 per month cell phone stipend, don't city management, high-level employees, the 20 you mentioned or so, receive a cell phone already? The city provided cell phone?
Sure, I'll answer the second one first.
Okay.
The $80, you're correct, Councilmember Weiss, it's one or the other. They either receive a cell phone or they receive the stipend.
Okay.
And with regard to the 10% acting pay, that is correct. It's for when they're acting outside of their classification or additional duties as authorized by the city manager. Our provisions are that they're doing it for, it goes into effect after 15 days of assuming those additional duties for the duration of the time that they do those duties.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Aggie? Okay, open the public hearing. Anybody want to speak on this item?
Mayor, before you open a public hearing, can I?
Yeah,
make
I'm sorry. Yeah, of
A
course.
quick comment.
Mhm.
When this item came forward, it was brought to my attention that the city clerk and city treasurer benefits are tied to the management benefits, and that was memorialized in a resolution back in 1977. I'm only bringing it up because that resolution refers to a section of the code that no longer exists. So I agree and appreciate memorializing the management's benefits. I would like to also have in one place the city clerk and city treasurer's benefits. So my suggestion is simply to add another section to the proposed resolution that says something like the elected positions of city clerk and city treasurer shall be entitled to management employee benefits as specified in sections 3 and 4 of this resolution. So thank
Okay.
you for considering that request.
Thank you, Anne Marie. Okay, anybody want to speak on this item in the chamber here? Okay, I have one hand up on Zoom. Go ahead, John.
You're unmuted, John.
Hi, yeah, thank you. The staff just answered my questions. I had sent them in writing and that was excellent. Thank you. Answered my questions. On the third point, I just want to note, which was the staff report simply said that the cost was already in the budget and did not disclose the total cost. And I've seen that other times, and I would just think as a general practice, it would be good practice if even if things like this are covered, where the heading is financial impact, it would be nice if the staff at least said what the impact is and then said, but that's covered in the budget. But that's beyond this one project, general comment. But good job. My questions are answered. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Anybody have any comments
I have
or
a question.
questions? Go ahead.
So Anne Marie, are you saying that what's the current practice? Is the current practice for the elected city clerk and city treasurer to receive the same benefits? That's the practice right now.
Correct. So the only thing the city council discusses every year is our salary, but the benefits all mirror what the management group receives every year. So whatever those benefits are also provided to the city clerk and city treasurer. And that was memorialized back in the 70s.
Okay. Does the city manager have an opinion on what the city clerk raised?
Fair enough. I'd like to take it up separately under a different resolution. If
Okay.
you don't mind, I'm happy to follow up on that. The circumstances are different in as much as they're both elected. And so not everything applies, but I certainly share Anne Marie's interest in memorializing what the benefits are because we're here before you because Aggie and I are like, okay, well, past practice. I mean, that's not gonna get it done.
No.
We need council approval of those benefits. Would feel much better if you approve these today. I'll work with the city attorney to address the unique circumstances of the elected folks and bring that back to you in short order.
Good.
Okay, thank you, Sean. Any other comments from council?
I have just a question and a comment. What was the provision before when under new provisions, what was the existing policy? This one says grant the city manager discretion to authorize severance pay up to 6 months of salary and medical benefits to termination. And I guess my question is that for any reason, cause or termination for your reducing headcount? What does that mean?
For any reason.
Okay, for any reason. Okay, and what was the policy before?
There wasn't one.
There wasn't any. Okay, thank you.
Okay, there's no further comments or can I get a motion, please?
Move the recommended action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. Okay, that concludes our consent calendar. We're going to go to our first item of regular business, and that is Lang Park pickleball alternatives. And we're going to have a staff report. Michael Litchie and Alexis Braun.
As they're preparing to bring up their presentation, I will remind folks that the city council 3 months ago deliberated on this item and sent city staff in a specified direction with the caveat that we return to you within 90 days. I think we beat it by a day, just barely, but we did as you asked. It's a difficult situation. You're well aware of it far more than I. but I appreciate Michael and Alexis's work getting back to you in the time required, and I'll invite them to give their staff report.
Right.
Good
thank you.
evening.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Kemp, council members. Michael Litchi, Director of Transit and Community Services for the city, along with Alexis Braun, Recreation Manager. And thank you to the city manager for teeing that up while we got the presentation going. So as Sean mentioned, we have been doing some work over the past several weeks per council's direction to look at a few different alternatives for the city council's consideration related to pickleball play at Lang Park and options to address some of the concerns that have been raised about it there. So just a quick refresher on the history of pickleball at this location. Back in 2017, the city council approved 2 temporary pickleball courts at Lang Park and have taken a number of actions through the intervening years, ultimately adding a 3rd temporary court on the 1 existing tennis court at that location. Back in January of 2023, in November of 2022, the council directed staff to do some noise studies due to community comments regarding the noise from pickleball at that location. We did those studies, an initial study in January 2023, a follow-up study in August of 2023 following the installation of some noise-reducing fencing around the court. And then finally, as Mr. Joyce stated, in October 24th, your last council meeting of October, you directed staff to explore additional sound mitigation options that may be possible at Lang Park, as well as investigating some alternate locations for pickleball play at other areas in the city and what environmental analysis would be necessary to move those projects forward. So tonight we're going to give you an update on each of those items that was requested by council and where we're at on those. Next slide shows an aerial view of the existing 3 temporary pickleball courts at Lang Park and where they sit in relation to the rest of the park, as well as the location of the noise reducing fencing that was installed in August of last year. So the yellow line that you see on the slide shows where that noise reducing fencing has been installed. We installed a product called AcoustiFence, which is used by many other cities for similar applications, either around sport courts or other industrial uses to try and reduce the noise from those activities. This is another picture of the AcoustiFence when it was being installed, so you can see what the product looks like compared to the previous fencing that was there, which was basically a windscreen on chain link fence. At the same time, we also installed a number of new signs around the courts, reminding the players to please be respectful to surrounding neighbors and keep the noise down while they were playing. We did, as part of our investigation, look into options to raise the height of the fence and put noise attenuation fencing higher up. The current fence line is about 12 feet. However, after talking with the manufacturer, we found that it was not feasible to do that due to the weight of the AcoustiFence material and wind resistance issues when you had a higher fence line at that location. This next slide just shows, as part of the noise study that was completed, where those noise readings were taken by the consultant LSA that was hired by the city. So they took noise readings at 4 different locations in the Vista Aliso Senior Housing Complex, 2 on the first floor, 2 on the second floor, to get a sense of what the decibel level was due to pickleball play at various locations within the complex. We've previously reported to you that the city's current municipal code does not and the noise ordinance in the municipal code does not apply to recreational activities in city parks, such as this one. However, the consultant did do the noise study, and even if we were using the residential noise standard for this project, the noise levels that were recorded, particularly after the noise attenuation fencing was installed, fell below those standards. And after the fencing was put up, we did see a reduction in the decibel level between 6.5 and 8.5 decibels. So there was a reduction due to the fencing being installed. So in October, the council asked staff to look at what else could be done to try and reduce noise and make additional mitigations for noise at Lang Park. One of the things we looked into was quiet pickleball paddles. So these have been, there's been a lot of technology being developed recently in the pickleball arena related to quiet paddles. And there's one manufacturer, the Owl pickleball paddle, that has been approved by USA Pickleball, the kind of trade organization for the group, and is designed to comply with city ordinances and has been reported to reduce the noise from pickleball play by about 50% compared to traditional paddles per the manufacturer's claims. So the city did purchase 4 of these paddles and tested them various locations. I think a number of council members had an opportunity to come out and witness those tests. In addition, we provided some of the paddles to the pickleball players so they could play with them themselves and see how their experience was with them. Overall, we had positive results with those tests. We heard from the pickleball players that they liked the way that the owl paddles played. It didn't impede their enjoyment of the game. And we also did notice, and council members who were out there can probably weigh in on that, but we did notice a difference in the sound from the ball hitting these owl quiet paddles as opposed to a traditional pickleball paddle. It's a much duller sound, more of a thud than the thwack you hear with a normal pickleball paddle. So while we weren't able to replicate or confirm the manufacturer's claims of a 50% reduction in sound, we did notice clear changes in the sound of pickleball play when the quiet paddles were being used. So one of the recommendations we have before you tonight is to promote and encourage the use of these paddles at Lang Park, and then to require that they be used for all city-sponsored pickleball classes at Lang Park. So the city would purchase paddles that were provided to the instructor, and they would be required to be used during the classes. We also were able to reach out to the manufacturer of these paddles and negotiate a discount. So if the city council directed, we could purchase an initial order of about 50 paddles. They would be provided to the city at a 35% discount, and the city could then sell those paddles at cost to players who are interested in using them. So a bit of a reduction in price to be able to use these quieter paddles that would be more attractive for pickleball play at Lang Park. We also looked at options to change or reduce the operating hours of the pickleball courts at Lang Park. So currently the courts are open most days from 8 a.m. to dusk. On Wednesdays, Sundays, and holidays, they're open from 9 a.m. till dusk or dark. So we looked at a few different alternatives, and the one we've proposed for the city council's consideration is a revised schedule for courts at Lang Park, which would reduce the hours of operations by approximately 30% from the current situation. So we have one day they would be closed. On that day, we would propose to open at no charge the pickleball courts that are indoors at the Laguna Beach Community and Recreation Center, which is fairly nearby Lang Park, to allow anyone interested in playing pickleball on that day to play indoors at the gym at the Community and Recreation Center, waiving the typical $5 drop-in fee that we normally have for pickleball play at that location. So this option would really preserve access to the courts for folks who would like to continue to play pickleball there, but it would also help to reduce the impact on the surrounding residential areas by reducing the hours that pickleball is allowed to be played at that location. In order to make this recommendation work, we would need some additional part-time staff hours to lock and unlock the courts every day. So we discussed that in the agenda report. That would be about a $16,000 cost on an annual basis. We have sufficient budget for the rest of this fiscal year to fund that, but would, if the city council would like to move forward with this proposal, we would include additional funding in future year budgets to accommodate that additional staff time. And finally, the council asked us back in October to look at options of other areas of the city on city-owned property where we could potentially relocate pickleball courts or add new pickleball courts. So we did an initial analysis at a staff level of a few different locations throughout the city that are outlined in this chart and detailed a bit more in the staff report. I won't go through each one right now. I think a couple of things to point out. The cost difference between converting an existing tennis court to pickleball versus building a completely new pickleball court on a piece of vacant land. So you can see the third option would look at converting an additional tennis court at Alta Laguna Park to pickleball play. That costs about $25,000, including resurfacing the court and purchasing the permanent nets and net posts, as opposed to looking to build a completely new 3-court pickleball facility at a location where there is no existing tennis court. And that cost we expect would range anywhere from $375,000 to $500,000, very dependent on the site situation, if grading is needed and other things. The next few slides are just aerials to kind of give a sense on what the locations were in these various parks that we were looking to add pickleball courts. So Molten Meadows Park, it's kind of the far end of the park that would then not preclude the existing use of the soccer field. I think there's a few pieces of outdoor exercise equipment there that would have to be relocated, but other than that, it wouldn't upset any of the existing recreational activities taken there. Alta Laguna Park, the two options we looked at were conversion of the third tennis court that you can see in the picture outlined in red from tennis to pickleball play. So we would create 3 pickleball courts there. So all 3 courts on that side of the park would each have 3 pickleball courts for a total of 9. The other option we looked at is building a new facility behind the existing pickleball court, kind of on the grassy area adjacent to where the half basketball court is, which then would not reduce the number of tennis courts, but would add an additional 3 pickleball courts at that location. And then finally, there was some discussion at the last meeting regarding moving the existing pickleball courts at Lang Park to the opposite side of the park. So that's roughly the location and the footprint that would have at Lang Park. That would likely, as we noted in the staff report, cause a disruption to some of the existing recreational activities we have on the grass field there, including AYSO soccer and the younger Little League kids who play at that location. As part of our analysis looking at the various options, we also did reach out through BBK, the city attorney's office, and look into what environmental analysis would be needed to pursue each of those alternatives. So one of the recommendations tonight, if the city council chooses to proceed with looking at alternate locations, is to conduct the environmental analysis for any sites that the city council would like to move forward with. So our recommendations tonight, we have quite a few of them to look at, but we wanted to provide a wide range of options for the council to consider. So the first is to direct staff to proceed with reducing the hours of operation of the Lang Park pickleball courts, as was noted in the staff report and presentation, effective March 1st, 2024. That date gives us a little bit of time to provide notice to the community, as well as develop some signage and a plan for unlocking and locking the courts each day. The second would be to direct staff to encourage and promote the use of the quiet paddles and balls at Lang Park and mandate their use in all of the city-sponsored pickleball classes. Third recommendation would be for the council to direct staff to purchase an initial order of the 50 quiet owl paddles that could be then sold at cost, at the city's cost, to pickleball players to help encourage the use of those paddles at Lang Park. And then, as I mentioned, if the city council would like to also have staff continue to look at alternate locations for additional or relocated pickleball courts, then item number 4 would allow that to take place. We would seek direction from the council which of the alternatives that were proposed you would like to move forward with, all 4 or some fewer number than 4. And we would work with city attorney's office and their subconsultant, De Novo Planning, to complete all of the necessary environmental analysis for making those changes. There is a proposal that we received from De Novo attached to the staff report that looks at the total cost of if the council chose to move forward with all 4 options. If council chose to move forward with fewer options, there would be a commensurate reduction in the cost. But with all 4 options, we're looking at approximately an $80,000 expenditure, would be about $66,000 with De Novo, some additional budget for sound studies with LSA, who completed the previous sound studies, and a bit of contingency. We also have an alternative motion for you to consider that if rather than moving forward with recommendations 1 through 3 on the previous slide to introduce additional sound mitigation options that would allow us to keep Lang Park courts open, if the city council determines that the Park court is not suitable for pickleball play, they could direct staff to resurface the court for tennis play only. We left the same March 1st date or as soon as practical. Timeline on that would depend on the availability of the contractor to do that work. And then a second recommendation, again, to direct staff to move forward with environmental analysis with any of the alternate pickleball locations that council would like to see additional analysis on. So that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Michael. That's been a lot of work for you guys. I really appreciate the diligence on this. It's very thorough. Okay, questions for Michael or Alexis? Go ahead. Oh, Mark, go ahead.
Yeah, Michael, when we were there, when they were testing the owl paddles, and you and I walked over to the apartments next door, did you have a meter with you that day? I don't remember.
Yeah, so Councilmember Orgill, we did, while we were testing the paddles, we had a portable handheld sound meter, but I would caution those aren't really as scientific as the high-tech equipment that our consultant had. So we didn't measure the sound from behind the wall where you and I walked. We did measure it comparatively on the courts themselves. And we did see a reduction in the decibels. It wasn't up to the 50% that the manufacturer of the paddles was discussing. However, in looking into the issue more, there are other considerations than just the decibels. There's the frequency and the tone of the sound. And in the report that LSA prepared for the city initially, they did acknowledge that the decibels are one measure and probably the most commonly used quantitative measure of noise and sound. But there are other, I guess, less quantifiable issues in terms of how the sound is perceived by the ear and, how intrusive it is. And so, yeah.
Yeah, and that's what we ran into when we were there. You were on the phone asking them to start playing, and I was struggling to hear at that point what the game that was going on with the new paddles. And I know that the frequency had a lot to do with it. But anyway, okay, thank you.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you. I feel like staff has done so much work on this over the past, I don't know, what, 3-4 years? How many years has this been going on? Okay, since 2017. So appreciate all that. So if we were to go with hypothetically the recommendation to close this court, can you confirm there'd be no ball courts in South Laguna? Is that right?
No outdoor courts in South Laguna.
No outdoor
The
courts.
Community and Recreation Center gym would still be available.
And then all those recommendations for alternatives, with the exception of the one on the soccer field at Lang Park, none of those are in South Laguna. Is that correct?
Molten Meadows
Well,
is,
I don't know.
Well, I live up there. I don't consider that South Laguna quite South Laguna. Yeah.
So
Molten would be the
So
closest.
Molten would be the closest to South Laguna. So South Laguna residents would have to drive up there essentially.
That is correct.
Okay. And then can you help me understand the recommendation related to the reduction in hours? Because 30% is essentially like taking out a court, right? It's 1/3, it's taking away 1/3 of the capacity. Can you help me understand how you came up with the specifics behind those recommendations? Like, was it in consultation with some of the neighbors about like what are the times that they're most interested in, or just help me understand your thinking?
Okay, the morning hours are currently when the city operates drop-in pickleball, so they mix in. So there's 30 people show up, 12 play at a time, and they rotate in constantly. And the hours after 12 on are just 1 hour time limit per group that plays. So the morning tends to be more kind of the organized play through the residents. So that's how the determination was, to have additional mornings and less afternoons.
Oh, because what you're saying is that the demand is highest in the morning.
Correct, yes.
And then I should have known this before this meeting, but Monday, like right now, if this weren't implemented, Mondays, has it currently closed for pickleball? No, it's open. So it's open.
right now the courts are open 7 days a week from 8 a.m. till dusk, Monday through Saturday, and Sundays and holidays from 9 a.m. to dusk.
Okay. And then is there a reason like why Monday? Why no pickleball on Monday?
No, I mean, there wasn't any, it was in, as we mentioned, Michael mentioned in the presentation, these hours could be adjusted if we just recommended a 30% reduction in the play.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Thank you again.
I had a question on classes. How often are classes, what are the hours for classes at Lang? I saw one email that said all classes should be moved to the recreation center.
Yeah, currently the city offers classes for 4 weeks at a time with usually a couple weeks in between each class session. They can use up to 2 courts at a time with 1 court open to the public at all times. And they're generally in the mornings, a little bit of a break, and then in the afternoons. Just on Wednesdays for the group classes at Lang, and then on Fridays, on occasion, courts are used, 1 court on a Friday for private groups or individual private lessons.
Okay, so Wednesday is the only day that we do classes there?
Wednesdays and Fridays. So Wednesdays, 2 courts are used for classes. They're 4-week sessions, and Fridays, 1 court is used. It's not consistent. The hours for those aren't consistent.
Okay. And then I saw in the staff report that, you know, we've got this Parks and Recreation Master Plan that's planned for mid-completion, mid-25, and that pickleball is to be included in that master plan analysis. So if we were to go with one of these recommendations, either item 4 or B, this is the same recommendation, to do analysis now on pickleball courts, would that reduce the overall cost of the master plan? Or is that just an added cost?
Yeah, so Councilmember Whalen, the master plan wouldn't include any environmental analysis. It's more looking at benchmarking the facilities and park amenities that the city currently has compared to other cities of similar size or composition. So it would be a more high-level planning document looking at how does our pickleball capacity in the city compare to other cities on a per capita basis, and what opportunities, if any, throughout the city are there to establish new recreation sites, be it for pickleball or another activity. So it would really be a different scope of study, and it wouldn't contemplate an environmental analysis of any of those sites as part of the master plan.
Yeah, I see. So if the master plan ended up recommending additional pickleball locations, you'd then have to go to a second phase of environmental analysis, which is what this
correct
would do here. Okay,
that's correct.
Thank you. So Michael, I have a question for you. The $80,000 would provide environmental analysis of pickleball courts at all of the locations you mentioned on that chart?
Yes.
Of course, if we did that, why wouldn't we do all of them, right? And right, are there any others like the dog park in the canyon that you would consider?
Yeah, so Councilmember Weiss, the $80,000 cost estimate is based on looking at all 4 of the alternatives that were presented in the report.
Okay.
That comes at the recommendation of the environmental consultant that's under contract with the city attorney's office. When you're looking at various alternatives, it's rather than looking at one in isolation. If you're considering multiple, it's good to, according to the consultant, to look at them as a package and compare against each other. So the 80,000 would be not to exceed cost to look at all 4 options. If the council was of the opinion that one or more of those absolutely were non-starters and it wasn't worth looking into further, you could give us that direction. We would go back to the consultant and revise the scope of work, which would then reduce that $80,000 down. I would say probably not by a quarter, but it would reduce it down, looking at fewer alternatives by a commensurate amount.
And that would they be looking at demand as well?
So the environmental analysis will look at demand in terms of traffic demand at the site, circulation, noise.
For the new sites?
For the new sites,
But
correct.
they would be comparing demand, would they be look at demand overall in the city? Because I think all of us on the city council want to promote recreational activities for our residents, especially one that provides for, people connecting with each other. So pickleball has a unique paradigm, and I would say that is a double benefit for people. And if I had the time, I'd play it and probably get hooked on it too. So I do want to support it completely, but I wanted to say if that 80,000, if we spent that now, would that allow us then not to have, as what Bob described in the general recreation study that's going on, it would do a lot of that work?
Yeah, so Councilmember Weiss, I think on your understanding your question, the master plan would really be the one that was looking at demand for the various recreational activities in the city. There's going to be an extensive public outreach component as part of that study, surveys and other information. So the environmental analysis wouldn't be looking at the demand for pickleball. It would be looking at, if you were to put pickleball at these various locations,
okay,
what demand would be induced in terms of traffic and impacts at that location? Maybe the city attorney can weigh into.
I was just gonna, Madam Mayor, if it's okay, add that on a master plan, we look at CEQA, but we often tee off of prior environmental analysis. So if there's environmental analysis conducted on this, if pickleball is included in the master plan, we would just use that prior analysis. So it's not duplicative costs. And often it is the case that we just, with a master plan, will use an addendum or can use an exemption or something, because we do look at further down the road projects. But the cost won't be duplicative.
My next question is as follows. I think what you said earlier in the presentation is the pickleball noise, it falls under the maximum that's allowed, right? But I have to say, I'm all supporting for pickleball, but it does make a lot of noise. Let's face it. Car horns make a lot of noise. Dogs make a lot of noise. And it's not a question of the amount of noise it makes. It is the amount of noise it makes. I'm sorry. It's not the number of incidents, but overall what it is. So if somebody's honking their horn in front of my house, okay. Well, as long as I'm not too close to the car, I'm okay with it. Otherwise I might yell at them. But if they do it for no reason. One truck, I'll tell you, went up my hill all the time. It was a Federal Express truck, and they honked preemptively to tell the people at the T that they were coming. I just found that very annoying. But the point is continual noise. Continual noise, even if it's a low level, is irritating. I mean, Bob, you've mentioned to us here, or to me actually, that the air conditioning unit of your neighbor may be troublesome sometimes to you. So noise is a vexing situation. I want to support pickleball, but I also want to support people's rights to have.
Remember that we have to listen to the
Roots at home.
public before we
Yeah,
make any
I
further comments.
I apologize for going off on the tangent, but I guess my question was, I wanted to make sure that I realized that it's under that, but it's still a noisy situation. Thank you.
Any other questions, council? Okay, I'll open the public hearing. I just want to caution everybody, though, that, let's not make any personal comments about people or anything like that. This is just an issue before the city council about pickleball. Let's try to keep the personalities out of it. Okay, how many people want to speak on this item? Okay, come on up.
My name is Jim Sadler, and my home overlooks Lang Park. Aliso School was opened 75 years ago in 1948 and closed in 1981. For the next 10 years, the city used the park as a storage facility. It was an eyesore, and our children had no place to play. In 1990, Lang Park was built. The original plans called for 2 tennis courts on the northern part of the park. Fred Lang and the neighbors and the city agreed to move the courts off the field to preserve the pristine open space. About 15 years ago, the city considered putting in a skate park in this same spot. Once again, the neighbors rallied to save the open space, and the skate park was shelved. About 10 years ago, a swimming stadium was planned for the park. Again, the neighbors fought to save the open space, and the project was stopped. Now, 10 years later, pickleball courts are being planned for that open space. The neighbors are even joking about what's going to be next after the pickleball courts in 10 years. It'll be something else. Maybe we'll go back to the 1930s in badminton. For the last 34 years, thousands of children have learned to play soccer and t-ball at Lang Park. If the pickleball courts were relocated to the north end of the park, it would mark the end of t-ball and soccer. It would block the most beautiful ocean view in the park. It would create noise according up to 94 decibels, according to yesterday's Wall Street Journal. You saw the article about pickleball. And that would impact both the montage, especially during a Santa Ana, and the neighbors. And finally, it would worsen the intolerable parking situation in the neighborhood. On busy summer days, there is often no parking at all on Wesley, Maryland, and Driftwood. So there would be no parking for the pickleball players. It is a cardinal rule of good planning to preserve parks and open space. When you eliminate open space, you never get it back. All of the people who love the park ask you to save Lang Park. Don't turn this heritage park into a pickleball development.
Okay, thank you. Don't be shy, you guys. Come on up. Why don't you guys, how many people are going to speak? Okay, let's get a line going here so we can kind of move through.
Hi, I'm Monica Simpson. I'm a regular pickleball player at Lang Park, and I truly appreciate all of the hard work that you all have done in coming up with these alternatives. While I'd like the park and the pickleball courts to remain open as they are now, I think this is a fair compromise and something that I think people would be willing to do to keep the courts there permanently. I am also willing to play with the owl paddle. I played with it. I liked it. Even though I bought a $200 paddle 2 months ago, I'd be more than happy to shell out more money to get another paddle to play to keep the courts open. So again, I'd like the courts to be permanent. I'm okay with the reduced hours. I think a lot of people will be upset about that because it is heavily used because there definitely is a need, and the need has increased since 2017, as we all know how popular pickleball has become. So thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Monica.
May I approach the front here?
You have something to hand out?
Yes.
Yeah, just give it to the clerk there and she'll do it. You can.
There should be one for everybody. A couple council persons already have it.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Claudia Redfern. I too am an addicted pickleball player. I am looking at the aspect right now of the residents that live in South Laguna, anything south of Wesley. There is literally no place for them to exercise other than the fact that they can go for a stroll on the beach. Maybe someday there will be sidewalks along PCH so they can stroll along PCH. So I am saying that I am an advocate for pickleball. I can't solve this problem. That's up to you to solve. I am a proponent of playing at Lang. It just works into my day. In the piece of paper that I have passed out to you all, I have kind of pointed out that, yes, there's pickleball at Lang and there's pickleball at Alta. They're kind of two different groups of people. I probably fall into the older set because I'm over 70, but pickleball has made me feel like I'm 50. And I think that if we have to put everybody up at Alta, it will change the dynamics of the pickleball for the senior citizen or the person that's older here in town. I think I'm going to stop there and I'm going to pass it off to one of my new friends that I've known for 5 years now from pickleball, as many of them that are in here this evening. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Rubel, and I've been playing pickleball about 5 years or so. I used to play doubles volleyball on Main Beach, and I started having knee issues, and I could no longer play on unstable surfaces. And since I found pickleball, I've loved it. And I play 5 times a week down at Lang. I really think it's the only thing I can really play that doesn't affect my knee. So I can get good exercise, and it's a great social outlet for me too, which helps with my mental health. And I really, really like Lang a lot. I think we've done a lot of things to really, kind of compromise on the noise. I'm willing to play with quieter balls and paddles. That's what it takes. But I really hope that it doesn't go away, because it would be a big detriment to our city. And those people who think that pickleball is going away, it's not. It's going to be here for a long time. It'll eventually be an Olympic sport, I think. So thank you for your consideration.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Suzanne Redfern, and I'm here on behalf of Pickleball. And I would just like to say thank you. You have done an amazing job at reaching a compromise that I think works for most everybody. And I would like to say, though, Sundays is a really popular day for pickleball. So if there's any wiggle room to leave that one open till dusk, if you go out there, that's when families get together and play. So that would be my only suggestion. But other than that, I think you've done a wonderful job. So thank you.
Thanks, Suzanne.
Hi, my name is David Linder. I want to support my Wesley neighbors in the fact that, we have pickleball here. I'm also a pickleball player. I want to say that, Claudia and the group there have made it, possible for people my age to come out and be competitive and play pickleball. But I also understand, the problems with the parking in the area. Like to see the kids out there and the grandkids playing soccer and baseball. So I would encourage you to, if there's any way possible, to keep the Lang Park open for pickleball play as it is with the quiet paddles and the restricted times. That would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Evening, Council. Lance Polster. I just didn't get a chance last time we had this item up to speak, and so many people, I just didn't think it was necessary, but I really do think it's an important item. We have a new sport that everybody seems to enjoy. The benefits are clear. I just want to add a couple of points that I live across the street from the Molten Meadow tennis courts. And I have to tell you, I walk on a fairly regular basis through the park. I very rarely see tennis being played there. I see other things going on. Tonight, I happen to see a kid with his bike and his dog, and they were playing around on the tennis courts. There's not a lot of use for those tennis courts. I am not an expert, so please, anybody who disagrees and has some kind of study, I'll listen to it. But when I look out, I don't see. I see lights on at night and nobody there. Lights for the courts is a huge benefit. You can now play during the winter hours much later. We don't have any lighted courts in Laguna Beach. It would be wonderful if those courts could be used and the neighbors would not be upset with it. I've talked to a couple of my neighbors. One was a bit concerned. I know has some issues because he works from home. Another one had no problem at all. So maybe, and I look at it and I think that they are about 100 feet away. Mark, I don't remember the number that you used for a distance to be beneficial, but if you put those those sound acoustic panels on those courts and just tried it for a few months, I think it might be a great replacement. And, certainly as easy to get to as Alta Laguna, maybe not Lang, and Lang is wonderful because it's just so much easier. But I will say that I think a trial basis there, maybe take half of the courts and make 3 courts out of them or 2 courts out of them, just like we did in Alta Laguna for a few of the tennis courts and just like we did in the beginning at Lang. If you do the movable tennis and movable pickleball nets, you can just see how it's used and, do a little bit of a review on that. So anyway, I just think it's worth a shot for Molten Meadows to be maybe one of the answers. parking, there is no parking lot, but there's a lot of parking on the street. Anyway, I think that it's an option. Thank you.
Thanks, Lance.
Hello, everybody. See you again. And I'm obviously here to.
Susanna, can you move the microphone down a
I'm
little
not
bit?
that tall, sorry.
Yeah, there you go.
I'll try not to spit into it. Okay. I'd just like to talk about the suggestions and hello, everybody. And all the residents are still here with me. They have given up, but I haven't, to how to stop the noise. I appreciate that all the work that Mike and Alexis have done. They've done an excellent job on all the research, but it still comes down to even if they're shortened, I mean, we're still suffering what our agony is going to be shortened by a few hours. You know, so to shorten the hours, I see is not feasible. And I also see that to get the pickleball players to all use those quiet paddles, which are only quiet in a certain, if they're used in a certain way. And I would have loved to have been asked to join in to listen, because I have my meter, as you all know. I've been measuring those courts for 5 years and being miserable. And they're all definitely over 68, even with the noise LSA's memorandum. And require all players to use the court, to use the quiet paddles. I don't think that they all will. They say they would because they want to reserve that wonderful little court for themselves, and I understand that. But even if they go the quiet paddles, they do thud, but it's still a noise, and we're still hearing it, and it's still annoying, and you can't do that because the city noise ordinance, our own city noise ordinance, that's still excessive noise, and we're supposed to be living in peace and quiet in our homes, and we wouldn't be even with quiet paddles. And the pops per minute go up to, we're listening to 24,300 pops per day. This is on an average. They have this new thing where they do pops per minute across the country, and that's an average of 15 to 20 pops, whether it's a pop or a thud. It's really annoying, and it is against this California Civil Code 3480, again, which you just can't, we have to be protected from excessive noise. So popping or thudding, it's all the same, and the screams. So even if it's short, we're going to hear the screaming and the shouting, and those people don't realize that we're right across there listening to them. And so there's no peace. And I'm glad you said you might get some staff to actually be able to lock those gates, because I do not want to be the pickleball police. I am the first one who hears it. I see them, and I do not want to, and I've had to call the police 3 times to escort these wonderful players off the court because they're so crazy about their sport. And with the other, if you find the other alternatives where they are away from noise, I mean, away from residents, they can enjoy playing with their hard paddles like they love, and they won't bother anybody. So please find another location and get these courts closed like the mayor promised 2 years ago to find the permanent solution. I'm sorry, when he was the mayor, sorry, to permanent solution and move the courts, because pickleball does not belong 25 feet from anybody's residence. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Okay, I have one hand on, oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Didn't come here to speak on this issue. I came here for something else. My name's Roger. I work in healthcare and I'll call myself an expert in fitness and physical conditioning and orthopedics. And I am a aspiring pickleball player, much like Councilman George. I just don't find the time to do it. But I would absolutely do anything you can do to encourage, especially our seniors, to get outside, to exercise, to increase their socialization. It's going to make them happier. It's going to increase their longevity. And maybe even those that are stuck in the house behind their TVs, they should get out and give pickleball a try. And one day, maybe I'll take up a game, George, and I'll find the time. That's it. And I'll be back to talk about something.
Okay, we have anybody, oh, Lynn, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lynn Epstein, and through the city, I have found pickleball because you all give pickleball lessons. So y'all are creating a population of pickleball players. So there is a housing issue, but there's also a housing issue for us, right? So there's now youth pickleball. So now you're going to have more players. So it really has to be part of the city plan in the future and development to figure out where you're going to house this new population of people that you're creating, and we love it. You know, it's a great community. And as Claudia mentioned, the Lang population is a little bit different than the Alta. And you also have to think about, you're asking now about at least 50 players, you know, there's about 100, but we'll say like 50. Now they're going to go drive up to Alta. Okay, I go there from time to time in between the hikers, the parkers, the people that play tennis, and the people that play pickleball. There's a lot of parking problems. I mean, you know, the residents are probably a little impacted, but it's Laguna Beach. Believe me, I'm a senior citizen. I rent near downtown. There's supposedly ordinances downtown, but please, I hear the promenade, I hear everybody from the beach, but that's part of living in Laguna. There's some pros and there's some cons, but there's so many pros that I'm willing to put up with a lot of noise, and the beeping I hear all the time. They used to get rid of the trolley beeping because they would just dingle, dingle, dingle for no reason, right? So there's a lot of noise in Laguna because we're not a beach town anymore. We're a city. We're a beach city. So there is ambient noise everywhere. So I was thinking there's space between that apartment wall and the fence. So maybe adding another like brick divider or a shrubbery that can add another element of noise reduction. So there is space. So perhaps you can, because that's used for like freeways as, you know, a noise reduction material. So maybe you can add another layer. I don't know how you figured out the hours, but sure, we'll do reduced hours. We will use the other paddles. And the other idea is maybe sending all of those lessons that are Wednesdays and Fridays indoors, and let the few people that will play outdoors, because it's going to be less people. But you have a regularly scheduled amount of people that will always be coming out for those lessons. So maybe they go in the gym. It's an already automatic reduction because you guys make the rules on that one. So that's it. So please consider those solutions before you say no.
Okay.
All together.
Thank you, Lynn. Okay. Anybody else want to speak? Okay. Okay, I have two hands raised. We'll start with Jacob.
You're unmuted, Jacob.
Thank you. Well, I play sports, but not pickleball. And I don't live near any of these courts. But it just seems to me, as what I've been seeing over recent years in this kind of push and pull about this, and maybe I missed it, but it seems like the Lang Park, how close the courts are to the dwellings makes it a different situation. And I heard somebody say 25 feet, and so maybe maybe it's a different number, but to listen to. My heart goes out to the people that are living next door to this, because pickleball is not, swinging a racket that has a net of it on it, and with the soft ball, you've got a hard plastic ball, you have a paddle, and if it's mitigated, I don't know how much it really improves, but and there's no question but that the pickleball players they're avid, to say the least. And but this is really a quality of life issue that I'm sure you're taking into account, because to listen to people playing, knocking that ball around onto a hard surface, using a hard surface with a hard surface ball for hours at a time. It's not like a transient sound, that comes and goes. This is something that goes on hour after hour after hour. So again, I don't have really a dog in this fight, and but just from what I've seen, these people, they were there before these courts went in, before the pickleball courts went in. I doubt that they complained about the tennis courts. It's a different kind of activity with a different sound, and even the excitement that the pickleball players have. Maybe it's because they're closer together, they're playing doubles and all that. No, I guess I'm just, you know, and I'm sure you're going to consider it. This is, this is a hard choices to make, but I think you have to respect the quality of life of these people that are so close to these courts. Anyways, thank you for listening to me.
Okay, you guys. No clapping in here.
Caller with phone caller, ending 2400 *6 to unmute.
Hi, this is Christy Miller. First, Mayor Kemp and council members, thank you for all that you do for our city. We really do appreciate it. I wanted to share some key data points with you as you make this very important decision tonight. Until noon at both Alta and Lang, a player must put their paddle in a slot and wait for their turn. 4 players play, game is over, 4 new ones come in, so on. And that goes until noon. From noon to dusk, you can come with your own group and wait, and then you can play for an hour. These days, especially at Lang, you're waiting 45 minutes on a good day. Sometimes there's so many groups in front of you that you don't get to play at all. And forget Thursdays. Unlike that sweet girl said, it's actually not true. There are 3 classes given on Wednesdays, 2 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon, and 3 classes also on Thursdays from 1:30 to 4:30. And in looking at your site right now, it shows that every one of them are full, and some of them have waiting lists, even though the Wednesday classes started on January 10th, and the Thursday classes started on January 11th. So there's also a difference in players' skill sets. So the more advanced players tend to play at Alta, while the beginners and intermediate players tend to play at Lang. If you limit the hours at Lang, then people will, of course, go up to Alta, and that can cause a problem because sometimes the more advanced players, understandably so, do get frustrated because the game, if you play like with me, maybe the game will be over sooner than they would have liked and not as competitive, and it tends not to be as much fun. So having Mark's classes, if you're going to reduce the days and the time, that he takes up a big chunk because as I said, he has Wednesdays and Thursdays, and then he teaches private classes on Fridays. And I've been there several times where he's not there, but his players are still on the court in between him teaching classes. So that's something to consider. You've read my email regarding, I'm not going to go into what I've said about Lang neighbors. You guys know that better than I do, but I would like to see no reduction at Lang Park. Dusk comes early anyway, and if no matter what, you stop offering all types of pickleball beginning classes through the rec department, because you're building this significant group with no place to play. And then I would suggest that all classes of Mark's play at the rec center at St. Catharines. And then you've got my notes, add some more pickleball courts and maybe some more courts at Alta. If you do limit the hours at Lang, please do designate 1 court at Alta for beginners and intermediate. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Okay, thank you. I'll close the public hearing now. We'll go back to council comments. Who would like to start?
I'll start. I think the gentleman made a good comment about opening up a court at Molten Meadows. I believe that distance is more than 200 feet, especially if you use the court that's more toward the open space. Why wasn't that looked at, Michael? Or is it something that, I know we talked about Bluebird last time, and that's 200 feet from, but it's a canyon.
Yes, so Councilmember Weiss, we didn't look at conversion of one of the 2 tennis courts at Molten, primarily because it's a smaller facility. There are only 2 courts. There was also concern at that location about the proximity to the residences. I don't know the exact distance from the far court to the nearest home. That's the primary reason we're looking to use that same facility, but to place new courts kind of further away from the residences in the corner of the park and in an area that wouldn't impact existing recreational activities at that location.
It's a kind of a conundrum to me because you've got courts that are 25 feet from residents and you're saying that the one at Molten Meadows that we can convert and be full-time is too close to residents. So I don't understand that at all. I think it's 200 feet away and I've walked my dog there a lot over the years and it's hardly used and it does have lights. So it has a benefit of being open a little bit more. And I think that should be on the list and could provide an excellent alternative to Lang Park. I'm not opposed to looking at Lang Park as having another court at Lang Park that's specifically made for pickleball at the corner. To the gentleman's point about the T-ball, I'm not sure if that would really impact that. There is also a possibility of removing the existing tennis courts entirely and then mitigating that as well, which we haven't discussed. But I do at the bottom feel, and I know we had 10 or more people, 12 people who were supporting pickleball. There's hundreds of you, I understand that. And I want you to be happy. I do. I may see you on the court, which, but at the same time, we have to recognize that is just too close to a building, too close to a resident. And if you don't believe that, something's wrong, I think, just this is reasonable. That's all. Just like I wouldn't want somebody blasting a car horn, even though it's under the decibel all day at my house, even though it doesn't violate any city ordinance. I'm for a compromise solution that either makes everybody happy or nobody happy. Maybe it's both. But for more pickleball, I'm for that. I want to satisfy the demand, but appropriately.
Who wants to speak? Go next. Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, so I think when we're looking at solutions here, it's important to really step back and think what's the problem that we're trying to solve for here. And to me, I think, as this conversation has gone on, there's sort of what I would say two buckets of problems that are kind of at play. On one side, we have this demand for pickleball in our community, and I think we need more pickleball courts in general. That's clear. But really, in my view, I don't think that's what today is about. Hypothetically, I could wave a magic wand, somehow get through the CEQA process, the procurement process for building new courts. And unless we did it at Lang Park, which I think there are huge issues on the grassy area at Lang Park. I mean, that's where I learned how to play soccer. But also, just as the gentleman said, it's really an iconic location. So I think even if we could wave a magic wand and make new courts happen at Alta or Molten tomorrow, we still have the problem that we haven't solved for is South Laguna residents and pickleball. And so to me, that's really what this is all about. At the same time, as we look at the problem of South Laguna residents' access to pickleball, we have to try to solve for the neighbors. And I have a lot of empathy for what the neighbors have, the impact that it has been on them. And I've really done my best to try to come up with a solution that can achieve both of those goals. But sometimes when we look at problems like this, you have to make trade-offs, right? And so as I look at this issue, I think, so then there's the unintended consequences of other problems that we could create or worsen as we're trying to solve for this problem. So today, the Surgeon General of the United States has talked a lot about how we kind of have an epidemic of loneliness in this country. I think he compared it to smoking 15 cigarettes a day or something along those lines. It's really a huge problem in that people are just lonely and disconnected from each other. And so actually today, someone sent me an article in Pickleball. It's some Pickleball magazine where the Surgeon General, and I'll find the quote. It's called A Prescription for Connection. And this is from Dr. Murthy, the Surgeon General of the United States. Pickleball has tapped into something that we've known for a long time, but need to be reminded of. Meeting up in person, getting some exercise, and playing a sport, whether you're a child or an adult. These are all part of what it means to be human. We need connection and time with others to thrive, just as we need food and water. Again, that really does resonate with me. And but at the same time, so does the issues that we have with the neighbors there. So, as I said at the last meeting, I think I'm not in support of getting rid of the pickleball for South Laguna residents, because that's what we would effectively be doing. I would like to look at, kind of hear my colleagues' thoughts on the hours, but I think given what, Christy Miller and so many of the other people were talking about, there's such high demand. To me, the best solution here is how can we mitigate the noise? And I'm very excited about the new technology that's coming forward. I think in a couple of years, this is something where there's people who are spending a lot of time and money on how can we develop pickleball paddles in a way that minimize noise, where in 2 years, you could have everyone with new paddles that don't have a noise impact. I don't know, but that's exciting. But I would be in favor of, I spoke to Todd Cottle, who presented before us a couple months ago from CNC Development, and he's involved with National Church Residences, which is the owner of this property. And I talked to him about the idea of them installing like double or triple pane windows to help mitigate the noise, and that was something they were absolutely open to. So I would like to, that would be something that I would push for here, because I think that actually really solves the problems at hand and keeps this really important amenity for South Laguna residents. So I'm interested to hear what my colleagues think.
Go ahead.
I do agree with you, Alex, as far as the triple pane windows. I think that would go a long way, but it sounds like unless you know something that I don't know, Michael, that I'm one of the few people that have actually witnessed the sound coming off of the new paddles, myself and Mayor Kemp. Do you know anybody else?
I was there. I tested the paddles.
Okay.
I believe, yes, Councilmember Orgo, the three of you came out to hear the paddles being tested.
But none of the adjacent neighbors were witnessed it, or were.
I don't believe so. I wasn't at all the tests, but no, I don't believe the neighbors were invited or came out.
So it was significant to me.
Mhm.
And before we got into limiting hours or getting too far ahead of ourselves, I would almost recommend starting with the new paddles for a month and seeing what happens. And unless you have a different opinion, Michael, but I mean, some of it was almost not audible to me when I was there. I think you remember I kept trying to listen when you were on the phone. Do you have a different opinion? Were you able to pick up on something that I wasn't that day?
Councilmember Orgel, I believe your assessment is correct. I mean, you did ask at the time, are they playing? And my answer was yes, they are playing, but it wasn't audible from the location we were standing in.
Right. And I was right out in front of Susan's apartment. So that's my recommendation, that we try the new paddles for a month or two, and then we talk about the different times. Because why are we going to be limiting times if there's a problem that doesn't exist? And I also think that we should aggressively move forward with the double pane glass.
Okay, thank you. Bob?
Well, I would, it's pretty clear there's going to be 3 votes to move ahead with something like the staff recommendation. I still don't think it's the right location for pickleball. If you were starting fresh, you would never put them there 25 feet from a residence. If I imagine an empty lot next door to your house with a 3 pickleball courts there all day, 7 days a week, none of us would go for that. You just wouldn't. But assuming that there is going to be support for this, I think I would absolutely support the reduced hours. There's more than just paddle noise. There's other noise associated with the playing that we've heard. I did like the idea of that one of the speakers had, that if we're going to leave it there, can we look at a sound wall of some kind that might reduce noise further? I also would like to, one thing we should look at is I think we should move ahead with looking at some alternative locations now. It's pretty clear you don't have to study in a master plan whether there's demand for something. There's a lot of demand for pickleball. I think we can accept that as a given. We ought to move ahead and analyze some locations. I'd be interested in terms of the South Laguna perspective. There's a lot of room at the far back of the inland side of the Aliso Beach parking lot. And, I think we ought to look at that as an alternative. I really liked Lance's suggestion. I think we ought to look at Moulton as, at least on a trial basis, for converting one of those courts, and it's got the lights. I really like that idea. I share George's view. You know, if 200 feet is too close, well, 25 feet is way too close. So let's try the 200 and see what works up there. The other thing, though, I wonder if people are really hell-bent on keeping things long-term at Lang, and I do agree with Jim Sadler. I don't think you want to put it over on the field, but how far away would it be? I think it would be worth looking at. There's the play lot there, the playground that, you have the tennis court, and then you have this sort of in nothing area, and then you have the playground. I mean, what if you flipped and moved the courts over there and put the playground next to the what would that be better? Would that really help mitigate things? But so those would be my suggestions there. Also, I don't know what staff thinks, but it does seem logical to me with all the demand for play, open play, is there a problem with moving all of our teaching indoors? I mean, I grew up back east. We did everything indoors for 9 months out of the year. Volleyball, whatever it was, badminton, basketball. Is there an issue with that from staff's perspective?
That's something that can definitely be researched and looked into. Some of the afternoon times, we have programs already with the youth at the gym. So the afternoon time slot wouldn't work, but we could definitely look into the morning times as an option.
Okay. Those are my thoughts.
Is that the Lang Park gym that you're referring to?
St. Catherine.
No, the new community and recreation
That's
center,
what I
former St.
thought.
Catherine.
So what
property.
about the Lang Park gym? I've been through it several times when I meet Michael out there, and it seems like it's underutilized.
It has city classes in the mornings, some days a week as well. And the Boys and Girls Club utilize it in the afternoon, and the Annalise School is right there too. It's not lined, but that's another option of a solution that we can look into as well.
What are the programs that are using it now? I mean, are they sports programs or?
Classes, stuff like
Yeah.
that.
It's like Zumba and
Mhm.
modern dance and ballet for
Okay.
adults.
Yeah, well, a couple of things. One is I did do the quiet paddle testing. It's significantly quieter. And I think it plays fine too, because we had another kind of scheme that we tested where you put a sleeve over the racket itself. It made the racket heavy. It wasn't a good solution. But it definitely was quieter. And if you play with also the quieter balls, it knocks down the noise a lot. So there's that. In terms of the wall and stuff, we looked at, could we extend the fence, and for structural integrity purposes, we couldn't do that because if it gets too high and it's windy, then you could have a problem with the fence toppling over. There is a stucco wall behind there, which is kind of I don't know, how tall would you say it is, 6 feet or something? I can't see over it. I know that. So probably 6 feet. Yeah. And I can't jump that high anymore either. So you couldn't, I don't know if you could put an additional wall back there. I don't really know. As far as teaching, I talked to Mark, the instructor, about teaching at St. Catherine's, and we only have like a couple hours, right? 2.5 hours every certain days for indoor pickleball, right?
Indoor pickleball is Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from 8:30 to 11.
Yeah, okay. So 3 hours. So I asked him about that. He said, I don't really want to teach indoors. He didn't like that idea. I don't know. I kind of like Bob. I grew up playing tennis inside indoor facilities, playing tennis too. I don't support doing it at Moulton for this reason. I live up there. I see what goes on up there all day long. I walk my dog there every day. I drive by there all hours of the day and night. They do have lights. They leave those lights on all the time. I don't know why. And it's been one thing I've been wanting to talk to you guys about is the lights are often on there when no one's playing. And I do think, and there are parking problems up there because people park on the right side as you're going down the hill on the right side, and there's always people parked there. I don't think that's a good idea, and I think you'll just get people agitated up there if you do that. I do think the modified hours are a good idea. You can't just, so there's so much demand. So I went up to Alta, I don't know, the last couple of weekends, whenever it wasn't raining, I went up there. Packed. There were so many people waiting. There were a lot of young people playing, and I was watching, and then I walked around the park and I came back and watched some more. That's kind of what I've been doing. And, you know, we need way more courts. We're not even close to having enough to meet the demand. And it's not just a, you know, retiree sport anymore. It's a sport for everybody, and everybody's playing. So I do think we need to figure out where we can add more courts that make sense. But I wouldn't put it up at Moulton. I think you're just going to have a big problem up there. I do think what Bob recommended down at Aliso would be a good idea, on that we have that big grassy area down there. It doesn't really get used for anything that I can tell. Every once in a while, we have some kind of small event there, but that might be a good, and there is parking down there. So that might be a good place to look as well. I do think, you know, I agree with Mark in a way that why would we limit the hours if we have quiet equipment? And I agree with that. But what I don't want to do is in a month have another one of these meetings. I don't think anybody does. I really don't. So I'd like to get to some kind of, you know, agreement. I think if we limit the hours per the staff report, that's pretty good. And if you could try to get Mark to teach inside, I don't think he's going to like it. I don't know if people will sign up for it or not. I mean, you could try that, but then the hours, the good thing about having Mark teach outside is he's going to be required to use the quiet paddles. And he uses those courts on Wednesdays and Fridays is when he teaches his classes. So he's going to be using quiet paddles. If the courts are open there, hopefully people will use the quiet paddles, but you may not get everybody. So I mean, I think it's better to have him teach his classes there from a noise point of view, almost. Now you guys procured, you got like 50 paddles at cost, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's what, $109 a paddle or something like that?
Correct.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, Mayor, we haven't purchased them, but
yeah,
we got a quote.
You got a quote, you
Yes.
got a, yeah, okay. So, yeah, so that's pretty good, actually. And we got 50 of them, so we could sell them to residents. First come, first serve. You have to show your proof of residence or something. You know, we're not going to give that to people who might come from out of town. But anyway, that's kind of my thoughts. Go ahead,
Can
Al.
I ask a question? Kind of
Yeah,
related?
go
So,
ahead.
I mean, I agree. I don't want to have, you know, every 3 months we have another pickleball meeting, even though I like seeing all of you from all sides of this. But when is the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, when is that coming to us? And I'll get to why I'm asking in a
A long
second.
time away.
Councilmember Nagy, I believe it's currently scheduled to come to your second meeting in February for approval of the contract.
Oh, so for the scope of work, the scope of work will be set for our approval in next month.
To award the contract in February, correct?
And but part of that would be the scope of work, right? We'd be approving the scope of work.
As I understand it, we've gone to bid. Help me out.
Sure. So this one's a little more complex. So there was a playground master plan that you approved a contract for. That process was getting started, and after additional consultation with Public Works, who was overseeing that plan, we decided to combine the scopes so that we weren't duplicating efforts. So we will come back to you in February with a combined playground and Parks and Recreation master plan for award. And that'll be your second meeting in February, and then work could commence shortly after that.
Pardon me, is it an award to approve the RFP or to award a contract pursuant to the issued RFP?
It would be to award a contract pursuant to the RFP, which has been reissued and is currently out on the street.
Thank you.
But hypothetically, when that comes before us, we could provide direction to staff on amending the contract with revising the scope.
You can issue a change order before you issue the
Right?
contract.
I mean, because I think what we're talking about up here is, I think Bob had good suggestions about how we look at other courts. And so I have the same concern that Mark does about limiting the hours without, because especially with all these advances in the new paddles. So I would prefer that we approve the staff recommendations except for the recommendations related to the reduced hours. And then we add recommended action to direct staff to work with the property owner to install double and or triple pane windows for any of the neighbors who want it, and explore other feasible sound mitigations with the property owner, including a wall and other things like that. But that would be my recommendation, because I think we'd be in the same situation again, Mayor, if we reduce the hours now and then hypothetically in 2 years it wasn't an issue, we'd still have to come back. So that would be my recommendation based on kind of what Mark was saying.
Or we could establish a goal. And what I mean, so you had the reduced hours, right? And we also have the new paddles. So your goal was to, with the new paddles, was just to reduce the the noise. And the reduced hours was in the event that there is noise, just to minimize the hours that there was noise, correct?
That's correct, Councilmember Ward.
So I would say we could put as part of the motion that if we could leave it up to Michael at his discretion, that in a month or two, if he thought that the goal was achieved, then it could just go as is. And then if he needed to reduce the number of hours to meet his goal, right? If it ended up that just the paddles alone weren't enough, then he could use his own discretion to implement the limited hours.
Hold on a second. Sean, did you have something?
I just want to make sure that I don't know how many windows that is. I don't know what they cost. I want you to know what I'm doing before I do it. Once you know what I'm doing, what the estimated cost is, I would beg you for discretion to exercise it. But as we sit here now,
Okay.
I have no idea what the scope of that project is.
Yeah,
Interest, I understand. I don't understand. Are there 20 windows? Are there 80 windows? We certainly didn't budget for this. So I hate to get caught up in the bureaucratic necessities of it, but we can go scope that project. We can develop an estimated costs. But I would want to return to you for disclosing what the parameters, scope of that interest is.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, I think people will take advantage of the triple plane they'll come out of the 15 people. They signed a petition along with Susanna some time ago. And I'm sure all of them will take advantage of that. So those were the numbers that we've received some time ago. I think Molten Meadows is an excellent site. It's 200 feet at least from the housing nearby, and it's not well used. Should be an immediate impact to pickleballers because it's another site to go to. I do believe in reducing the hours until you can get a control of the noise. And this is optional. This is not, the owl paddles are optional. People don't have to use them. They don't have to use the balls that are less noisy as well. So I really don't see that as mitigating this on any real basis because it's not enforceable. And we shouldn't have pickleball courts 25 feet. The recommendation is 250 to 500 feet. And that's what the national standard is. So we should meet that standard, but still increase pickleball opportunities at Lang Park, at Molten Meadows, and at other locations where we can find them. As Bob mentioned one of them, and I think that one should be looked at as well. So that's what I would support.
So Mark, where are you with my motion?
I would be okay with that. I think that I would leave out for now the windows until we really see what the impact is. I thought that we could make the new paddles mandatory at that site. Can we not?
So Councilmember Orgill, what we've included in the staff report is that we would make them mandatory for all city-sponsored classes because we can direct the instructor that he needs to use those during the class, and we would provide them to everyone in those classes. Lang Park is not a staffed park. We don't have a recreation staff member there watching all the activity there. So what we noted in the staff report is it would be difficult to enforce on a continual basis. We would post signage. We would highly encourage and promote the use of the quiet paddles, but we would not be able to ensure 100% compliance.
So if we kept the classes there, Mark, I guess is the gentleman's name, right? The instructor. wouldn't that make it more likely that he could help pass the word around that the paddles are supposed to be used and people need to keep their noise levels down just as far as their screaming and yelling, whatever it is that they're doing?
Yeah, he
If
had-
we do keep the classes there instead of making them somewhere else, then that would be a kind of a form of not policing, but influencing compliance.
Yeah, everybody up there knows Mark. Mark's there all the time. Everybody knows him.
Well, he's only there 2 days a week anyway. First of all, on exploring additional sound attenuation possibilities, I support Alex's motion on that. I mean, staff can come back. We can just give them direction to go explore additional sound attenuation alternatives there, including a sound wall, the windows in particular. I think, you know, we had a number of the pickleball players come up. I thought they were magnanimous in saying that while they might not have choose it, they were willing to accept the compromise. I will vote against any motion that includes the current hours. I think the compromise is a good one and it ought to be implemented, and we ought to pursue the town sound attenuation. And I think we ought to try Moulton out for immediate relief. I can't hear the pickleball players saying there's just, you know, unmet demand out there. So anyway, I will vote against any motion that includes the current hours. I would support your, Bob, and what you've outlined. So if you want.
Moulton would be immediate, Bob? They would just restripe it
Well,
and do
probably,
whatever they have to do?
however, the staff would have to. They've done it before. I don't know how long it takes. You've converted them at Alta.
Mayor, Councilmember Whalen, I don't believe that there is CEQA analysis for pickleball courts at Moulton on the 2 existing courts. So that would have to be folded into the last recommendation as to what direction, as to alternative locations you'd like to consider.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if I could add to that, particularly that location, because there are lights, it would be a different situation than we have at any of the other pickleball courts, which are not lighted. So to the city attorney's point, yeah, there's a different timeline for the actual conversion of the court. We would have to go through a CEQA process first.
Okay. Appreciate that.
Okay, do we have what's happening with the motion?
I think I had a motion, but I don't know if anyone seconded it.
Okay.
One
was the
quick
motion?
question, Megan, in order to proceed with that CEQA process, you would actually have to define the hours that it's utilized, correct? Lights or no lights?
For Moulton in particular, yes, I think the scope of the use is part of the use of if however lights are going to be used, and that's going to increase the use of the light, the intensity of the use currently at Moulton, that needs to be part of the analysis for CEQA purposes.
I don't think we'd increase it, but it would be what it is today, based on the tennis players.
Okay, okay. Mark, you have a motion?
Well, I would be okay doing what Bob recommended. We would just have to wait longer for the Moulton CEQA. And if he feels strongly about the limited hours, I could. And if we don't have any way to police the owl paddles, you know, I would be okay with that. So he talked about pursuing the sound attenuation.
Yeah.
Options. Bob had said that is that correct, Bob?
Well, it's Alex's motion, but I think it's items 1 through 4, plus you're adding a 5th one, right? On sound attenuation.
Yes.
Yes, that's right.
My motion was not to do 1, which I think you disagreed
Not
with,
to do
Bob.
1. Okay.
But
Then we should bifurcate it.
I'm trying to understand what does Moulton have to do with this? So we talking about replacing the court, or what are we talking about?
It would be added capacity
Added
when you're reducing Lang Park.
Got it. For the reduction in the hours, this would be
Yeah.
what you would view as
Yeah,
a
and it
compensation.
may be a permanent location
I see what you're
eventually.
saying. Yeah, I would still, so Mark, with the hours you want to reduce the hours?
They would be.
Well,
the
we
same
could
numbers that you have a tennis right
Okay,
now.
wait, let Mark
Change.
do.
I'm hoping that we can at some point, you know, it's really going to be up to the players to, you know, help encourage everybody to use the new paddles. But ultimately, if Lang Park courts if people are using the paddles, and then if the noise is significantly reduced, then I think ultimately we could take the hours, keep the hours the way they are.
Keep them now where they are. Or you're saying later?
Later, keep later.
So you're comfortable with the staff recommendation for the hours?
Yes, as a compromise, I am.
Would you be, as another compromise, would you be comfortable with changing? I think someone made the comment about Sunday from 9 a.m. to 1. What if we didn't?
That was on my list. I would suggest that we extend the Sunday.
Okay, so what I would do is I'd make a motion to modify the staff recommendation for number 1 to make that Sunday to dusk. And then I would also and then add a 5th recommended action to direct staff to work with the property owner on sound mitigation efforts, including but not limited to, double or triple pane windows. And then, so that would be, and I think we bifurcate it like you were saying. So that'd be my motion.
Well,
Well, is
I think
Molten
another,
voted?
yeah, and I think we should have a sign up there on the court that said this is a quiet paddle court. And we'll see if we can get more and
Yeah,
more
that
people.
was part of what we intended,
Okay.
signage at the court as
That's
well
good.
as outreach.
And
to the
then
community.
some process for people to get these paddles. I don't know what the process should be, but we need to have a process for it.
Could you repeat your motion, please?
So my motion is to modify staff recommendation 1.
Okay.
So we'd still be reducing the hours, but instead of all the recommendations, we would make Sunday, we'd do 9 a.m. to dusk as
Okay.
opposed to 1 p.m. And then I'd add a 5th action that says direct staff to work with the property owner of, with National Church Residences on sound mitigation efforts, including but not limited to double and triple pane windows. That would be my motion.
Okay, so you're not including Molten at all.
Well, I think we're going to do that next.
Pardon me?
I think we're bifurcating it, right?
Okay, so we're going to make another motion
Yeah.
on that. Okay.
Well, to clarify that,
Just, go ahead, Mark.
the sound mitigation efforts, meaning the double pane windows. To me, it's a bit a cart before the horse, and I guess staff could look at this. If you don't really know what you're mitigating, because we don't know the impact of these new paddles, you need to know the impact of the paddles, the new sound.
So you want to take that out?
No, I'm just telling you logically how it's going to turn out.
You won't know that until all paddles are, all paddles and quiet. If they're a mixture, then sometimes it's noisier than others. How do you know?
I agree. And that's why ultimately, if the players can't convince themselves and deal with the community, then we're going to have to be more restrictive
But
and
how do you note that that's happened?
trial and error.
Well, I understand, but who's monitoring that? Is that Michael going to go out there on certain days of the week and randomly to measure the sound and see if the all paddles are being used?
It's
That's
my opinion that it is going to take further monitoring.
Yeah.
I just don't think we're going to be able to make a decision here this evening that is
Yeah.
going to solve all of the issues.
So
I
how would
agree.
do you want to modify my motion, Mark, or how do you?
Well, I think we could go with the motion, just understanding that the staff's going to need more information on the discussions that they're going to have with the property owner, the management company that manage those apartments. So
do you
they
want-
could come back to us at some later date and say, well, this is what the owner is willing to allow us to do. And then at that same time, we might be able to identify the properties that are still impacted and also how successful the new paddles are being, and make a determination on what units or how many units would actually need to be mitigated.
Okay.
Okay.
So is that a second to the motion?
I'll
I
second.
think we need clarification though on item 4, because we have to select one or more potential sites and direct staff to proceed with environmental analysis. So I had suggested the inland side of Aliso Beach Park, Alta, we're going to include Alta, I assume, and Molten.
Well, once again, I'm just going to say, I wouldn't do Molten for a number of reasons. One, we're going to get the same issue. And secondly, it's going to take tennis courts away from people. And that's why we didn't suggest converting one at Alta.
I'm sorry, the staff recommendation was not to, they're at the opposite end of Molten. That's their recommendation for alternative pickleball locations that they would study.
Oh,
You're not talking about the court conversions?
Not right now.
Okay, I'm
no.
good with that.
So I would amend my motion to add SQL analysis for the sites that Bob referenced.
That's Molten.
Molten, Alta Laguna, and Aliso
Alta-
Beach.
Okay.
Mayor, if I could just clarify to make sure we have the requests.
Gee, why would you be
Yeah,
confused?
why would?
So in the staff report, we had 4 locations that were noted for SQL analysis, one being a new location, new courts at the far end of Molten Meadows. Are you requesting that that be studied or a conversion of one of the existing 2 tennis courts at Molten, or both?
The north end of Molten.
New
the far
courts at
end.
the north end of the
Yeah.
park. So leaving the existing tennis courts in their current configuration.
Yeah.
Okay. And then in terms of Alta Laguna Park, did you want us to look at both alternatives, conversion of a 3rd tennis court at Alta Laguna and a new court, or only the new court option?
New court.
Okay.
That's my understanding. I thought we were going to convert the Molten Meadows existing because that's going to, building a new court at Molten Meadows is going to take a long time and money. And you're also looking at this courts possibly at Lang and also a new court up at Alta Laguna. At the same time, looking one at the beach. So I can't support one if doesn't open new opportunity at Molten where there's very little tennis use.
Well, let's,
Sorry.
they're going to be doing Alta anyway. Why don't they just study both? The
Yeah,
conversion and the new, right?
that's fine.
They're going to be up there. So in other words, what staff has here, Molten, Alta 1, Alta 2, and then Aliso Beach.
Mayor, if I could just clarify one more time. So then the reason I ask is because if you're looking to study more than 4 alternatives, we would need additional budget.
What if all these options that can come back with the scope of work when we bring the Parks and Recreation master plan, so that way you can get the scope, you can figure out what the pricing is, bring that back to us. I think that might be the simplest solution to move forward. What do my colleagues think?
That makes sense.
I think
it
we're
would be
just
the
at 4.
simplest
We dropped out Lang.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
we're at 4.
So we're good.
What am I missing?
You added Aliso?
We added Aliso, we took out Lang because we didn't like the idea of relocating to the other end of the park. So are we?
Close enough,
Yeah, okay.
close enough.
Thank you.
Okay, is that a friendly amendment?
That's that's as friendly as it can be.
It is very friendly, I will accept a friendly amendment.
Okay, I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, that's 5-0. Okay, we're going to take a break until 7:30.
Interesting
Okay, we're going to reconvene here. Okay, next item is item number 10. This is the Promenade on Forest Avenue concept review and approval. And we are going to start with a staff report from Tom Perez and RRM.
Scott Neiman, correct, yeah.
Thanks.
Uh,
It's been a while, so I forgot your name. Sorry, Scott. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor Kemp and fellow city council members. So just to reintroduce myself, Tom Perez, the project manager for the city. And with me, I have our design consultant, RRM, Scott Neiman, who is our landscape architect. So the item tonight is the Promenade on Forest concept review and approval. So just to provide a brief background and start out a little in reverse from what we typically do, just want to remind the recommended action tonight is to select a concept for staff to proceed with the design and to also be able to provide input to staff, and we'll take that input into the next phase. So that is the item before us tonight. And so just a brief history, the Promenade was originally created in 2020 in response to the COVID. Following the start of the Promenade, contract was awarded to RRM to provide a preliminary design. So that scope included public outreach, creation of the two concepts that we'll be sharing tonight, preliminary engineering, and entitlements. Entitlements being design review and CDP. Then in June of 2022, we presented the Promenade Program Plan to the City Council, and that program plan was adopted and set the basis for future design of the Promenade. In July of 2023, the two concepts that are being presented tonight were presented to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission voted to recommend the forest stroll option for consideration of the City Council. More recently, in November of 2023, the temporary program was extended through January 2027. Just to touch briefly on the public outreach efforts that have been performed and which have led to where we're at today. Initially, there were focused outreach meetings, which were conducted with the business owners that were along the Promenade. It included interviews with council members, planning commissioners, the various city functions, so maintenance, police, fire, and so on. And then we've also conducted meetings with Coastal Commission staff and received their input, things for us to consider through the process and for the coastal development permitting. The program plan, as I mentioned, was approved in June of 2022. That set the basis for what elements we should incorporate, outdoor dining, square footages, things of that nature. So that really set the basis for the design. In August and October of 2022, we conducted a public survey that was done online, and also hard copies were placed throughout the city buildings at public counters. There were over 2,000 survey responses received. Those were very detailed. Some provided support of the project. Some were not in support of the project, but they also provided a lot of information as to what the public expected to see out of the design. So that was all taken in, compiled by RRM, and again, used to set a path forward in the design. The public workshop number 1 was held at the Suzy Q in September 2022. That was a time where, as pictured in the top right, we performed a dot operation, which allowed the community to kind of give us an idea of what elements were important, help us in identifying the design development, although we're still in concept phase, that pointed us in a direction. And then the most recent public workshop number 2 was conducted in May 2023, where we shared the concepts that are being presented tonight. Those were received by the community. We received input at that meeting and also accepted input for several weeks following the meeting. And then at the Planning Commission in 2023, those concepts were provided again. Staff received direction from the Planning Commission, and with their recommendation, they also provided several comments to be considered in future design phases. Those were summarized in the staff report for review and to be considered in future phases. With that, I'm going to turn over to Scott to walk through the concepts.
Okay. Hello and good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for your time this evening. I'm Scott Nyman, landscape architect and designer with RRM Design Group, and it has been an honor to collaborate with the city and the community on this exciting projects. Thank you for having us. I'm going to briefly walk through the 2 design concepts that we've prepared so far. These concepts are based on the fantastic input that Tom mentioned that we received from the community members, local businesses, and city staff. And programming direction is taken from that Promenade on Forest program plan dated June of 2022. Okay, so first let's talk about the main elements of a promenade. What makes a promenade? That's what this diagram is here on your screens. We think there are 3 zones that define this type of space. There's the frontage, the core walkway, and the interface. So the frontage is the sidewalk type space that functions as an extension of the business and is used for access, circulation, window shopping, those kinds of things. The core walkway is the main central spine, usually wide and open, where most people are going to be circulating and where we have a lot of flexibility and programming can occur. Lastly, there is the interface. So this is the space between those 2 other zones, and we think that this is where the magic happens in promenade design, because this is where we can introduce vertical elements like trees, planting, site furniture, etc. This zone creates the edges or the sticky spaces where we invite people to slow down, linger, rest, and enjoy the promenade. So the 2 concepts that we're presenting today show how a variation in the arrangement of these 3 core elements affect the space and feel of the promenade. Okay, here's our first concept. So this is the promenade walk concept, and the diagram overlay shows the linear application of those 3 promenade zones, right? So it's those 3 zones, and then it's anchored on either end by 2 large plaza spaces with the big existing ficus trees and the big eucalyptus trees. This concept creates a wide core walkway with transition zones on either side where we would introduce square planters, regularly spaced pedestrian scale street trees, and create a framed view looking all the way down the promenade. This area also defines little 12 by 20 garden rooms that accommodate all of our site furniture and programming. All right, next we have a section showing what those zones look like with some people in them for scale. So you can see that the blue and green frontage and core walkways are mostly used for circulation. And then we have a concentration of activity in those transition zones, the orange space. All right, back to the plan view. We can remove that diagram overlay and dig in a bit further. So starting on the left at Coast Highway, we have 2 large seat wall planters around the existing iconic ficus trees. These seat walls help provide some separation from the highway and serve as a threshold as you enter the promenade. We then have our long core walkway framed by the row of the pedestrian scale trees, and then the garden rooms on either side with benches, movable seating, cafe tables, and umbrellas. The restaurants could have larger, like built-in umbrellas with heaters and lighting for their specific spaces. We envision there will be event spaces as well, perhaps the area under the ficus trees serving as the main event space, and then a secondary, more informal event space on the other end closer to Glen Eyrie. We're also proposing a combined crosswalk at Glen Eyrie. So right now there's 2 that come across. We're proposing combining into one, simplifying that crossing, and then connecting a bit more directly with the promenade paving. All right, so here is our first look at the promenade from Coast Highway. So you can see that entry plaza with the Laguna quilt paving and then the built-up planter walls around the existing ficus trees. And you also get a feel for the linearity of the design, right? How your view extends all the way down from one side to the other. If we move to the next slide, we can kind of take a few steps in and turn around facing back to the ocean. Here we see those planters again and how they provide some physical separation from the interior of the promenade to the busy highway and the sidewalk there. All right, now moving to the very back of the site, standing on the edge of Glen Eyrie, looking towards the beach, we can get a better look into those garden rooms and the activity surrounding them. We can also see that bump out that's used for that secondary performance space. We have a person there playing guitar. All right, lastly, for option A, we move towards the center of the site, positioned next to the Paseo. So the Paseo is on our right here. This shows a market setup with 10 by 10 pop-ups on either side. And this also gives you a feel for the effect of that mid-height pedestrian canopy tree, right? The canopy is low enough that it provides a bit of shade and enclosure, but it's high enough that it doesn't disrupt the view to the signage and then across the promenade from business to business. All right, so if concept A was our promenade walk, then concept B is our forest stroll. This explores what happens if we put a slight bend in that core walkway and then distribute our planters and tree canopy in a more naturalistic fashion. So in this diagram, you can instantly see the effect of that bend, right? It expands the transition zones in those two key areas in front of some of the restaurants, then in front of some of the businesses on the lower right-hand side. It allows us to create a more concentrated uses in those two parts of the site. So in this case, the walkway bumps out and expands the outdoor dining space, and then we have larger umbrellas and tables. And the other side, we have more open plaza space next to the secondary performance area. So here's a section showing that shifted over walkway and that expanded orange transition zone. There's a lot more seating available in this version of the design. All right, here is the plan for Forest Stroll. We'll start on this one, we'll start with Glen Eyrie on the right. So we have the same combined crosswalk moving into the Laguna Quilt paving plaza that leads into a curved core walkway, kind of bends as we make our way down to the ocean. We're preserving a few more existing trees on the north side of the promenade in this scheme, and we're providing two different tree species along the entirety of the promenade. It's to create a mix of canopy heights and to play into that forest concept. We're also taking the idea of that seat wall and distributing it across the whole site to create little anchor points that introduce planting and seating, and this creates those sticky edges that we talked about earlier. The core walkway paving, if you go all the way down, it culminates on a spot that could be used as a great opportunity for a commissioned art piece by a local artist. We're showing a decorative mosaic here, but that, whatever that is, would be up to the artist. And then at the end of the space, we have the same threshold with the raised seat walls and a platform for views. Oh, sorry, and just seat walls, excuse me. All right, now we can go into the next one. Here we are at the entrance, standing with our backs to Coast Highway. You immediately get a feel for the difference in the two schemes, right? We retain the same elements, but you don't get that straight shot down the promenade in this concept. Your eye is interrupted by trees, vegetation, and different types of activity. At the other end of the site, looking back in, you can see the same thing. So here we are looking back towards the highway, and we get that same threshold experience. And then that's the commissioned art piece there on the floor. All right, and this is the other end of the site. So if the concept A was about kind of linearity and predictability, this is about curves and that element of discovery, right? You can't experience the whole space in one view. You have to stroll through. Next one. Here we are halfway down the promenade on what we would consider a typical Saturday under the canopy of the Forest Stroll. So we have a mix of seating types, different ways to use the space for dining, shopping, and entertainment, and they're laid out organically along this core walkway that takes you from Glen Eyrie back to the beach. Okay, thank you.
So with that, the chart that's in front of you now was included in the staff report just to provide some comparison in the two concepts. Both of them are similar in the pavement area. However, the promenade walk does have significantly more planting area, and that's because there are large planters around the trees. So that provided more opportunity for the paving or for the planting at ground level. The outdoor dining space is much greater in the Forest Stroll. These are maximum spaces available. It's not what would be provided. This is just showing what could be available. And then also the existing trees to remain in the linear option, we would have 6 existing trees remain. And then in the curvilinear, we would have 9 of the existing trees remain. And then lastly, we would be providing the new trees in the linear option, 17 new trees and 14 new trees in the curvilinear. So just a brief comparison of the two concepts. So the CEQA required for this action tonight, because the action is to select a concept to be furthered in design. This action is exempt from CEQA per the section provided, because we've determined that this action has no possibility for a significant environmental impact. And that is based on the fact that any further design will include project entitlements such as CEQA, CDP, and so those actions would come later. The selection of the preferred concept, again, does not require a CDP. However, if we are to move forward with the next phase, the CDP would be a part of the project entitlements and would be something that would be required for the project. So the next steps, assuming the council takes an action tonight, would be to work with the Planning Commission subcommittee for coordination, holding regular meetings to guide the design and move forward with that design development that would then later be presented to the Planning Commission as part of the design review and CEQA compliance for the project. And those approvals would be at the Planning Commission level. And the recommended action tonight is for the City Council to select the Planning Commission recommended a forest stroll concept option to be further studied for design review and other required project entitlements, and for the City Council to provide comments for staff and the designer to consider in future design phases. And that concludes our presentation.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Thank you, Scott. Okay, questions for staff and for Scott?
Can you, and I think it might, I don't know if it references this, I don't think it does in the report, but can you help me understand what the next steps would be in terms of the different phases of design, what the timeline is of that, and kind of what each phase would be?
Yeah, so the original schedule, we anticipated the next phase of work taking us from these concepts to preliminary drawings to be considered for design review. Our original schedule showed that to be approximately 10 months.
Okay. And then I appreciate obviously the Coastal Commission and CEQA are part of this, but and I think this was referenced in the Planning Commission meeting. How does this contemplate what the ABC alcohol regulations currently are? And I think there's been a lot of change with just legislation and different things. So help me understand how you're incorporating what ABC is doing.
So we would need to continue working with them to fully understand their requirements. At this time, the understanding is that if alcohol is to be served, that the areas where it is served and consumed would need to be enclosed.
So they'd have to be kind of fenced off.
Correct.
And then there have been, just in my reading, there's across the country, obviously we're not the only place that's looking at a pedestrian plaza. Other communities are doing this and looking at kind of creative ways to utilize that space. How would we go about doing that? Like hypothetically, let's say we want to have a Wednesday night market. Would that be determined later on after the design is done, or would that be kind of part of this design phase? Because obviously, like, let's say there was interest in a Wednesday night market every other week, or I don't know, something like that. And then, but if the design was incompatible with that, that would be a problem. But then again, if we're just looking at it from that perspective, we have analysis paralysis going on. So I guess the short question is how are we looking at the programming for this in the context of the design?
And I'll let Scott speak to it if I miss the mark, but really, we go back to the approved program plan to look at, what elements were important. What do we want this to be? A community serving, able to hold large events, and we use that as guidance and really set the area up to be versatile so that it can function for a large event, a small event, intermediate events. So one of the things that's been discussed and can be further developed is creating multiple spaces along the promenade rather than having one specific spot for a performance. We would have spaces along that would make it as versatile as possible. I don't know if you.
Cool. Well, thank you. Thanks for the presentation.
Can I ask you a question? Can you put the tree slide up again?
To the comparison
Yeah,
or
the A and B or whatever it was. I can't remember. Yeah, A and B. Okay. We got some emails about save the tree emails. And some question is, so we say under option A, we're going to keep 6 trees. So does that include the 2 on either end?
yes.
And so the trees in the middle, some have some canopy, some are, kind of slender and don't have a lot of canopy. So you're just saying a lot of those eucalyptus trees in there don't fit the design or will not be saved.
Yes, and that has to do somewhat with where the trees sit. Today being where the trees are lined adjacent to the gutter is closer to the buildings. So both designs really bring those trees in towards the middle. So a lot of it has to do with the location of the tree, the root structure of the tree being that the existing trees sit in the smaller tree well. So those were some of the considerations that went into that. So where we felt that there was opportunity that a tree could be incorporated and meaningful, that's where we preserve them.
So in other words, the position of the existing trees will interfere with the redesign of the street. Is that right?
Yes, it would limit the functionality.
Okay. And these trees, when we put them in, because people are concerned about the trees, how big would these trees be?
So
What's the biggest tree we can put in there? Let's put it.
So right now we've received that similar input at the planning commission, and what was brought up there was a tree like a 60-inch or a 72-inch box, but we have not gotten to that level of design.
How tall? I mean, I don't know anything about this. How tall is a tree that goes in a 60 or 72-inch box?
Can you?
I know it just depends on the species and all that stuff.
Yeah,
but-
totally depends on.
Okay,
the
okay,
species,
okay.
Yeah, but significant. They're usually significantly sized trees. And if we're talking about canopy tree, it wouldn't be uncommon to see something in the 12 to 15-foot height range. Again, depending on the species. So that's what those trees are, and the box sizes that we select are going to be a function of what's the best species for the design, and then what's commercially and readily available at that moment. So finding a balance between those two things.
Would the design between the two options, would they limit the size of the trees we could put in either one of them?
Well, we're exploring like a very specific size of tree for the promenade walk scheme, because that would be one just uniform tree that goes all the way down. So it'd be something that we'd want to be, there's a lot of factors that go into selection of that, but we want it to be a consistent tree that has a consistent size, and not something that's grown from seedling, for instance, where some get really long and some stay short and behave differently. We want to have a specific type of tree for that. But with the forest stroll concept, we have a bit more flexibility because we're going for that mixed canopy height. So we're going to start with 2 species, and we might, in addition to that, have different box sizes to kind of emphasize that feeling that this is a forest and there's a succession of growth that's happening here. One benefit to that long-term, since we're thinking about future proofing, is that if you need to replace a tree In a forest scheme, it feels a bit more natural when you come back in with a 48 or 60-inch box tree later. Whereas when you have this row of mature canopy trees, something happens to one and then you have to replace it, it's always going to be the junior tree on the block. That makes
Okay.
sense.
Okay, thank you.
So if you did the curvature plan where it's a more of a natural forest, and could some of the trees, if they met whatever standard they needed to meet as far, I was down there today looking at some of them, and some of them don't look like they're in that great a shape, but let's just assume there was a couple or as many that were in good shape. What's the likelihood they could actually be relocated?
I'll say we haven't studied them to that level. That's definitely something we could look at. Not being that guy, it would be hard for me to say with certainty.
So how many trees are there now?
We have, so linear street trees, there's 14, and then there's the 5 at the edges. So we're right around 19 trees.
Okay, so then under B, option B, you would, 9 trees would remain out of the 19, so 10 would have to go. But the most significant trees at each end would stay, correct?
Yes, right now we're building large planters to provide those room to continue to thrive.
Okay, just a couple other questions that I think it's appropriate for me to ask this. What is there has it been talked about if the restaurants need to winterize their space, how that would occur?
As a part of this design, we have not had that discussion.
I think that would need to be looked at if we move forward and we can work out all the ABC issues. And I would assume that we would have to have a discussion with those restaurants, right, to see if they wanted to enter into some type of a long-term lease before we designed around.
Yes,
their needs.
that model would need to be determined so that if there's a rollout of the project, it would be understood.
Okay. All right, well, I'll save my comments for after public comments.
Okay. Okay, I'll open the public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor Kemp and council. My name is Bob Borthwick. In 1974, my wife and I moved to Laguna Beach because it had an authentic downtown. As our main street, Forest Avenue was diverse and resident serving, an example of small town America. As a landscape architect, I've designed downtown redevelopment projects, some of which have included permanent street closures. Closing off a downtown's primary street is a huge decision for many reasons. Amazingly, open dialogue to discuss creative alternatives to a complete street closure was not allowed in the RFP scope of work, and that's why I didn't propose on this project. Nor was creative dialogue allowed at the 2 city workshops, which were supposedly held to elicit community and business feedback. Even promenade proponents were shocked at the discussion about the ideas beyond choices Plan A and Plan B was not allowed. Months ago, I stopped into Violet's boutique on Lower Forest to ask if the street closure was helping or hurting her business. She told me that her business is definitely suffering due to the street closure and elimination of curbside parking. She also asked me to talk to Alice Brown, who owns the shoe seller next door, and to some of the other store owners of retail clothing stores on the other side of the street. Everybody I talked to had similar stories. We need to recognize the path that we are on. Spending millions tearing out Lower Forest will foster a new food-oriented plaza at the expense of our existing retail shops and the diverse downtown atmosphere essential to the Main Street qualities of our downtown. Violet's Boutique, the shoe seller, and other established retail shops on Forest have just as much right to be in our downtown as our restaurants. and we should be listening to them. If our town prefers to restore some parking and circulation as an alternative scheme with a healthy balance of restaurants, retail, fashion, and services, I hope that a pause can be taken to evaluate our priorities and options. This may take a bit more time and expense in the short term, but many of the hybrid alternatives are much less expensive than a complete demolition and rebuilding of Lower Forest from the ground up. For a public project of this magnitude to be successful, it needs to be a win-win for everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
Good evening. My name is Brendan Krigler, and I work in design. And for me, my number one problem with this project is that it doesn't really match California's history. I don't see Art Deco or Spanish design here. It seems like a nouveau kind of a mishmash of mosaics and brick and whatnot. And I just don't think it's going to age well. And in the age of when malls are failing, why are we trying to build a mall? There's a retail space that is functioning as it is. We have parking issues and flow issues as it is. We could close the street and have events as we wish. We could have a farmer's market or whatever you want downtown. But when you commit to this, and the trees to me are a major issue, everybody wants trees, but it's going to take 30 years to look like these renderings. You're not going to plant a 50-foot tree, let's face it. And so here we are wanting trees, but we're not going to get them. We're going to get little Christmas trees or ficuses, oh boy. And it just doesn't fit the character and the quality of Laguna Beach. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, good evening. My name is Vicki Borthwick, but I am reading a statement written by Alice Brown, who owns the Shoe Cellar on Forest Avenue for the last 30 years. She's in New York dealing with family illness, and so she asked me to read this. Her business has been a shoe store since 1944. This is what she wrote. The Shoe Cellar at 245 Forest Avenue wishes to register our strong objection to the parking spaces on Forest Avenue being taken away. This lack of parking has affected our business greatly. We don't believe that taking away the parking to put in seating that only benefits the restaurants and hurts the merchants is in the city's best interest. Restaurants take up more than half the street and put up tent-like structures which totally block the visibility of the stores on the opposite side of the street. We carry high-quality merchandise and cater a good part of the business to mature customers. Our older customers have a hard time walking distances. There is nowhere to drop them off, and there's nowhere to pick up shoes. With rents as high as they are in Laguna Beach, the present configuration of Forest Avenue has hurt our business and the businesses of adjoining stores tremendously, especially in the winter months when it rains. There are many ways to beautify the street with planters without doing away with the parking. Since changes to the promenade, we have received ongoing complaints from customers telling us they can no longer shop in downtown because Laguna Beach is too difficult to get into the stores. We hope you will rectify this situation. Thank you, the Shoe Cellar.
Good evening, Mayor Kim and City Council members. My name is Violet Sarhat. Thank you for having us here, hearing us, and trying to come up with a solution on Forest that will benefit every single of us, not just the, thank you for hearing us, not just the restaurants, contractors, or architects. I've been in Laguna as a business owner for 28 years, and I have owned 360 South Coast Highway Violet Fashion previously, Ice Cream Shop 202 Park Avenue, Chantel Beauty Supply across from the Main Street, and at present time, 241 Forest Avenue, Violet Boutique. I've lived my teenage time in Europe, England, Germany, Netherlands, and it was my dream after I moved here in 1993. It was my dream to have that unique European wine and dine and shopping situation in Laguna. Perfect. And COVID, unfortunately, I was approached and asked my opinion about closing the forest. That was fabulous. That was my dream came true. Even before COVID, I wanted that happen. And in 2021, February 3rd, I was approached by Channel 7, ABC, what is my opinion about forest? Should we open it? And I opposed to it. I said, no, let's have it closed. Let's give few more years. And we did give few more years. But unfortunately, it has had negative impact on our businesses, on retailers. Many retailers has closed. 254 Beach Avenue just closed few weeks ago. 360 South Coast closed. She is gone. CJ is gone. Maggie, the owner of Louise's Place, has been hit by forest. My business has dropped by 20% easily because there was a parking spot in my front of my store. As the lady mentioned, like shoe seller, my mature clients used to come in the morning, 8, 9 o'clock, do their shopping. We used to put their bags in their cars and they used to leave. So as evening, 7, 8 o'clock, mature clients coming in and we have totally lost them. Easy 20% loss on that one. Behind me, I don't have a back door. I have no access to back door. The only way for me was the front of the store. When delivery guys are coming, there is a big issue. We get yelled at by library people. They have to park their car all around. I think you can tell what I mean. That's a major issue. Summertime, that Eiler Larson is called now, alley, by the library, is becoming a, I feel like I'm in a boxing ring. It has become a parking lot. Cars are, it's because it's taking the weight from forest back there. Thank
Okay,
you so much for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kathy Yurka. I do think the question about what to do with the promenade is vexing. I personally like it. I like eating outside in the sunshine with a view of the ocean. I am concerned about the unfairness to retail businesses. And I know you're very compassionate. You really demonstrated that in the pickleball court conversation. And I really think that there does need to be some concessions and considerations of the business owners who've expressed their concerns. It is true that the Planning Commission expressed a preference for Forest Stroll, but I think it's important to keep in mind that they were very critical of both designs. They found them over-designed and fussy. And I also want to point out that the proposed tree plantings on a curve would block public views of the ocean, if not right away, at some point. And that would remove really one of the most attractive features of the street. I would like to see any promenade design be radically simplified and reversible. Keep the sidewalks and the existing trees. Mayor Kempf asked whether the trees prohibit a design of a promenade space. Of course they don't. They're just a constraint that you work with, the same way you work with the constraint of where the existing buildings are located. They just designed this as a kind of from scratch project, apart from the location of the stores. And please, just the kitschy paving that tells users where they are, how to feel about where they are, and what to do, please just get rid of it. We don't need it. The goal of the design seems to be to create a community gathering place, an iconic destination that exists separately from the outdoor dining. I don't know how realistic that goal is or how necessary the effort. I really have trouble seeing residents sitting, perching on a boulder to enjoy coffee or those stone benches, or sitting around playing cards on Adirondack chairs. I suspected that it would really function more or less as it is now, a nice place to eat outside. And there's nothing wrong with that. Staff's excuses for not presenting the minimally disruptive and reversible design that council explicitly requested don't make sense. They assume outdoor dining has to be on raised decks. It doesn't. They insist that infrastructure would still be required. Not necessarily. Not if the restaurants pay for dining based on the idea that you use it in pleasant weather and you don't use it in dark, stormy, or cold weather. Special events, as the designer pointed out, could always be permitted. You don't need formal stages. In fact, this design sort of decreases your options.
Thank you.
I'll leave it at that.
Thank
Thank you.
Any other speakers in the room? Okay, I'm good. I've got a bunch of people on Zoom. Okay, if you guys are going to speak, come on up because I got a bunch of people on Zoom also, just to let you know.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Amy Jackson, and I am here before you to ask you to echo many of the things that were just stated. Please simplify this plan. We all want to see the promenade turned into something beautiful, new pavement, upgrades, perhaps better design of the dining areas, but it does not entail taking out all of those beautiful trees. I went and took a group of people through looking at the trees today to see their status and their health, and they are actually all blossoming and doing well. They have been unwell in the past, but I think our arborist has been doing a great job to help them come back to life. They are an asset. They are a historical asset that we have, a true downtown that we need to value and use that to make an attraction that will help our businesses. And I think leaving the curb there does nothing but add some flexibility, some drainage for flooding, and ability to have, if things really aren't going well for our stores, to add some parking and add some creative problem solving and being sensitive to them. We do need to make it look better, have it speak about Laguna and not look like as somebody just said, like a mall or some sort of place that doesn't have a sense of place. We already have a sense of place. Those poetic winding trees speak volumes. And the earth that they are planted in is salty and sandy. It's very difficult for new trees to grow. So many of the trees we've planted have died, and we end up with these tiny, dead little plants sitting there. I can foresee these pictures presented to you as being tragic little dead trees, rather than loving and appreciating the great assets we have. So I ask you to please somehow take our city employees and make them listen to you and listen to the residents to come up with a beautiful plan that speaks of the great assets that we have that will help our vendors and express our love for our town. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening again. My name is Gail Waite, and I'm here tonight as a longtime resident. I also live near the promenade. I am in support of the promenade. I am just not in support of the current designs presented. And I would like to ask the questions in light of our adoption of March 7th as Arbor Day. How can we not advocate for the preservation and protection of mature trees? We believe, my neighbors and I believe that maintaining these downtown trees aligns with, environmental good stewardship and enhances the overall aesthetic and ecological value of our community. I question why there is no design that is presented that utilizes the existing trees. Why not? Why not have that design done for us? There was plenty of public input, but not enough of it has been incorporated into the designs presented. I attend a lot of these meetings, parking meetings. I believe the promenade has too much emphasis on restaurants at the moment. I do believe our merchants need more help. We will lose them. It'll become a street of restaurants and ice cream shops, I guess. But we have to really work on this design. And so I am requesting a reconsideration of the proposed concept designs and like to see one that keeps the existing mature trees that we have had for decades. They've lasted through the COVID promenade, and so why not? And so I do believe that we have something here, it doesn't need fixing, it just needs improving. So please redo this design, save our trees, think about our merchants, not just the restaurants. And parking for the residents, get rid of the little parklets and make 30-minute parking spots. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm here as part of Team Save the Trees, and I just want to echo everything that people have been saying this evening, but I see the trees as this design opportunity to create and problem solve and use our brains to come up with beautiful solutions that incorporate them into whatever we end up doing with the promenade. I think that there's so many temporary structures that we can create benches around them. And it's really, yeah, this beautiful opportunity to come together and use our minds to use them. So thank you.
Thank you.
Save the trees.
Hi, I'm Rana Gourmet. I've been here over 30 years. And I sort of was astonished that they're thinking about chopping down 10 trees on Forest Avenue. I think the trees make the street. That's why they called it Forest Avenue, because it's like a forest. You have these full-grown eucalyptus trees that are iconic to this town. You know, you see them around the Montage, you see them all over. And it just makes our town, and it's really special. And I hope that the designers could incorporate the trees, as other people have said. And just like the buildings are there and other things are there, they can make a design around the trees instead of, you know, getting rid of these, I don't know, 150-year-old trees. It may not be as easy as we're talking about because there's sidewalk concerns and things, but I would just plead with them to try to, I love the promenade. I think it's great. I didn't even know it was affecting the retailers. I feel sorry for that. I don't know what could be done about that. I love the whole idea of the, you know, outdoor dining and getting people together and walking but the trees have to be saved. I think it really gives the whole street its, you know, purpose and feeling. Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else?
Good evening, Council and Christoph. I just want to discuss how I think this project has had a defective public process. We had 2 workshops, but the first workshop was dedicated to asking us if we liked brick or stone, or what kind of benches we liked, or what kind of light fixtures we liked, which is fine information to gather. But we never got a chance to talk about options for the promenade. And people got up and asked, you know, why can't we talk about the general concept and the general approach to designing the promenade? And we were told, no, sorry, you can't do that because the council said that we're supposed to consider 2 options. And one of them was removing all the curbs and having one continuous surface. And the other option was to keep the curbs and gutters in place. So nothing else was allowed to be discussed at that meeting. But they said, you know, we'll look at the plans at the next meeting. So at the next meeting, they presented the 2 options that you see tonight. And then they still didn't let anybody talk. They didn't let anyone say what they thought of it. They just put the plans on the table and let people write on them what they thought. They also didn't show where the existing trees were. They showed where new trees were, but in order for you to figure out that they were removing 10 trees, you had to ask, well, what happened to the existing trees? So it wasn't obvious to most people that those trees were going to be gone. They said they were going to curate and edit the trees, which is a euphemism for the final solution for the trees. Then when we had the Planning Commission meeting, it was July 5th, the day after 4th of July, And there were, 4 or 5 people who phoned in. There were several people in the audience. And the planning commission looked around and said, "You mean there's nobody else?" And come to find out, none of those people in the workshops that had crowded into the Suzy Q had been noticed that the planning commission was now going to consider these plans and that this was their opportunity to actually say what they thought. So that never happened. So there was also a third alternative that they showed after the public hearing was closed. And that was a compromise plan that I would like you to see tonight, actually, that sort of represented what you had asked for, which was a plan with the curbs and gutters, but not really. But at least it's another plan that isn't even here today.
Okay, Ann, I need to stop you here. I have a lot of people here wanting to speak.
Yes, and I think you should not go choose anything tonight. I think you should direct staff to address the public comments and work on this more. And I think you should do something to address the concerns of these merchants because they may be
And I'm
gone.
gonna have to cut you off here. I have a lot of people, you're way over. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ann Chrisman, and I have a business down on Forest Avenue. But first, I want to address, I am shocked that these are the two options that have been presented to us. And yes, totally blindsided by these trees, never listed what was going to be removed. Those pictures that are being shown to us, beautiful. When you enter and when you leave, beautiful trees. And yet you don't know what trees you're using. You don't know what size trees you're planting. And the majority of the promenade is restaurants. And yet you don't know if ABC, if you have to have a railing around. I don't know this stuff, but I'm pretty sure you have to have a railing around if you're serving drinks. That was always the biggest complaint was all of this fencing around, and yet you didn't show any of that. There's big tents up right now that block my store. You didn't address any of that. What's going to happen in the winter? I don't know how long those tents are up, 4 months, 5 months, whatever it is. Who pays for that? And why wasn't that addressed? Instead, it said large umbrellas in front of the restaurants. And if you look at one of the pictures, 2 of the main restaurants, it doesn't even show any seats in front of those. So I think that this is way too early for us to vote on anything tonight. You said that there's option A has 6 trees remaining. 5 of them are at the 2 ends. So you're going to remove all of those eucalyptus trees? That is sinful. And you may not like those trees, some of you, but the majority of the restaurants do like those trees. And I just can't believe it. The trees that you are showing on your pictures that's not going to look like that in 1 year, in 5 years, not even in 10 years. You're going to see trees like that in 30 years is how long it's going to take. And I feel that you're making a mockery of the public here and presenting these pictures and then not showing anything of the inside. So you're going to vote. So they're asking you to vote on this tonight. Both options take down the trees. So you're voting. So we're going to vote whether it's a winding path or a straight path. How much money has been spent to decide winding or straight with none of the stuff in the middle? And that's the important stuff. Isn't anybody going to ask those questions? Thank you, Mark asked about the winterization of the restaurants. Yes, those are horrible, the tents that are up there right now. In fact, there's certain times of the days that we can't even look outside because of the glare of the sun that comes in. And it blocks people from across the street being able to see my store. And plus, there's these big units that pump, I don't know, heat into them. And it's with propane tanks and that provide for the heaters. And by the way, yes, my business is down. I used to open up earlier because a lot of my customers would park in front of my store before the crowds came and come and shop, and now they can't do that anymore. And I do have one more question I'd like the council to address is this approved? Nobody seems to know. Everyone I ask, nobody knows. is this approved by the city for sure? And who else has to approve this? The Coastal Commission has to approve this. Is that correct? And when does
Yeah,
that happen?
We'll get to that, Ann. Okay,
Thank you.
thanks. Anybody else? Okay, I'm going to go to Zoom. Ruben, you're up.
Ruben, you've been unmuted.
Okay.
Hello, council. Thanks for being up tonight. I think the word that we need to think about, number one, is hybrid. In order to help the businesses, we need to make sure that they can be successful, and being successful is allowing some parking. So why don't we have a hybrid where we do have the street and curbs, and we have the ability to park during the day, and then we roll out restaurants in the evening. It wouldn't hurt to be able to drive that street up until 11 o'clock, maybe 12. People can get their deliveries. I think there's probably 4 trees definitely that could go, that are not in great shape and won't be in great shape 10 years from now. And then we could take a look at putting in some larger trees. If you want to think about trees of different cities, Washington, D.C. has cherry trees, Carmel and Monterey have Monterey cypress, and Laguna has eucalyptus. They're graceful, they're beautiful, they actually work with our climate. That's what really makes Laguna iconic and makes those other cities iconic, is that the trees that identify the city. And that is our beautiful, graceful eucalyptus. So why fight it and try and put in something else in straight lines that doesn't conform? I also am sad that we have these incredible tile cubes over by Coast Highway at the entrance, and then we have to put the ugly signs up that say "Do not enter" or "Watch out" or whatever it says. Are we going to have those there again? And none of the elevations ever show those ugly signs that are there. Are they going to be able to be taken out, or will they be there? And if they're going to be there, put the signs in the elevation so we get the reality of what's going on. Uniformity is not the way to go. We need to keep it natural and beautiful. And I think the nomenclature for the street just needs to be forest. It doesn't need to be forest stroll. We know what we'll do when we'll get there, whether we're going to run through it quickly or stroll through it slowly. Just forest. It's going to be our street with beautiful trees, and it should be a forest. The city is slowly turning in, as other people have said, into just a town of restaurants. So let's try and keep that urban mosaic of different little cute stores so that we can have places to go to pick up items that make our town unique, beautiful, and iconic as it is felt by other neighboring Orange County towns. Thank you.
Okay, John Thomas.
John, you're unmuted. John?
How about now? Can you hear me?
There we go.
Okay, thanks. While it may make sense to study further the Planning Commission recommended option, what makes more sense is to continue to see if there are better options out there before making a final concrete decision. The May 18th, 2021 council approval was for a contract to develop concepts for 2 alternatives described as a minimal alternative and a more comprehensive alternative. One description of the distinguishing feature of the alternatives was whether the plan would have curbs and gutters. But the underlying reason for that distinction was whether the plan would be permanent conversion to pedestrian use only, or whether it would be a more flexible, more innovative, multi-use approach. It isn't about curbs, it's about function. It is important to note that neither the adopted downtown specific plan update nor the IBI study which preceded it recommended a permanent pedestrian plaza for the downtown. Both discussed the possibility of a more flexible approach, but neither recommended a permanent conversion to a pedestrian only plaza. And the DSP is the controlling zoning document for the downtown. Frankly, the two offered alternatives, a straight walk and a curvy walk, are a bit lackluster and do not reflect the type of imagination and creativity that this town is capable of producing. We risk ending up with a space that is mundane, or even worse, boring. There are many alternative approaches that have not been explored. among which could be ideas more fitting with Laguna. A well-regarded local landscape architect has suggested that one hybrid alternative could be one with more dining and more entertainment options while preserving some curbside parking. Has this even been considered? A plan could be developed with wider walkways, areas for sitting, and areas for outdoor dining, and still retain some amount of parking. Space for these uses could be freed up by limiting parking to one side of the street or changing the angle of pull-in parking. That could leave more space for walkways and landscaping, including added trees, without removing existing trees. Popular European cities have mastered the concept of multi-use of plazas and pathways, allowing vehicular use, including for deliveries and other services at certain times, and pedestrian-only use at other times. I suggest that while the city studies the forest stroll concept further, that it simultaneously redouble its efforts and more aggressively and more thoroughly solicit and pursue approaches that are more appropriate to Laguna. There is so much creative talent in this town. Can't we figure out a way to harness that talent and come up with a truly great plan? I suggest the city study this plan while simultaneously continuing to seek out better alternatives. After all, this is Laguna's Main Street. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, John. Jacob Cherub.
You've been unmuted.
Thank you. So this is my wife and I, this is our 35th year in Laguna. We're so happy we came down. And one of the reasons that we came down is it had a lovely main street with the diagonal parking that we could access. And I really missed that. Unfortunately, the public has not had a place at the table. The workshops that were presented were only presentations. There was no contributions by people who have just been speaking ahead of me, who have very valid ideas and really deserve to be heard and would be better for us here in Laguna Beach if we did. Even the Planning Commission was only presented the two plans, the straight plan, the curvy plan. That was it. Part of the problem is that this project has been overseen by Public Works. And Public Works, for all the good that they do, they are not like landscapers. They are not like people who design these kinds of streets. And as others have said, European streets, they have parking for automobiles and deliveries for retailers during the day, and at night, the restaurants, the street is closed. The restaurants bring out their tables and chairs, and there's nothing that stops gathering, music, performances, and it would not preclude special events. Look at what's happened in the center divider of Laguna Canyon Road. I don't know anybody that's been happy with that, chopping down those trees that were somewhat iconic, did not require irrigation. And here we are with this desert landscape coming down the center, and there's probably 10 miles worth of irrigation pipes going up and down that street. Are you happy with it? I'm not. And I think that this really needs to be redone. Finally, what began this whole project was in the survey. There was a resident survey and a business survey. And both of the surveys had this item. It was 9 words: converting Lower Forest Avenue to a permanent pedestrian plaza. 9 words. And from that, we now have proposals that are taking away the trees on Forest Avenue. How ironic. And I think we can do so much better. Let us put the brakes on. Let's bring the town for something that is very important. There are drainage issues. We could do much better than has been done this far. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Aaron Slattery.
Aaron, you're unmuted.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
We can hear you.
Okay. Yes. Good evening, council members. I personally believe that a permanent pedestrian plaza on Forest Avenue is a great addition to Laguna Beach. I definitely prefer the forest stroll design. It gets rid of the curbs and gutters and will incorporate more of the existing trees. For my friends and I, the promenade creates a central meeting place that can easily be found. I do have a couple comments about the design going forward. I don't think the play area is needed, and I strongly suggest designating a loading and unloading area for Lyft, Uber, and Laguna local type transportation. I strongly support the promenade on Forest and the forest stroll design. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Aaron. Next is a number ending in 5188.
You've been unmuted. Press *6 to unmute yourself. Five one eight eight.
I think it's Ann Kane. There you go.
It is. Hi.
Can you speak a little louder? Ann, can you speak a little louder?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
So, thank you, and good evening, Mayor and council members. We trust that you reviewed the Planning Commission's comments and concerns we forwarded to you, which should indicate to you that this project is not ready to proceed to be further studied for design review and other project entitlements and CEQA analysis. The full range of approvable alternatives needs to be available to reviewing bodies, environmental analysts, and the public. An obvious omission is the alternative that the council directed to be prepared, the option that retains the existing curbs and gutters. This process is dragging on, and meantime, Lower Forest is experiencing a lack of pedestrian activity, as is now apparent. It is time for the council to recognize that the promenade experiment has been imposed on the retail merchants and their customers without an objective process due to the pandemic. In good conscience, the city should consider an interim hybrid situation that would allow parking and access to the south side of Forest Avenue, especially during the cold weather periods. Please direct the staff to implement an interim hybrid plan and prepare other options that reflect concerns of the Planning Commission and those raised in our previous correspondence before proceeding to the next steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Let's see. Next speaker is Gene Felder.
Gene, you're unmuted.
Madam Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hey, that was a nice PowerPoint. Boy, it looked expensive. But next time, have them show how many trees are going to be destroyed, how many trees are going to be removed. As you might know, I'm interested in continued education, so I have a vocabulary word of today. Today it was hubris, from the ancient Greece. Describes a quality of extreme or excessive pride or dangerous overconfidence, often in combination with arrogance. What makes the city think the downtown can be improved by cutting down so many of the existing healthy trees? Some years ago, before the city council, Andres Duaney, a world-renowned urban designer, said, quote, "This is a place of extraordinary character, of delicate and fragile character, built over time by very unusual people. I recognize and admire what has been achieved here, and I know what destroys this kind of place. The role of planners is to figure out what can go wrong with a place like this and vaccinate it, prevent it from being lost. This place is very fragile and very, very subject to destruction by the forces of the 21st century," unquote. Please don't be guilty of hubris. Please contract with planners who can make a plan retaining most of Laguna's downtown existing trees. In addition, would you please send to the Sustainability Committee and get their recommendation on using patio heaters? Heating the outdoors seems to me, it would seem to me to be inefficient. The use of fuel to heat people outdoors would seem to be a bit wasteful. The other thing that you should do as you're proceeding is, I understand, aren't we the #1 drunk driving infraction, DUI per capita in the state of California? I would think that would be an idea to address. But if you would, in this matter, with the promenade, please have a project that uses the existing trees. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Billy Freed.
Billy, you're unmuted.
Hi there, Council. I've been a student of pedestrian parkways, pedestrian plazas for quite some time. I've written about it probably more than any other subject in my weekly columns at the Indy. And I too join with Bob Borthwick and Ann Christoph in saying that those workshops were really not any kind of working session where there was any input invited by the community. It was more like a coronation of two really very, very similar ideas. They were just one idea variations. And I think there is a solution here that could satisfy everybody. And I'd love to hear the planners look at this. And that is to put all the seating for the restaurants right down the middle of the promenade. Therefore, you don't have to remove any trees. Therefore, you can actually see the merchants and retailers, even when they're winterized. Thank you for bringing that up, Mark Orgill, because right now you cannot see any of the stores. And it forces pedestrians to actually window shop as opposed to walking down the middle in the bright, hot sun. So if we were to keep the trees that are there now along the sidewalk and also add trees right on the perimeter, either side of the dining area, we would eventually have a walking canopy on either side of Forest, fronting the stores, making it a very pleasant place to stroll. And you would have the diners in the middle. And that way, again, we would save trees, we would open up the view corridors, and we would make it very pleasant for the retailers, helping everybody. It's a win for everybody. So I hope you'll consider that and not jump to conclusions tonight on these two plans. There are better plans that can address all of these issues. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Billy. Harley? Harley? No luck.
I'm not able to.
Okay, let's
Wait,
go to.
can
okay.
you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you now, yeah.
Ah, thank you. Okay, now I have to get my dog to stop barking. Thank you, Council, for considering, all of these plans. I had a really great image I wanted to show you from Doug Miller, but I didn't get it till this afternoon. And it was taken in 1976 in May, and all of Forest Avenue was shut down, but there was a huge festival. So I'll explain it to you. There were probably about 150 people, and it was lively. There were musicians playing, there were booths set up, and there's no reason we can't do something like this now, with what we have right now. Maybe we could consider putting parking on half of the street and having the restaurants have their places to dine on the other half of the street. So anyway, I'll put that in public comment so people can see it. In March of 2020, 4,800 people signed a petition to ask the council to reconsider the removal of nearly 150 historic trees as proposed by the Downtown Action Plan. Thankfully, our voices were heard and the trees were spared. That night, the council chambers were filled with concerned citizens and even former residents, some of which traveled as far as from Oregon to meet here. I'm sorry about my dogs. The people who signed the original petition have been contacted regarding the proposal to remove many of the established trees on Forest Avenue if the promenade is made permanent. I and many others are asking the council to preserve the existing trees for any option that you are considering. In fewer than 48 hours, the updated petition has gained approximately 500 signatures and is being circulated widely throughout the community. Those of you who want to view and sign the petition can go to the website change.org and search Save Laguna Trees, or search Save Laguna Trees in your search engine, it'll come up. As you can see by the many comments, Laguna citizens are extremely concerned. Item 3 on the agenda tonight proposed the planning of Arbor Day. The Laguna has also been dubbed Tree City USA for multiple years. Discussing both planning a celebration of Laguna trees and deciding to remove them in the same meeting is maybe a little laughable. Please do the right thing and preserve our historic trees. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Julie Phillips.
Julie, you're unmuted.
I used it as a teacher.
Hello?
That doesn't sound like a Julie.
I'm sorry. I didn't think this was going to work. I was ready to give up.
Okay.
Forgive me.
We can
My
hear you.
name's Mike Phillips, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue. I appreciate Councilman Orgill's early comments about Barbara Metzger and her commitment to the city, and I know that if she was with us, she'd be addressing this issue tonight herself. And based on past conversations that I had with her on the subject, here's roughly what I think she'd say. She'd say that she was saddened and disappointed by this proposal and the process, but express hope that it was still possible to pull back and save Forest Avenue's historic uses. Well, you've heard several comments from the public that the process didn't seem to address their issues. It seemed like there was only A and B, and that there was no room for any other option, including a no project operation. And there's the appearance that since the closing of Forest Avenue, ostensibly it was a temporary measure to assist struggling restaurants during COVID, the city's desire all along has been to permanently close Laguna's main street and convert it to what some have described as a pedestrian food court. Why else would the process exclude consideration of a no project alternative? A reasonable inference is that the city leaders began with its conclusion in mind, invested in monies and consultants to lead a process that would tell it what it wanted to hear, and it's gotten what it's wanted. Consultants never recommend a no project alternative to their clients when they understand that the client wants the project. Here is the hopeful part. Right now, Laguna is still one of the few towns in Orange County that retains intact its small main street, part of the charm that drew us here and still draws others to Laguna as a popular destination. Laguna is surrounded, and I can say this regrettably with personal experience, surrounded with colorless and personal suburbs with no downtown, no main street to give its character and connect it as a community. Permanently closing Forest Avenue kills its main street charm, disrupts the retail businesses, reduces parking, and leads to consideration of expensive plans for parking structures to replace the parking structure spaces absorbed by the restaurants. In the age-old philosophical debate in Laguna Beach, whether the town belongs to the tourists or to the residents, this proposal appears to side on the side of the tourists. It's my hope the city council will pull back the proposal and hearken back to Laguna's philosophy that less is more. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Carrie Sternbotny.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thanks. Well, thank you for this opportunity. I'm a proponent of the promenade becoming permanent. However, I oppose the concepts for the promenade if the existing trees on Forest Ave are slated to be cut down. I believe the healthy existing mature trees should be included in any new design moving forward and not cut down and replaced by new trees that would take decades to reach maturity, and especially if they're planted into boxes. As a designated tree city, our city council should be advocating for the preservation and protection of these mature trees. Maintaining these mature trees should be a commitment we have as a city to these historical trees. Please consider the proposed please reconsider the proposed designs and include the existing trees into any promenade design, and uphold Laguna's reputation as a tree city. These existing trees contribute to the long-term health and beauty of our urban environment, and Forest Ave deserves to remain a forest. Thank you.
Thanks, Carrie. With that, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council for comments. Who would like to start? Anybody? George?
I'm fine with starting. Thank you. I think we've heard a lot of discussion tonight. There's, I think, approximately 19 people who wrote letters not supporting the two designs for the most part, 6 in favor. And then we've heard a vast majority tonight who oppose moving forward on pretty much either design, especially if the trees are taken out. I want to read a quote from one of the people who wrote in, David Schroeder. Forest Avenue as it existed before the COVID pandemic was a historical treasure, unique in Southern California, that should not be abandoned. Regardless of other considerations, which have been discussed at length, the street has a heritage worth preserving as it was. So I think what Mr. Schroeder is saying is, if you're going to do something, let's make it a reversible design. And I agree with that. If we try something, let's try it, but let's assume it may not work and have a backup plan. And that is to bring it back to where it was. So that's what I'm for. I also think that the process, the public process, was not really a sound process. It was biased. I particularly don't like the fact that previous city manager just said, hey, you can't, we'll live with the gutters and the sidewalks. We have to remove them regardless of what council said. Voted 5-0 to direct staff to come up with 2 designs, which they didn't. They didn't come up with a gutter street design. So that has to be done. And I think this has to be brought back to the public as well as to the Planning Commission for further discussion before we do anything else. I also know that Mr. Kellenberg, who's well esteemed on the Planning Commission, said 90% of these kind of malls, I wouldn't call this a mall, of course, this is a promenade, fail. So we do need a backup plan in case it does. And it needs to be more consistent with what it's around, what that Forest Avenue is. And that's what I have to say for now. Thank you.
Let's go next, Mark.
I'll go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with a number of the comments that we received tonight. I don't think we're at a point where we're choosing one or the other of these designs. You know, when we had a joint meeting with the Planning Commission and the Planning Commission ended up appointing a subcommittee, I think there were a lot of points that were made that we still need to address, that really, I'm convinced, listening to some of the planning commissioners, need to occur before we get to a design and before we get to really where we want to proceed to. And so I think maybe having it go back to this, as the staff recommendation was, having it go back to the planning subcommittee makes a lot of sense. But there are things that I would want to see done, that I think one of the big points we had was what do the as-built utilities look like? Do we have all of that? How does that affect design? I'd like to see an arborist report on all the existing trees. I was pleased to hear Ruben, who, I think took a practical approach to this, saying, there's at least 4 of those trees probably could go. So, I'm not going to set down an absolute, we got to preserve every tree. That's too inflexible. But we should do an arborist study of the trees that we have. I think we should try to maximize and keep all the trees that we can with a design that promotes the promenade. I think the ABC rules, getting down to the detail of that, really, what can that be? What are the alternatives? And then the designers need to be told that, okay, here's your limitations on what the ABC thing is going to look like. And you got to live with these. What are you proposing in light of these limitations? I think a couple of the other comments that were made with respect to retailers, I think we could make things more friendly for the retailers. We ought to have the bollards at the end of the street that go up and down. They ought to be able to do deliveries in there early in the morning, and not have to, work make it so inconvenient to get those kind of things done. But all of that, I think, all of that kind of background nitty-gritty work needs to happen. I think it should happen in the subcommittee, which could then come back to the planning commission to say, here's the limitations that we're operating with, and here's the framework within which this thing needs to be designed, because these are real world constraints, including maximizing the preservation of the trees once we informed by the arborist and the ABC. And then, I think that you have a fundamental decision. I think it's evolved to the point where, do you have curb and gutter or you don't? I think we don't. I'm of the view we don't. I think we create some, if we have bollards at either end, we could create a plan that had even vehicular access if we wanted to allow it on certain occasions. But I think creating the plaza and preserving as many of those trees as we can, but getting to the design really after we've sort of analyzed all of these other kind of preliminary issues that I think drive the design. And then, we did it with the parking structure designs. I think for something like this, it's worth, inviting 3 or 4 firms, including the firm we've got here, to a design competition. Let them do what they think best after we've given them the constraints of, what we want, what the physical constraints are, but what also we want to see in terms of tree preservation and other issues. So I'd be sending it back to the subcommittee kind of with those directions and have them do get a lot more of the nitty gritty done. And then I would, I forget what we did, a stipend for the parking structure. Maybe it was like 15 or 20 grand a firm. It is our downtown. We want to do it right. We ought to have some choices to choose from. Anyway, that's how I'd approach it.
Who wants to go next?
I will. Years ago, when we were looking at Ocean, I don't know if complete streets is the right word, and I don't know who remembers this, but we were actually considering a design proposal where we eliminated the curb and gutter. Were you around when we did that? No, I've brought it up before. And it was modeled after this European concept, from what I understand. And it's where the streets accommodated, cars and pedestrian traffic. I'm not insinuating that I'm a proponent of opening the promenade up to cars, but I do think either way that eliminating the curb and gutter, you can still have the feel of a street. And I also think that we should probably look into, maybe stickered parking in the parking lot next to it. Everybody's talking about convenience pulling up to the retail. And I think that part of this conversation that we have to have going forward is what really listen to the retailers and what we can do. And if one of the solutions is, providing parking for them in the parking lot behind Bouchard's, I think we should look at it. I like Billy's idea. I think it's worth exploring the dining in the center of the street. And I'll just kind of circle back and mention again, the winterization of the restaurants. I mean, it's a serious issue and we really need to understand what we're doing. And if we're prioritizing this for the restaurants or the residents or the retail / residents, I think it needs to be really, we need to work through some of these questions because what we have there, although it's temporary, is not going to work going forward. So I agree with Bob's comments and, we need to kind of work our way through the ABC issues. We really need to get our arms around the impact and how much area is going to be used for dining. And again, I said I'd like to look at Billy Freed's concept. So I think we really, I would kind of go there myself and actually start to place things in a position to start to visualize and really understand and have the retailers come out and say, okay, here's a partial model that we've set up for you to actually come and physically look at and really pay some attention to what it is that we can do to accommodate them. Retail is a tough business nowadays. And I think that since, especially after COVID, it's really changed a lot. So what is driving some of the decline in some of the retail? I can't say. I don't know if it's just the market in general or if it has something directly to do with the promenade as it currently exists. Although I do think that there are elements today that are not conducive to a healthy retail environment. So I think that we need to spend some time looking at it. I do again agree with what Bob just mentioned, and I just think that we need some time to kind of pull some of these pieces together and analyze it before we move forward.
Yeah, so I agree a lot with what Bob and Mark just said. I think when stepping back, the decision to create the promenade is probably one of the most visionary things that this community has done in a long time. And part of the reason why that happened is because, bureaucracy didn't get in the way. There was a crisis. And so the city had to act. And what it demonstrated, I think, is that it really, I don't see the promenade about the restaurants. I think it's about really the people of the community. It's about the residents, because it created a space for the residents to be able to interact with each other. And this idea that we would think that it would be more charming to have a bunch of cars parked there and cars driving through would bring more charm is just, to me, I mean, that's unimaginable. So this idea of going to some sort of a hybrid approach is just not something I'm supportive of. I'm supportive of a world-class pedestrian promenade. I'm open to the idea that Bob described of having, maybe delivery trucks coming in the morning, something like that. But so, I mean, I think the promenade is something that is exciting. So now it's the question of how do we not make this a cookie cutter thing? We don't want this to be something that you would find at a mall in one of the cities surrounding us. We want this to be really consistent with what Laguna is all about, which is, our artistic identity. We want this to not just be, it kind of feels like this is sort of formulaic, like we're looking at different areas of the promenade and then we have an art piece here and different things like that. And I think it all has to kind of be a cohesively designed concept. I think it was Ruben who once said during one of the meetings, he proposed the idea of calling it the forest. And I think that's a really great idea. I think I like the idea of bringing in more trees. I think, as, Bob and Ruben also discussed, if there's damage and diseased trees, I don't think that they should stay stay. So I think, I also don't know how you'd be able to go, and I think this is a concept design. So it a lot of the commentary about, you know, not knowing about where the trees would be. So I think we can work those issues out. I think there's a way where we can have more trees here at the end of the day. So I think what we don't want is for this to just be, I think like picking between these two is sort of a hard thing, because I think we really need to just step back and figure out how do we make this the best it can be. I like this idea of a design competition. I've liked it since the beginning, because I think that allows both, it allows for us to really be creative and kind of have cohesively designed products. Because I think what happened here is the consultant was just trying to listen to all these different competing feedback. And sometimes when you do that, it creates something that's just not, it's not a piece of art. It's formulaic. And so I like the idea that Bob described of having, you know, the planning commission ad hoc working to figure out, one, what are the constraints, looking at the ABC requirements, looking at weatherization as Mark described, looking at some of these different constraints, but then really just putting it out there, having different firms, maybe we do a $10,000 or $15,000 stipend for the top 4 that can each come up with a really creative design for the promenade. The locals can be involved with these different teams. And that would kind of allow a free-flowing artistic exchange of ideas. I liked what Billy also said. So that's the direction I would like to go in. I think it would be a good idea to have I think Mark and Sue could probably work with the planning commissioners on this. You know, Sue was involved in the development of it, and Mark Mark's kind of like an artist up here in these types of projects. So I like that idea. And I agree with what Carly was saying. There's no reason that we can't do some of this cool programming now. I think we could start doing things like pop-ups, having art shows, movie nights on the promenade now, because that's going to help us figure out what we want it to be. So I guess in sum, I'm supportive of moving forward with maybe appointing, you know, a council ad hoc of Sue and Mark to work with the consultants and the planning commission ad hoc, work with the consultant, figure out what are the constraints, and then figure out a process for how we go out and do a design competition, and then come back with some really exciting options about how to move forward. So I think that's where I'm at.
Okay, thank you. Just a few comments. I agree with having a bake-off. I don't know how we're going to decide which the three firms that we bring in. How do we go about doing that, Tom? I mean, I'm happy to work with Mark on a subcommittee. I guess we could sit down and with the planning commission subcommittee and work on that with you guys. But I'd like to get, like, who do we pick?
Right. That would be something where we would need to do like an RFQ or an RFP to solicit those proposals.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And then how long would that take? I mean, I'd like to have some sort of timeline that we're working off of, some kind of structure around this whole thing, that we're not just punting it down the road. Because we eventually we got to work on, we can't leave the promenade the way it is forever, obviously.
Yeah. So to put a timeline on a design competition, that's a question. That's a tough one to answer tonight. We could work on putting together. Well, first we would need to understand exactly what we're asking for. Are we asking for, rendering similar to what we saw here? Are we looking for plan view? So we really need to understand what it is we're looking for, what the level of detail. In other words, is it a $10,000, $40,000? So we, as staff, would need to have a real good understanding. One of the big questions we would need to answer is, should this design competition be based on an alternate with curb, no curb? We really need to be sure that whatever we put out, we have say 3 firms really working apples to apples to help us compare. So it would behoove us all to have clarity on what we would be asking for in that scenario.
Yeah, so that's the thing, Bob, on that suggestion is what exactly. So first of all, I don't support a hybrid model. I agree with Alex, and I think Mark, do you support a hybrid model? You want cars on there?
Excuse me.
Oh,
Okay, I'm still talking.
What's a hybrid model?
Yeah, hybrid models, cars and,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Okay.
So,
I think we can solve, I'm hoping we could solve the parking issue with having parking at the lot behind Bouchard's for the stores, but
I mean, should we have the subcommittees, two subcommittees sit down with Public Works and work on a scope?
that's what I think.
Yeah, I think that'd be the best way to do it. Because otherwise you just have a free for all, like, you know, and we want certain elements of not only the stuff underground, but the certain constraints and probably some amenities that we would like to see, you know, based on comments from people. So we just need some definition around it.
I think you're absolutely right. I think you do. But I think, again, I think there's a lot of preliminary work that needs to be done. That's more than just drawing a picture of what that looks like.
Yeah.
You know, Mark would know. I mean, what are the utility, we've heard this when we had our joint meeting. What are the utilities underground? What's
Yep.
the survey look like? You know, what's the, as I said tonight, what's the condition of the trees, right? We get an arborist report to try to maximize retention of those trees. So you set all that out and, you know, I think we heard tonight, we don't want a play area in there, but we want some kind of performance area. But yeah, and then you want apples for apples, right? So you
Right.
say, here's the criteria, here's the
Right.
program, here's your constraints,
Right.
Just like when you do a development.
Right.
designed to it, right? So.
Then the planning
anyway.
commission will know, after we work together, the planning commission will know
Well, I
how to
think that
evaluate, I think.
Mayor,
Okay,
Mayor,
wait a minute, our public comments.
Mayor, can I make a?
Go ahead,
comment?
yeah.
I think what we've heard tonight is that, you know, we want to move forward with the promenade and not get more public input. And I just don't think I'm not saying that's good. I think that we need more public input for the promenade because the process was biased at best. Two, we've had the promenade. First, it was designed as a COVID business saving feature, which we all approved. And now it's for residents, right? More, less for residents. And I don't know what the data is on the promenade. We haven't taken any data provide, you know, spot checks on the number of people coming in and who they are and how long they stay and whether they're residents or not. We have none. And we've had the promenade for 3.5 years or more. And we don't know. We don't know whether 80% of the people come are tourists or 20% that come are residents. We have no idea. I don't understand that. Why haven't we collected that data? We also would have data on the benefits of the promenade and what sales tax revenue it brought in. We don't have that either. So, and we
That's
don't,
what I was insinuating as far as working with the retailers to gather some of that information. And I do see this, what we're talking about right now is also gathering some community input. I'm
Well,
not saying it's.
yeah, I
excluding
think that's
that.
necessary. I
Yeah.
don't know how you do it, but I think it's absolutely necessary because we've heard everybody out here saying, or most people say it's not been a fair process and they haven't heard.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's like, talking about excluding the public. We're just saying we're trying to get a structure together so it can so we can work get started on some proposals and we'll have public meetings. We'll have public meetings with the planning commission. The planning commission can have special meetings. There's lots of things we can do. We're just talking about the structure, how it goes to planning right now. Any further comment?
I mean, or go, do you have some?
Do you have a motion?
I do. So I think what I'd like to do is, I would like to, I would like to first affirm our support for this idea of a pedestrian plaza. Number one, I would like to, appoint an ad hoc of, the mayor and, Councilmember Orgill to work with city staff, the planning commission ad hoc and the consultant to identify the constraints, or to sort of identify I guess figuring out the constraints that the scope and the constraints that Bob was alluding to, and then set up a process where we have a design competition that that allows us to really see some ideas out there after, and then after we do that, there's going to be a very robust public process. But I just think this is the way to really get us to the visionary world-class promenade that we want. And cities do design, as Bob pointed out, cities do design competitions all the time. This is not something that's, you know, unheard of. I think this is just the way to get the really interesting and exciting promenade that so many of the residents want. And so that would be my motion.
And I think Mark and I will work with the planning.
That's a part of it. So you develop what Alex just said, the constraints, and then you look at the objectives, and then you put together a program that meets the objectives considering the constraints. So that will all be included in the whole process.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
if I could just on the ad hoc committee, I'd recommend maybe we could bring back that for confirmation on consent. If there's direction to staff to prepare a staff report for a council ad hoc committee, it can be confirmed on consent at the next meeting.
Okay.
I'd also, if the goal is to work with the planning commission ad hoc, that will convert the committee out of an ad hoc. So ad hoc committees by definition are limited to 2 members of the body. And so it's kind of circumventing the rules to create 2 ad hoc committees and put them together. And so for your consideration, you could create a standing committee as one option, or you could consider pausing the planning commission or just choosing not to meet with them, or alternatively meeting with staff. There are alternatives. It's just the creation or the direction for those 2 ad hoc committees to meet together.
Got it.
So what would you recommend? A standing committee, maybe?
So standing committee, or to create an ad hoc committee to work with directly with staff, and then a planning ad hoc could separately work with staff as desired.
If it was a standing committee, would that allow, does that mean every time we meet, it has to be in public?
Correct. It's subject to the noticing rules of the Brown Act.
Only reason I mentioned that is I imagine, you know, the committee being downtown and looking at things and talking to designers, and I don't know how that would happen.
Yeah, it becomes tricky. I mean, you can take field trips, but it does certainly become trickier if the goal is to interact with the businesses as part of that meeting.
Yeah. Would you have
The
a
option is to, with the benefit of public testimony and your own reflection on the efforts to date, pause the work of the planning commission, gather yourselves by way of a subcommittee, return better informed with a recommendation or recommendations for how this body might proceed.
I like that better, actually.
I think the simplest option is just appoint an ad hoc, and then you figure out the best way forward.
Yeah.
That allows for the most flexibility, I think.
But you would pause the work. My suggestion respectfully is that you would pause the work of the planning commission subcommittee so that you're not working at odds in any way, that you're focused on gathering yourselves, kind of figuring it out for a public discussion and a plan for how you might want to work forward, incorporating all the suggestions that you've all made or taking those all into consideration, but kind of gather yourselves because you got a lot of feedback that you're not going to be able to resolve tonight.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Well,
Okay.
I think one of the drawbacks to that suggestion, it may be able to work out, is there's a lot of technical expertise. There's a lot of professional expertise on the planning commission ad hoc group that maybe with the exception of Mark, none of us up here has. So, you know, I think it's fine if the council ad hoc wants to regroup and come back with, you know, a recommendation. But I do think having the planning folks input to staff separately has value.
I agree with that.
because
Well, we have experts like Bob Borthwick who've created these in other places, so why not get more talent on whatever subcommittee you have from a resident who represents a large swath of residents.
Okay, so
But what Sean is recommending, though, is we would do this, come back, right?
It's just a
Get our
timeout.
thoughts.
It's a polite way of saying a timeout.
Time out.
Okay, we got a lot of feedback here tonight. We care about all of it. How do we stop the path you're on and absorb and assimilate the information and interests that you've heard today so that two of you can return to this body with a game plan for moving forward?
Okay.
That game plan would undoubtedly be an inclusive game plan.
Yeah. I'm good with that. Are you good with that? Are you good with that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
But can we put a time frame on it?
Yeah, we need a time frame. What do you think is reasonable? So we're going to be taking your staff time. So I'm asking you what you think.
We're happy to give that staff time. I have no idea. So I would think that you'd be able to come back in a couple of months with a
Yeah.
game plan. I would think.
Yes.
90
yes,
days.
Yes.
90
Yeah.
days.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good.
We were able to do it with pickleball, darn it. We can do it with this.
Yeah, that's the standard now.
Yeah, so I guess the motion would be to appoint Mark Orgill and the mayor as a ad hoc committee to take the input and feedback from tonight and come back with a recommended plan for moving forward with respect to the promenade. Right?
That would presumably like reflect what we were just talking about, like a contest and things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
That's
Just the whole plan.
I'll
the whole-
second.
the whole entire
Outreach.
plan. Okay, so you had a
the
motion.
motion.
Yeah, I had a motion.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, that's 5-0. You guys need a break?
Yeah.
Okay. 9:30.
They gotta get more nightlife so the academics don't get,
Oh, come on.
not vibrant enough. I've never actually been to Goleta. Been to Santa Barbara many times, but not to Goleta. Is it?
Hang on a second, we're just waiting for Mark.
Oh, sorry.
Oh. Okay. Okay. Thanks for hanging in there, everybody. This is a presentation of the proposed Aliso Creek Estuary Project and policy direction, and I'm going to turn this over to Jennifer.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, and City Council. Jeremy Fremont, Assistant to the City Manager. This evening, Mayor, as you said, you will be receiving a presentation and an overview of a process for a possible restoration project at the Aliso Estuary. I would first like to thank Ed and the Lagoon Ocean Foundation for exploring this concept. They will be presenting to you here shortly as to their vision of this space. And then I'd also like to thank the efforts of Jennifer and her hard work in really charting a pathway forward for this project and what this, as staff sees as the vision of the process, should the council desire to proceed with this project, which she will elaborate after Ed's presentation. And then lastly, I'd like to just quickly thank the leadership of Councilmember Whalen and Councilmember Weiss on this project. So with that, I will turn it over to Ed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeremy. Yes, first, the thank yous are in order to the council for this occasion, to staff, to the interim CM, and especially to council members Whalen and Weiss for their efforts, and Jennifer, who's been fabulous. I think this is a new experience for me in this project, to be able to have staff working with us, and it's been wonderful, truly. I'd also like to thank everybody who's still in the room, because they obviously have some interest in this process or project. I'm supposed to give a presentation now, but I think what we'd all rather do is go to the lumberyard and have beers and talk about this, if we could. So let me just explain what I plan to do. And I would like to encourage, as I'm up here, I would like to encourage the council to interrupt me, change my direction. I know that Councilmember Whalen he does that all the time, and I'm not offended. So feel free to do that. If there are questions that you need answered that I have not addressed, please make that known. What I would like to do is provide a little historical context of the project, not much, and then an update, basically, on what we have done in the last 2 or 3 years. And then a brief reminder of why we are doing this, and to describe at a high level what the project is. So the project itself is not really the subject tonight, it's a process. And so our request here is that the council consider a process forward. Some of the materials that are before you include the pages that are titled City Participation. And that could be considered perhaps a draft work plan or roadmap. And it was written with some concerns that in mind that were raised by Councilman Orgel, who is interested in knowing what are the decision points for city participation in this process. So if you want, we could walk through that a little bit, but that's the intention there. Does that sound good, everybody? Okay.
That's okay.
Um, just a little bit on the context. We've been working, this is not a new project. We've been working on this for about 10 years. And we started out with support, very strong support expressed by the city. So we're about 2 years behind on this. And the reason we're kind of struggling is because our budget is expiring. One of our grants expires in September. And so we're under a time crunch. There's a time constraint for that budget. Reasons for that are there have been delays in the process. The original process was based on a charrette, which was a design procedure where multiple stakeholders and landowners together developed a site plan in consensus. And so that was what we presented to the council in 2020 when we had our last grant from the Coastal Conservancy approved. And at that time, the council enthusiastically supported that process. So this project has already been identified as a priority project by the city. We have letters and statements from Councilman Whalen when he was the mayor, who doesn't tend to speak rashly or get out ahead of council. But it's based on that kind of very explicit support that we did get our funding. And what happened after that was a bit problematic, because although then Mayor Whalen was enthusiastic and showed up and attended these charrette processes, we didn't have staff behind him. We had Scott Drapkin for a little bit, and then he left. And when he left, which was quite a while ago, we had no planners working on this. So it's difficult to engage in a charrette process on a site plan without a planner. And without that, the city has, the charrette process failed for that reason, but it also failed because South Coast Water District failed to participate in the charrette. So they were engaged in their lift station project, and that lift station project was very much a part of the city's Intertie project. So kind of what I'm describing here is maybe a crisis in strategic planning, because the council's priorities were not aligned with staff's priorities. In fact, it was impossible to get staff time. So when I had 20 minutes, I think, with Mark Weiner at some point, he said, this project is not on the list. He could not talk about it. And so there was that disconnect between the support we had at council and the direction, that they were not aligned. And the other alignment problem that we saw was that the city had multiple interests going on at the same time: support for the estuary, support for the lift station project, support for the Intertie project, and then the land transfer. And none of these were coordinated. And there were some train wrecks that happened that cost us about a year and a half when South Coast Water District went on its own project. This is the context, and this is why you'll see in our request that the city participate with us in trying to solve this problem. If we're going to move forward, we need to know whether the city will help us with funding, but we don't know what our funding needs are yet. So this is why we tried to build a roadmap that shows when we would know more about the funding, with the hope that the process includes council representatives, Whalen and Weiss, and some engagement at the city manager's level so that we can problem solve together. So by way of introduction, I have Dhaval Barbaya, who's with us. He's with SWA. He is our landscape architect and designer. And so Dhaval has been instrumental in working on the site plan. He's done a lot of problem solving. For example, working with the South Coast Water District and resolving the site constraints that they have presented to us. And that's been a long, long process. But we do feel that we have solved that. We have emails from South Coast Water District staff saying, yes, we're good with the site plan. We have Nick Garrity, who I think is on the phone. He's with ESA. He's our project engineer, a hydrologist, and a restoration specialist. And the rest of our team, you can see in the attachment on pages 7 through 8. In terms of who we are, Laguna Ocean Foundation, I think you know us pretty well. We're a local nonprofit, and our origin story is that we come from the Vision 2030, so we are very broad-based in our agenda. Our mission is to preserve the coastal resources. So from our point of view, restoring a ruined estuary is kind of a no-brainer. That's why we're involved in it. There are a lot of other reasons, but as a local nonprofit, we think our role is to help the city as best we can in addressing certain issues that are in some ways a priority. In other words, they're like a lot of policies you have in your general plan that you never get around to. But if somebody comes along and brings funds and says, let's partner on this, those things can get done. So maybe we could start with the next first slide. So let's talk just real quickly about why do this project, and this is review because we've gone through this before. This is what it looks like today, and it's obviously a mess. I mean, this is not an ecosystem. This is not a habitat. It's a monument to a dead ecosystem, and it's an embarrassment, which is the words that Pat Bates used when she was the supervisor at the 5th District, and she's the first elected to support this project. She's not a tree hugger by any means, but she called this an embarrassment, and it is. So we would like to return this to a healthy ecosystem that makes it an asset and sort of restores the integrity of the system that aligns with the notion that it's in the public trust, and there are people who care about this. There are people who care about it. In fact, there are 18 public agencies who call this a priority, and they are part of the funders behind this. Other reasons to do this, as I said, restoration of waterways implements city general plan policies. An estuary is a rare and unique ecosystem. Restoration of Aliso Estuary is integrated into the WQIP, which is the MS4 permit that the city is a permittee to. It's also part of the basin plan as a beneficial use. And because wouldn't it be nice to have a restored estuary in South Laguna rather than this mess? Let's just flip through some slides real quickly. These are historical views of what it used to look like. We can go fairly quickly here, but just this is what it used to look like. Next slide. Yes, thank you. Okay. This is just like city support, showing the kind of support that was articulated that brought us here. In terms of an update, and this is what Council Member Whalen asked us for back in June. Where we are today is we have developed a project that we believe is CEQA ready. In other words, we think that the conceptual restoration plan is sufficiently developed that it has enough project description for CEQA to wrap its arms around it and understand the environmental impacts of the project. We think that the major constraints that have been identified by landowners and stakeholders, SACWA, Southwest Water District, and the ranch, have been addressed. At this point, we don't see any issues that would make the project infeasible in terms of a design or in terms of the infrastructure constraints that exist. We've developed an implementation plan, and an implementation plan is important because there are things that are required to implement this project that we as the applicant, as not the landowner, could not possibly do. There are a lot of issues there. Some of those are described in the city participation handout, but many of these have to do with agreements that only the city can enter into or decisions that only the city can make. What we've tried to do is we have, in fact, drafted an implementation plan that we think is the starting point for the city to begin partnering with us on defining those and refining those actions, which would have to be implemented later. So that could happen after the EIR. Next slide, please.
Ed, how much, because I have quite a few people here and we don't go past 11, so I want to kind of frame that in terms of our time.
What would you like me to hit? Let me just hit on the project in itself. I'll
Okay.
focus. Thank you.
Mhm.
Let's go to slide 12, please. Okay, no. There we go. Okay. We want the benefit slide. The next slide, please. There we go. So this is kind of just the description of the project and its goals stated as benefits to the city of Laguna Beach: restore the estuary to a healthy ecosystem, rehabilitate the Aliso Beach Park. So think of this. This is actually two plans. It's a restoration plan and a park plan. Build public trails, the multimodal mobility center, which enhances public access, create a southern gateway, provide public environmental review process so that we understand the impacts of the project. This is important. This is important because we want the public to weigh in on this project, and we want that to be a process that's informed by technical analysis. And this step is something we need to get to, of course, before the city decides to proceed with the project. I think the analysis in that EIR would also inform the city on how to manage the beach, the berm, those things. We need to understand that a little bit more technically. We have Aliso Beach, of course, which is a world-class skimboarding site. We want to be able to make sure that this project doesn't adversely impact other users in that site itself. And lastly on this list, provide ecosystem resilience to sea level rise. This is an important thing where we need to start converting these sites to resilient sites. Let's just go on to the next slide. This is what we're proposing, in fact, is that the total cost of this project is estimated to be $20 million. And we've brought $3 million in grants and other sources to date. The construction of the project is probably 10 to 12. We're confident that we can bring those funds if we go through the process, but we'd like the city to consider cost sharing with us, and we don't know how much that would be, but we would like the city to work with us to figure out what the budget would be on moving through this process, and then help us determine whether cost sharing is in fact required by the city and when that would happen. So the process we are proposing is participation by basically council members Whalen and Weiss and the city manager's office to step through the process with us as we proceed and identify what the budget needs might be. As I mentioned, our budget is constrained. Everything that we have in our grants is tied to specific tasks. And so new tasks kind of confound us. We have some wiggle room. We always in a grant have a little bit of extra, but we've used up a lot, and we've used up a lot of it basically because that charrette process failed. So now, if we're going to move forward, I think this is probably not the right word to use tonight, but we're in a pickle because we have limited constrained funding. So to me, the return on investment still looks good if we're thinking of what the city gets out of this, which is a renewed park and the estuary. Next slide, please. This is just a list of some of the implementing actions. And again, this is a reason why this process cannot be the standard development process. These are actions that require the city to be very engaged. In other words, city staff cannot just tell us as an applicant, go get these things done and come back. We cannot do those. The best we can do is what we've done so far to identify them and what we think are the feasible, logical paths forward. So there are feasible solutions to them. But they do require city as landowner to be very much engaged. Next slide, please. This is what our conceptual site plan looks like today. This is SWA's work. I would say that if you take all the way the pretty colors and the numbers, there is a bare bones site plan there. And that site plan is based on the conversations we've had with South Coast Water District and Saco on the ranch. It works with them. So this is a concept that no one at the city has weighed in on, and that's where we are. We need staff to weigh in on it from a planning point of view and to help us think it through. Next slide, please. These are just, the next slides, I think, are just renderings of what it could look like when restored. Some of the features. These are the highlighted requests. This is what I'm asking council to do to support the project. This is a slightly abridged version of what you have in front of you. We need the council to renew its expression of support. And so the expression that was very strong in 2015 and 2020. And this is because our granting agencies need to know what's happening here. So we're hoping that there will be a support for not just the next step, but for the process itself. We would like the council to authorize the council rep and the city manager to provide guidance and oversight throughout the project so that we can reach something like a work plan. We don't have a work plan with the city, even though when the city originally said you can have $100,000, it was just a little baffling to me because we couldn't get a conversation of what do you want for that? You know, we didn't think we'd just be given $100,000, but what would that be for? So we'd like to nail those things down too and have an agreement. We want to go to concept design review, and we need the city manager or somebody to sign that application as landowner. And then we would like city staff to enthusiastically support us because we haven't had enthusiastic support from city staff. And we're having it now. Can I say that this staff is wonderful? And so we're grateful for that. And then we would like, this was part of our original request with council members Waylon and Steve Dictorow to have the city permit and processing fees waived. So I could do more presentation, but I don't think you want more presentation. I'm
No,
happy
I
to
think we're good. Do you have any questions?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I have 3 quick questions. Okay. First of all, thank you, Ed, for I mean, your involvement in this and in this very complex project, and I appreciate the time that we had to meet. So obviously the difference between now and the pictures of before is just the amount of development that's happened upstream from the estuary. And when I was reading an article, I think it was from in the OC Register from Eric Carucci in 2020 or 2021, and it references that there's, I think, 646,000 gallons per day going down downstream. And in that article, it referenced how that would need to be reduced to half for this to work. I think we talked a little bit about this on Sunday, but can you help me so is that accurate?
I haven't read that, and I don't know what the source is, but no, I don't.
So do we have to reduce the amount of water coming through is my question, I guess.
No,
And it might be like a stupid question.
No, it's not a stupid question, but it's something that we have a science advisory team. There's a panel of
Okay.
restoration experts who began with these kinds of questions because, yes, you're right. When inland South Orange County developed, the hydrology, like the flow chart on that creek just went up, like very, very steep chart around the early 80s. So the flows in the creek are unnatural. The restoration of this estuary is basically a plumbing problem. So there's too much water coming in. Our scientists now, originally we thought we'd have to pull water out artificially. Okay. Our scientists now think that with climate change, there's less coming in, but also because of of the WQIP and the reduction of flows that are anticipated through the very aggressive management of the watershed, that will reduce the amount of flow sufficiently to restore the processes in the estuary. And so our objectives are about restoring the processes.
Got it. And the WQIP, so is that the so that what's WQIP
Water
again?
Quality Improvement Program, it's basically the bundle, it's the MS4 permits.
Got it.
That are for South Orange County. And it does reference restoration of the estuary as one of the goals. So all the cities in South Orange County are signatories and permittees to that.
Got it. And then just last question on the charrette process. So, and I get, so it failed in the past. It sounds like so can you confirm what you said? South Coast, they're supportive of the project?
No, we haven't asked their board if they're supported, but what we do know is that their staff, we just have an email from them that says, you know, after several months working with them on the site plan, that site plan works with them. So that the issues, the conflicts, whatever, they're good with the site plan we have today.
And so why not? Okay, that's helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ed.
Yes.
So this board of that you mentioned, the scientists.
Science advisory team, yes.
Yes, science advisory. So is there like a stamp of approval where they actually at some point there's a statement or a document that says that they have collected and analyzed all of the data to assure that this will work? This, whatever it takes to make an estuary work?
The way they work is they identify what it takes to bring the system back to its original functions. This isn't taking it back to historic condition, but the functions are restored sufficiently. And so they do have parameters, and there is, yes, a list of project design objectives that have been identified. And we're right at the stage now where they're working on making those measurable, because what in fact they will produce is an adaptive management plan that monitors the estuary once it's restored to see if it is in fact functioning. They believe that it's feasible to restore the estuary. And the product of our very first grant, which was finished, produced in 2018, was the conceptual restoration plan that determined the feasibility of restoring the estuary.
Okay, so you're saying that it's been determined that it's feasible?
Yes.
I mean, because before you go and start getting easements or trying to get letters of intent, you would want to make sure that.
Yes, we believe it's feasible. We're talking about the restoration. The other things like the park amenities are kind of other issues that we need to hear the staff weigh in on. But restoring that system, we don't see any constraints that could arise that would make it infeasible, even though there are some outstanding questions.
I don't know how, of course, how the other council feel about the park and the aesthetics, but to me at this point, that seems like the least of any concern in my mind. I mean, you got the financial issue to deal with, whether or not that the project actually is going to work as a true estuary, because I would assume that it has to work as an estuary in order to get future grant money, right? Because nobody's going to want to contribute money if it's not actually proven.
That's right. So the science advisory team is also, the participants of that include restoration scientists, but also the funders are there. They're watching this process. And I think maybe what answers your question is that there is a hard line in the sand, if you will, about what changes can happen to the estuary through the process, like the CEQA process. And if certain things happen that reduce the probability of success, like if the size of the basin beyond less than what we propose shrinks, those design parameters change very much, then the science advisory team is there kind of to watch over that. And our proposal is that they never go away, that they're always active through the life of the project, and they're the brain. But they have, I mean, what we're working on are models that model the behavior of the estuary over time. And so you can do what-if scenarios to see what happens. And that's how they came up with the design that we have today.
Okay, so we you know, you heard last week we had our strategic planning meeting. And so I'll just make my comments and then the other council members can weigh in and we can discuss it. Oh,
But we
after,
need to listen to the public.
that's right, I forgot about.
Okay, anybody else have questions for Ed?
I'll ask one. Maybe I've asked this before, Ed. You know, you never bring the system back to where it was when it was, you know, before man came, and you had Indians living here, and it wasn't a bridge, there wasn't a road. Is the bridge itself, any of those structures limiting to the estuary and its viability, or it's, you know, whatever?
There are lots of structures that are limiting. So,
Okay.
but that doesn't mean we can't restore the estuary. But so when we looked at the design, our scientists looked hard at the bridge. It used to have, you know, one arch and then two half arches. There was more flow. We're not proposing to remove the bridge. If we could, you know, we would, and that's maybe an ultimate phase, but we're not, it's not necessary. What we are proposing is that on the beach side, where there's that riprap, that we open that up so that the flow to the sand is greater. So, I mean, you saw on the historical photos where there was this expanse of wetland on the beach. We had more beach in those days, but the idea is to enhance the ability of that flow to reach the ocean.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ed.
Yep.
Okay, I'll open a public hearing. I know you guys have been patient. Thank you for that.
Excuse me. Good evening, City Council members. Greg Viviani here, third generation South Laguna Beach resident, born and raised. Thank you for letting our voices be heard tonight. I'm so glad to have such a strong presence supporting my argument regarding the Aliso Creek sand berm issue that falls within the estuary restoration project. I really want to be grateful about our political system here in Laguna Beach. I want to encourage other young generations to speak and not be afraid to have voices within our community. Being born and raised here in South Laguna, I'm very passionate about our environment and beaches. I hope you stand behind and support not just my beliefs, but the beliefs of many other concerned local residents, community of wave riders, and people from all over the country and world that have signed my petition with over 7,240 signatures and counting for no more useless laws at Aliso Beach, which means no estuary. I hope the City Council will make the logical, correct decision that has indisputable facts, science, and proof that breaching the berm is a better solution to this whole situation at hand, and not move forward with this extremely costly fantasy estuary project that has been draining the city funds and time for years. There will be a more negative impact with this costly project. I strongly believe we should use these funds to mitigate pollution problems upstream where the problem starts. This estuary will cause for the demolition of a perfectly good parking lot, taking out a handful of very big, old, healthy trees that provide great shade, also taking away a large storage area dedicated to marine safety equipment and other needed supplies for public works. As we all know, space is very limited in this town. I also believe the South Coast Water District is still not giving up their land, which might stonewall this whole project anyways. In previous months, I have sent you all studies, reports from OC Parks and Orange County Healthcare Agency and other documents proving that we are not polluting the ocean more by breaching the berm. That in fact is becoming more polluted as the water sits stagnant and creates further bacteria growth going into the ocean. And I quote, "There's no direct correlation between berm knockdowns and an increased risk of exposure to bacteria," end quote, from the Orange County Healthcare Agency. Also, this water is mainly high tide ocean water during the king tides and non-rainy seasons. Please don't take away this historic river wave. I would hope to see some type of compromise, maybe agreeing to not breach the berm during crowded beach days. As the county used to basically say, turn a blind eye to something that I can stand behind. This is a very unique part of South Laguna. That's what makes Laguna Laguna. I believe we should take care of this issue within our town and politics, not have some oversight by an outstanding party that has no clue the situation at hand. The local residents in our community make Laguna Laguna, not outside entities trying to force the decision. Remember the Save the Canyon protest? I was there holding hands with my family, trying to stop yet another entity trying to tell us what to do. We take care of things in Laguna Beach from the inside. After all, this is Laguna Beach, right? So keep it the same. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg.
Hello, Council. Thank you for your time tonight. My name is Adam Redding Kaufman. I'm a local surfer and environmentalist. I'm here to talk about three things with you: the truth, the lies, and the sand. So the truth about this matter is that the city actually paid tens of thousands of dollars in 2009 to hire a geologist with a PhD to study the structure of the creek. And if you would like me to forward you this study, I'm more than happy to. I've sent it to Mayor Pro Tem Alex Renagi previously. And essentially what this study said is in 2009, the creek is widening and is going to continue to widen. Alex's question about the flow of water was very important. I don't believe that the city has the power to stop the flow of water. And if we continue to have this flow at the current rate, as cited by someone with a PhD in geology, back in 2009, we cannot control this creek to a level where we can turn it into an estuary. And that is where the lies come in, that this creek is easily convertible, that surfers are regularly digging and breaking the berm. It is so frustrating for me as a local surfer and member of this surf community to have to put up with consistent lies, Stu News publishing that surfers broke the creek when it was actually a natural break. This has happened multiple times through many different sources of local media, and it makes it very hard for me as a prominent member of the surf community when I know that most of these allegations, the majority isn't true. So I actually am personally in favor of a camera that looks at the berm because it will show you the city how consistently this creek is breaking naturally with the current rate of water flowing through it. There's just too much water coming from upstream. So finally, I want to talk about the sand. We know that both Newport Beach to the north and San Clemente to the south have invested millions of dollars into sand replenishment projects. This is one of our only natural sources of sand and sand flow. We are losing our sand as well here in Laguna Beach. And personally, I think the true environmental issue here, I think if you truly care about the local environment in Laguna, you need to support ongoing sand flow and keeping this creek breaking naturally where it's replenishing our local beaches with sand. I'll yield my time. I guess the last thing I'll say quickly is that earlier you guys talked about building a pickleball court where this estuary is planned, and you approved moving forward with a pickleball court in that area. So I feel like we've already made up our minds here. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nick Hernandez. I've grown up my whole life from kindergarten through high school here. I'm a professional skimboarder. I've been using the creek for recreation since I was 5. I grew up at Aliso Circle. I've been watching the creek for 50 years. And you know, I'm not a scientist, but studying what it does. It has been breaking naturally like this since I was a kid. And when it didn't break naturally, it would stink up the whole neighborhood to where my mom would be like, go down and dig that creek out. I would dig it out, I would ride it. And I'm here to advocate riding the creek and not having a treasure taken away from the skimboarders and all of the surfers here, because it makes great surfing. It brings sand, like you said. And like I said, I've been watching for 45 years. I saw the design. It will always be a berm there, guys. And it's gonna always smell bad. If we regulate that and keep it healthy, birds will return. There's ducks in there. You know, there's things like that. I don't think it can support any fish life with a golf course that spews, you know, all kinds of fertilizers and things into there. You know, it's a sad thing. I wish we could go back 100 years right now. I'd be fishing right there, catching huge fish. I love fishing, you know. We never got the reserve change back like everyone promised after 5 years. I can't take my grandkids fishing here like my grandfather took me down to Bird Rock, you know. I even wrote a song called In Laguna, You Can't, you know. So I'm advocating these guys to bring back our culture, the culture of Laguna. I became Athlete of the Year. I mean, that was the biggest honor. I shouldn't have even been that guy. There's better people. I got lucky. They let me. But you know, so we've honored skimboarding here in Laguna Beach. We honor it. And riding a river wave in Laguna is so unique, and I think we're one of the first people to do it. Now in Hawaii, at Waimea, they let it out for the same reasons, and they had the same battle, and now the kids are all the local Hawaiians, and who's more environmental than Hawaiians? So I appreciate that you guys have concern, and I really feel your love in my heart, but I think you're misled. There's a myriad of reasons why a little brackish fish will be killed the minute it's reintroduced into that, and it will never come back. And I'm sorry for that. I love fish, so thank you very much. I'll yield my
Okay,
time.
thank you.
Hello, I'm Chad Stickney. I'm a South Laguna resident. I've been riding that river since I was 13, my son's age, and I'd like to see him ride it. I've been traveling the country trying to bodyboard every state, so I'm seeing all these different cities that have a flourishing like surf culture around the rivers and the river waves they have. Yeah, I think it's probably one of the better river waves in North America that I've seen. And I'd hate to see this be where we can't dig it and we get in trouble. I'd love to see the next generations get to do what I've done, and I'd like to see my son and all the kids that were here earlier, but probably had to go home and go to bed. But yeah, I would hate to see that thing where we can't dig it anymore. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for your time. I feel kind of lonely. I'm not a surfer here. I've lived on Aliso Beach for over 23 years. And what I wanted to emphasize, and I see the creek and what it does on a daily basis. Aliso Creek is no longer a natural phenomenon. As an estuary as it was many years ago, without so much urban development, is really only a dream. At the present time, it discharges millions of gallons of polluted urban runoff from over-irrigation, automobile contaminants, herbicides from over 100,000 homes and 7 cities as it goes through. Years ago, the county built a riprap on the south side to protect the parking area, resulting on a northerly meander on a regular basis. To mitigate the meandering, the County of Orange, through OC Parks, maintained the Aliso Creek by regular breaching of the mouth of the creek and occasional use of tractors until they would solve this problem. They transitioned this responsibility to City of Laguna Beach as of March of 23, and unfortunately, I guess they did not tell the city that the permits did not transfer and they were expired. Therefore, city has not been able to do this regular maintenance by breaching the berm. Aliso Creek will eventually discharge into the ocean. However, when it meanders, it creates significant issues as I've seen, and I have many pictures to show, including erosion of the beach with the prolonged recovery time, public safety concern, including sand walls of over 15 feet tall, posing risk especially to unaware children playing near the sand wall and the creek with exposed rocks on the bottom, limited access for residents and public along the extended stretch of the beach, property damage due to the creek meander and undermining structures. We have 2 homes that they've completely lost their backyard, formation of polluted and toxic pond water, and high expense associated with the need for tractors and resources for beach repair. Until a lasting solution for treating Aliso Creek water is established, the most economical and effective approach involves routine maintenance and occasional breaching of the natural sand berm at the mouth of the creek. This practice is the most economical way and encourages the creek to flow directly into the ocean, preventing meandering and all the issues above. We appreciate the city's help to continue the maintenance of the Aliso Creek. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Roger. This is my neighbor that just spoke, and I can't say it any better than he did. We live 2 houses up from where Aliso Creek enters into the ocean, and we are adversely impacted by the lack of that changeover when the county stopped and the city took over And I know there's kind of some permit issues as far as how we keep the creek flowing straight. And I know that's in the works and people are looking into that. I appreciate Ed's input on an estuary. I think it's feasible, but I don't think it's practical. We have so many communities, millions of people, hundreds of thousands of homes that have developed. And those old pictures, we actually have some of those. Our family's been residents there for over 30 years. We love the ocean, respect the ocean. We do everything we can. When we're there out on weekends, we go on trash patrol. We're pulling things out of the creek that come from up the creek. But I think to sum it up, I would say that basically the road of unintended consequences is paved with good intentions. And I think oftentimes somebody has a good intention. We all love the beauty that Laguna Beach has. But we've already seen the train wreck that Ed mentioned. We've seen several of them. He mentioned the project early on has had a couple of train wrecks. Well, beach erosion, excess beach erosion, mismanagement of that creek. And I can sit up on the deck and watch time and time again how the beach erodes, how naturally that creek will break. And if it's prevented from breaking, and as the neighbor says, it meanders up north, that's when property damage starts occurring, dangerous conditions start occurring, and beach erosion, excess beach erosion starts occurring. So I just would really have the city council, considering, at least at this time, start managing that creek, get it flowing out straight, and we'll all take better care of the environment by doing that, I think. Thank you.
Good evening once again. My name is Brendan. What I would say about this is that what's there is natural. The problem that I see is where the water's coming from, the quality. People mentioned the fertilizer, automobile runoff. I wish the city did more to support clean automobiles in general. But in this subject, I feel like the disconnect is one of reality, and that constant contracting to engineer nature is just going to perpetuate contract after contract. It's kind of a self-sustaining mechanism, isn't it? And I'm here to support the fellas, and I'm against the estuary.
Okay, thank you.
How's it going, guys? My name's Dawson. I'm an avid surfer and ocean lover and enthusiast. My life revolves around the water growing up in Hawaii. My view on this project is mainly focused on the regulation of the standing river wave and the uniqueness this beach offers. If this project is approved, I'm here today to say that I don't support the estuary project for the Aliso Creek if the creek will be illegal to break freely. I believe in opposing this because it will have negative effects on the area in which blocking the natural flow of the creek out into the ocean can cause stagnant water and have a buildup of bacteria unless the river breaks continuously. I grew up near Waimea Bay on Oahu, and they also have a river that frequently needs to be dug manually to release the buildup of water, whether the surfers or local city workers do this to prevent flooding and bacteria buildups during heavier rains and runoff. Currently, the Aliso Creek offers a very special and unique surfing experience involving a standing wave and a temporary high-quality sandbar, creating beautiful, stunning waves happening from the overflow of creek water and sand into the ocean. This creek is very much controlled by the tides and the ocean swells, in which will decide when the creek will break in way of overflowing, since the creek can only handle so much water at once. While certain times this waterway contains high levels of urban runoff and rainwater, us locals who ride the wave usually play it safe and do a risk assessment to judge when it's safe to enjoy. On the other hand, there are many times that the high tide from the ocean fills the creek with fresh salt water, which naturally kills and dilutes those possible harmful contaminants. It's usually then that the wave is safer to ride and knowing it's cleaner water. If you can walk down there, you can visually tell if the water is safer to be in. Just as lifeguards and signage near the ocean urges people to enter at your own risk, this also aligns with the river wave activities. This brings the South Laguna surfing community to get together and to experience a unique and undeniable fun time. I personally think this adds to the culture of the area. I frequently come to this stretch of coast in hopes to have a good time with the excitement of surfing and a novelty river wave for beachgoers to watch an inspiring experience. The smiles and passion of the younger generation at this beach is priceless when they're witnessing them playing near this waterway, whether it be surfers, skimboarders, or boogie boarders. And I think we should never do away with this beautiful and unique thing this river offers. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, councillors. My name is Paul Nordee. I am a Laguna Beach resident for the last 32 years. I've been surfing for 55 years. I'm also very involved in ocean environmentalism. I head up the environmental movement of the Surf Industry Members Association. I've been sort of touching on the on this restoration of the estuary project with Ed and the Laguna Ocean Foundation for some time. I'm extremely supportive of it. I think that as humans, if we're just prepared to accept a polluted environment, then we really aren't doing any favors to future generations. And I think that it is possible for this creek to be restored. I think it is possible for urban runoff cleanup to take place upstream. The the 7 cities involved in what's happening upstream have done a tremendous amount of work to clean up urban runoff. We're still not there yet, but I think that progress has been made. And I think with respect to the wave riders, and as I say, I've been surfing for 55 years, I've probably broken most laws there are to break in surfing. So I don't think anybody sitting here sort of insisting on some sort of law to be installed, but I think that the restoration project, along with the cleanup of the urban runoff upstream, could be extremely beneficial to the entire community. Laguna Beach is a marine protected area. I think that the city has a responsibility to uphold that marine protected area. And I think that the urban runoff situation is definitely needs to be addressed by the city at large. But I am in favor of the creek restoration project. I think that another key factor to bear in mind is that the climate change is leading to oceans rising. Oceans rising is leading to sand erosion in many coastal areas around the world, particularly in Southern California. And the restoration of the creek project, if done with the right science behind it, could certainly lead to a natural flow of water and a buildup of sand along the beaches, which is sorely needed. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Paul.
Good evening. My name is Calvin Chalker. I'm a marine biology teacher in a high school in Long Beach. I've recently moved to the community, and I've witnessed the berm being dug and the kids surfing it and the excitement and the YouTube footage that's put up there. And it's actually something really spectacular and kind of rare to see. I've surfed all over the world and never surfed a river wave. Since I teach science, I'll keep it simple because I teach high school kids. Stagnant water. I mean, if the kids aren't allowed, or if the surfers aren't allowed to dig out the berm, it's just going to lead to buildup of pretty much just nitrogen, and that's going to be causing problems. When you have a lot of nitrogen going in the water, you get the algal blooms. And then in terms of, just the runoff to the north that I've noticed, when it's not dug out, it's just negative. That's all. But that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this item in the room? Okay, we have 2 hands on Zoom. Let's start with 6367.
*6 to unmute, 6367.
Good evening, Mike Bean and Laguna Blue Belt Coalition. California has lost 90% of its wetlands through development, parking lots, and towns. And I want to begin by thanking Ed and Laguna Ocean Foundation for their years of dedicated work on this legacy project to bring the lagoon back to Laguna. So please support the estuary project. The highest and best use of this area is not a parking lot, but a restored estuary for the federally endangered tidewater goby, last seen there in 1975. Now Aliso Creek is the biggest source of daily pollution. As Ed pointed out, the success is flow dependent in Aliso Creek. So we've been working for the last 10 years with inland cities to dramatically reduce the amount of water going in the creek. And upstream, they will soon be removing some of the creek water and putting it in the Niguel Reservoir to reduce the flow through the park. In 2018, the berm held all summer long because OC lifeguards successfully protected the berm. So the preliminary, so in 2014, a $2.8 million Aliso Creek urban runoff recovery, reuse, and restoration facility was built at the coastal treatment plant with funds from the city and the state to pull excess water out of the creek, which would allow the integrity of the berm and be a required step for a successful restoration. So going forward, let's support LOF's work, but preliminary steps require us to monitor that berm, and that's why we've been asking for the camera, and also to re-establish the ordinances to protect the public health. I spent my life in the water, underwater, on the water, all over the world. I don't like to swim in polluted water. So discharging that water in my home in South Laguna is something that, you know, it's not cool. So please consider the fact that this is a marine protected area and support the estuary project. Thank you for all your work.
Thanks, Mike. Caller 3116.
Good evening. Can you hear me? This is Joanne McMahon.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I'm going to have to talk fast because I think you guys know how passionate I am about this area, having lived above it since 1987. In theory, you know, the estuary plan is a beautiful plan. In reality, per Ed's words, this is a crisis in strategic planning. We have a lot going on here. First of all, in the short term, you know, this area is Caltrans staging area for major highway construction, and who knows with Caltrans when that will end. You know, we're saying 2025, probably 2028, if not past that. We've got a sewer pump lift station going on down in this area. We've got new road construction on Country Club Drive. We've got 7 fire pits approved by city, by Coastal Commission. You know, fire abatement, what's going on with that. I was very shocked to hear that this is an area that is proposed for pickleball courts. So, you know, coming back to the estuary, we've got a 3-ring circus going on down in this area. And I'm not a scientist. I'm not certain if this estuary is going to work from a scientific standpoint. I'm listening to some very young watermen that I tend to agree with regards to the berm and, you know, just the natural flow of the water. Living here since 1987, my husband used to just call the county to get things straightened out so that, you know, this creek wasn't flowing in front of the homes. Oceanfront, you know, north of Aliso Beach. I've got a lot of history here, and I just have a lot of questions as to the science of this, first of all, and secondly, to all of the things that we've got going on, you know, down here in this little slice of heaven, as I call it. So I just, I don't know the answers, but I just wanted to relay my opinions that I'm just not. that's where I stand with this. But anyway, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And have a good evening.
Thank you, Joanne. Okay, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to council. Did you want to start? Well, you started before I thought it started. Go ahead. Anybody?
Well, we never did hear from staff. I mean, I think what's being asked here tonight is a very, very tiny first step that, of what would be a long process. But I mean, could we ask staff to
Yeah.
please describe to us what we're being asked to prove?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Just to briefly describe what's shared in your staff report, a couple of important dates. One is to identify that the city recently acquired ownership of the property, and that happened just less than a year ago. So just the last bullet point on this slide, that happened in March of last year. And then beginning on page 3 of your staff report, we talk about next steps and opportunities for council to weigh in on the project. The first bar before you this evening is tonight's meeting. And then in your staff report, you have steps 1 through 5. Won't be the ultimate end, but those are the steps that we've identified, which include concept review, coming back to city council after that, and then going through the formal application process, design review, coastal development permit, and the environmental review, and then coming back to council after those are completed. The key things to note with this is that it provides a couple of opportunities that are important for this process. One is for council to identify that they maintain their support of the project, and that's important to the Laguna Ocean Foundation. And then the other key opportunity is also through this review process, staff can provide input and Planning Commission can provide feedback on the project, also a key element as of Laguna Ocean Foundation's request. And so this evening before you, we are recommending that if the city council does desire additional review of the project, to instruct Laguna Ocean Foundation to submit a concept review application, authorize the city manager to sign that application, direct staff to agendize an update before you after the Planning Commission's review of the concept application, and then to waive the application fees. Small correction that for the concept review application, the fee is $6,666. That concludes our, and then if I could just clarify.
Do you mind if I just jump in?
I don't,
quickly?
thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. I just, I guess to kind of go to the onset there, it's staff's position and based on the conversations that there are a number of things that need to be formally looked at and studied. And if the council desires to continue, that next step would be that, as Jennifer mentioned, that concept review. And that's where we would formalize this project and have staff review with comments, Planning Commission, public input, and gather that all together as a concept review and then return to council with that more fleshed out plan that then we would consider, as Jennifer mentioned, the other steps, EIR, future steps with other considerations as well. But this initial one tonight is recommending formalizing and taking a closer look at what this project entails.
Thank you. You know, I think we've, as Ed outlined earlier, this has been since 2015, and we've expressed interest in advancing the planning of this to a point where we could better understand it. And we don't know enough right now to say no. We don't know enough to say yes. The concept review really, as outlined in our report, would get other agencies, including South Coast, SACWA, Orange County Flood Control, the public, everybody to input. It's at virtually no cost to the city. The suggestion from one of the speakers that we spent lots of money on this project is just incorrect. We appropriated $100,000. We've never spent any of it. So, you know, I'm somebody who likes to be informed by information and data before I just knee-jerk yes or no. And I think for waiving fees of what, under $7,000, we can learn a lot more about this project and whether we want to take the next step. So I think staff has done a nice job here of outlining a next step for us. I think I think I support it, and it's really just trying to get us more informed to decide where we want to go next.
Since I was in the subcommittee, I just want to mention we've gone through a review process that really isn't as depthful as we want it to be, but based on what we know and what we've heard from Ed and his experts, this project is feasible. Do we want to do it? Not sure yet. We haven't spent any money yet. And the questions folks that have raised in the audience, so we want to get those answered. I don't know that it will stop breaching of the berm or berm. That's a separate issue for me. Not necessarily related to the estuary itself. And that'll be answered by science as well as we move forward. But there are a number of stops, go, no go, on this project that we'll reach. And the only time we spend money is the $100,000 will go toward the full EIR. So I'm confident we're taking a cautious approach. I'm concerned about the money. $20 million plus a visitor center, paths. I'm not sure all of that should be done at once. And that's something we'll all discuss down the road. Thank you.
Who wants to go?
You can go.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I do agree with George and Bob. Will moving forward with this, Jeremy, also identify the funding sources?
It would in part, and there's two parts to the funding. The first one is the work that Ed has done with Laguna Ocean Foundation and the grant opportunities. The staff report identifies the grant funding that he currently has to go forward on the next step. And then it also identifies the potential future grants that he would expect to apply for. The second part is the funding that would come from the city. So at this point, City Council has appropriated the $100,000, but the Laguna Ocean Foundation does anticipate asking for additional funds from the city. Those exact costs would be determined as part of this process.
Okay, but so would the $100,000 would not be a part of this process?
We anticipate that it would to help support the production of the environmental impact report.
We've already allocated that previously.
Okay, so essentially, if I understand this correctly, we're really stepping into, I guess, the project manager of this project. Would that be an accurate statement?
We would actually be the discretionary, well, there's two pieces to that. I apologize. City Council is the property owner. So it's really the City Council's purview of, do you want to allow the Laguna Ocean Foundation to submit an application on city property? The second piece is that if you do allow that, our city staff would process that discretionary application through the process.
So does that mean they're the project manager?
Yes, at this point, Laguna Ocean Foundation has a team that was managing the project, but they are asking that the city participate. And that participation includes reviewing the application, but also includes staff time, such as the city attorney's time, to implement and review agreements and MOUs to help with the implementation or management of the estuary.
And those MOUs, as far as adjacent property owners, would that be something that's done up front so we can kind of look at any obstacles sooner rather than later?
We anticipate obtaining comments from the other agencies as part of the concept review and the formal application. However, we don't anticipate the agreements to be part of the process until the formal application. So with the environmental review, coastal development permit, and design review.
Okay, and then my final question goes to our interim city manager. We just had our meeting last week and we identified all of our priorities, and I don't know if we have understand the number of hours something like this would take, but how does this fit into our bigger picture of everything else that we're working on?
If the city council adopts an initiative, it would be by a majority vote, obviously, it would be a work plan for us and we would undertake it with bells on. So
Does it go to, we
it
have
is-
36 right now. Does it go to 37? Wasn't that the number that we had, 36?
There were a lot. There were a lot. There were, there's some, there's a, and now I'm going to brag on you. There's 72 things that at least that we're working on, and we're working on them enthusiastically. We can't do them all. And this is what I told you the other day. We can't do them all at the same time. We can plod along on some, and we will focus our attention on your highest priorities. And we got that clear direction from you. This wasn't one that rose to the top, but it is on the original list of 62 items, I think. So it's on the list, and I will follow your lead as to where you want me to put this on that list. It's a diplomatic answer.
Just
That's a
to, just
diplomatic
to-
answer.
Just to alleviate the time concern, we were interested in the number of hours that staff would be spending on this project in the next stage. How much time is that?
So the next stage is the concept review application. That would involve a number of city staff, including staff from Planning Division and Public Works. They would have to review the application package submitted by the Laguna Ocean Foundation, and at the scope of the project that it is, that would take several hours. I don't have a good number to put towards that. But if you can imagine project review, document review, and then review of the general plan, the local coastal program, and the zoning code, you can imagine that there's quite a bit to review. Apart from that, a staff report would be prepared to present to the Planning Commission, and then there's the time that would be taken to attend that Planning Commission and obtain that feedback.
Ed mentioned that there's some other monies that, there's a deadline for another grant, right, Ed, that you had mentioned? So it looks like it's highly unlikely that we would meet any deadline if it's coming as soon as he indicated. I mean, he didn't give us an exact date, but.
Yeah, I can speak to some of that information if I may, and that's part of his first funding expires in September of this year, September 2024. The concept review stage could certainly occur before that. If he and his team are ready to submit an application this month or next month, we would estimate that's about a 4-month timeline to get feedback at the Planning Commission stage. That, however, does not get to the environmental review stage necessarily, certainly not completion of the environmental impact report. Ed has indicated that there are some constraints with that deadline, and he would request city support in having meetings with those funders to see if there's any flexibility, if any, because there may not be.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think, we have a responsibility to be stewards of the green belt and the blue belt. And so a project like this really does demand our attention. And I think the possibility is exciting of if this could happen, and I'm a dreamer. So I like this idea of things like this. But I do think it's important that we really, for the sake of just from the Ocean Foundation's perspective and our own, is that we really come into this with all the relevant facts in front of us about how we could move forward. And I really don't want to be wasting staff time on something that that's not good, so to me, the fundamental question that I still don't have a good answer on comes down to water flow and our MS4 permit, which I believe is issued by the San Diego County Water, San Diego Regional Water Quality. So I really want to understand, and I appreciate that there's a scientific advisory team. I think the one thing that I need a good answer for before moving forward is understanding how, how we're going to be able to essentially go backwards in time with urban runoff. And one of the nice things about everyone who spoke, 'cause I think everyone shared this goal. There's a consensus of about reducing urban runoff from everyone on all sides of this whole thing. And I appreciate the work that's been done to reduce it so far. But to me, if we're not in the position of having that reduced to the extent that an estuary can work here, then any other conversation, even about funding, about the other issues at play, it just seems like that's almost a moot point until we can really have a solid answer about whether this thing is possible. Because it's just basic physics. There's so much, I think I heard 7 different cities that are involved that control our runoff, that even if in a hypothetical situation where we devoted all of our attention, all of our budget to this, we can't control those 7 cities. And that's kind of the problem with, that's the issue at hand. And if it is the case that we have reduced water flow to the extent that we can have an estuary, then I want to better understand that. And I think, but until we can really have clarity about that question of kind of basic physics, it's hard for me I don't want to send everyone spinning in circles trying to find answers to questions that are not even relevant if we don't know about this water flow question. So I'm interested to hear what my colleagues think, but until we can really know what the water flow is, and the scientific, what the scientists are saying, what San Diego Regional Water Quality Board is saying, I think that's the first step. Because I think the Planning Commission, I don't know what they're going to be able to say about this. They're not experts. Our planners are not experts in this. And so we're just going to be sending our staff spinning. And so I would be supportive of answering that question before moving forward. I don't know what you guys
No,
think.
I was thinking the same thing, because I don't, I don't thoroughly, of course, I think this is part of the issue here, is we don't thoroughly understand the project, but because we haven't done all of our diligence on it, but if the water's coming down the hill and it's not clean when it gets in there, then what's the point? So I agree with Alex on that.
Can I ask you?
Yeah.
Is the objective that this is going to clean the water or play a part in that?
Well, but even if, I think it could clean the water, I don't know the answer to that, but this isn't going to be able to reduce the runoff on its own. Am I right, Ed?
Yeah.
The estuary will, because it's an ecosystem that has a natural function of cleaning the water and filtering it. It will clean the water, but that's not the objective of this project. And that's why I think it's confused with the berm management question, which seems to be hinging on how we manage bad water in the lagoon. This is about restoring an estuary. So the question of the hydrology and the flow that's coming downstream, we do have some studies coming up, several studies that would be part of the EIR. So all these questions you've heard tonight would be addressed in the EIR, and the questions that you will hear again, basically at the concept review, which is going to act like a scoping process. They'll just be questions. We won't have answers for those until we do the EIR. We can do some front-end technical studies to focus on these questions you're asking, Alex. The science advisory team has, these are people who are involved in the MS4 for the county, managing that. So they know what they're talking about in terms of what the water flow is now, and they know what it needs to do to make this viable. I think, Nick Garrity, who's our hydrologist who does the modeling, is on the phone, I think, but we could go to him. And or, within this time frame of what staff is proposing, we could probably get some product from the science advisory team that addresses that specific question.
But what do you think about what I said? Like, does that make sense to you? Why would we talk about anything else if we don't know the hydrology? Because I might be missing something.
No, I think you're right, but we do know about the hydrology. We know enough, but there's a lot that we know that, to your point, that has not been described because it's very, very technical. Some of it is in the conceptual restoration plan that was published, but it's very techy. And so I think at some point the project has to be unpacked by staff. And there's a lot of technical work that our staff won't understand because it's not in their expertise. But that doesn't mean that they won't be able to determine that it's feasible or kick the tires of the research or have a peer review. These are scientists that I mean, we have the foremost expert on the Tidewater Gobi on this panel. There's not, I mean, these people know what they're talking about. So how to get that before staff and the public so that they understand it is maybe our challenge. I've said this before, but I think I'm the last person on the earth who does believe in CEQA, in the CEQA process. And I think that that's how you unpack it. I've been working on very, very complex EIRs, an oil drilling project for Hermosa Beach, where we had to unpack the technical studies for the public. You can do it, but you want the public to ask questions and to be able to answer all those. And that's what this CEQA process would provide.
Is the guy on who you
Nick?
reference?
He may be.
Can we ask him?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know how to do that, Jennifer. I mean,
Okay, you
he's
guys,
on Zoom.
it's 10 to 11. I don't really want to have a technical discussion on water right
Can you
now.
just give us a quick,
Can I-
a quick summary though?
Someone made a request.
Just a, quick.
The cliff
Okay, I
notes.
hear that, but I also, cognizant of the time. So can he give us, if he's on, can he give us a quick?
Nick is there. I
flyby?
think Nick can be very succinct.
Okay, Nick?
Yes, hi, this is Nick Garrity from ESA. And the quick answer is we've performed preliminary hydrology analyses for the conceptual restoration plan that show that restoring vegetated wetland in the estuary is feasible. Yes, the watershed, the creek, and the estuary are highly modified from historic conditions, but there's no aspect to the modified hydrology that precludes restoring a vegetated wetland at this site. And I would add that while this site is unique, similar wetlands have been restored throughout Southern California in the state successfully, and provide examples of how this type of restoration can be successfully implemented.
Okay, thanks, Nick.
Thank you, Nick.
Okay, any further comments here? Here's where I am. I'll go with a consensus, but clearly we're going to have to make a financial contribution. We have so many other priorities. We just went through a priority setting session. We went through all those items. This is not one of them. And this is one of the problems we have here in this town is we get our fingers into a lot of different things and we can't manage them all. And this is going to wind up being a big project. So I don't know, that's kind of where I am. I don't, unless we got 100% of the money from grants and it was technically feasible and we had clean water and everything worked out. I mean, it's with this money we don't have. So that's where I am.
Let me say that I think that we don't know what we don't know yet. And we haven't spent any money yet. We have $100,000 previously allocated that would go to the EIR. So the next stage is the concept review and getting more information about what the project looks like. And we're not spending money on that. So it's really some staff time. I don't know whether it's 10 hours or 15 or 20 or 30. So this isn't major money that we're talking about from the city, and I would oppose that down the road as well. I don't know what major money is, but we have to see that if it's viable and know more about it and know more about the benefits of it. We've already heard from Nick saying it's preliminarily possible, but we don't know for sure, 100%. So
Just making a question or ask a question if we were to pass this through tonight, is there any legal expense that we're going to incur at this point or not at this point?
Madam Mayor, in the application process, staff will come to us and ask us questions. So in that regard, it's hard to project exactly how much staff is going to rely on the city attorney's office when it comes to the environmental document. We would review that document and be more heavily involved.
Okay.
Well,
All right, thank you.
again, just to stay focused on what we're asking tonight. So if we go to the staff report, page 3, right? It's concept review, that's staff time. We've heard from staff an estimate of what that is. Step 2 then is city council consideration. It's back to us. Before we've initiated the CEQA, before the city attorney is commenting on an EIR. So, I think Alex raises a good point, and we could say, conduct a concept review And before you return to council, focus on the hydrology question. And we want as much feedback as we can get on the hydrology question. We haven't spent any money before it comes back to us, other than some staff time, maybe a little bit of a city attorney time, but we're not talking $20,000, $30,000. I mean, we're waiving $7,000 of fees. We're investing the staff time, and we come back. And it may come back at that point, either based on South Coast, the Orange County flood, SACWA, whatever, that there's, insurmountable problems that they see, or the hydrology question. So, and nothing in this process, and I agree with the comments that the mayor and Councilmember Weiss just made, we're not putting $20 million into this project. I mean, if this project is ever going to happen, we're going to get it along to a point where they can either get grant funding or not get grant funding. Yeah, more to come on that. But again, I think given where we're at, for a pretty nominal amount of investment, we're going to learn a lot more. So that would be my motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and we are adjourned until
Thank you.
4 o'clock on 13th of February.